Chapter 929. When they returned from the intermission, Danny immediately noticed John's abnormality. From time to time, he would look at her with an intimacy that gave her goosebumps. When she looked back at him, he would give her a shy, fawning, husky smile. Danny did not think that he would fall in love with her after a few hours of rest. So, what caused him to change in such a short time? My original target was not Lannister of Casterly Rock. Arya's confession interrupted Dragon Queen's thoughts. From the beginning, I planned to use the Rat Chef's method to punish Wade Fry for violating the guest's rights. But before I could get close to River Run, he moved his family to Casterly Rock. Outside Casterly Rock, I caught up with the Fry family. I replaced one of Wade Fry's attendants with the Faceless method and followed him into Casterly Rock. First, I cooked one of Wade's sons and watched him drink fry soup and eat fry pie. 7 gods Ua. There were gasps and loud retching sounds in the hall. They had just eaten meat pie and drank broth during the intermission, so when they heard fry soup and fry pie, it was as if they had become Wade Fry who had eaten his son's flesh. Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and summoned 2 wind elves to block out the sour smell. Count Mandler has already cooked 2 fries and made them into fry pie for Roose Bolton and the rebellious lords in the north. Didn't you know? She asked. Her words caused another commotion in the crowd. Mother of God, there have already been 2 fry pie? It seems that there was such a thing. When Stark conquered Winterfell last year, he caught a few fries and Count Mandler revealed the secret in public. Mother of God, these northerners are too cruel. Poor thing, all 3 of his sons have become fries. Old Wade seems even more pitiful than the Andal King in the Rat Chef story. I know. Arya nodded numbly. But Wade Fry is the culprit. He must be punished. If you didn't want to deal with Lannister, why did you attack Lannister of Casterly Rock City? Jaime asked in a low voice. Not all the Frys were involved in the bloody wedding. My target was only Walter Fry and his son. The other Frys were similar to my feelings for Lannister. They were dispensable. They would not deliberately target them, nor would they deliberately avoid them. If Wald Fry had been alone, I would not have poisoned him. In fact, when old Wade ate his pie, I killed him that night and made a pot of Wade soup out of his flesh. The next night everyone at the party drank Wade's soup. 7 deities, the first female devil in the Westeros in the last 12,000 years. Bloodseeker, you live up to your name. I feel a little sorry for Fry. The hall was filled with screams again. Arya's grey eyes were emotionless. She scanned the hall indifferently. Wherever she went, everyone held their breaths and lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at the Devil Queen. After killing old Wade, my target was only his hundreds of descendants. Their hands were stained with the blood of my mother and brother. So, I had to kill them all. With so many people, I could not use a knife like I did to Wald Fry. Poisoning was my only choice. Although 874 of them died, my target was only 189 male Fry heirs. The rest were all collateral damage, but I don't care. Mother of God, Tyrion groaned. We should have stopped Fry from entering Casterly Rock City. How could you kill so many innocent people? Jaime said with red eyes. Arya's cold grey eyes met his blue eyes that were filled with grief and accusation. She said clearly, in King's Landing, in front of the great cathedral, I saw with my own eyes that my father's head was chopped off by Joffrey. On the road to Hadjen, I saw with my own eyes that the lion killed many of my friends. In Wanher City, on that nightmarish night, I saw with my own eyes that the soldiers of the Northern Territory were slaughtered. I saw with my own eyes that the Frys chopped off Robb's head and then sewed the direwolf's head on his neck. They even put him on the back of a horse and led him in circles while they cheered and played. They used the vilest words to insult my brother, my mother, Stark and the Northerners. I saw it all with my own eyes, and you ask me how I could do it. From the moment I decided to take revenge, I had the resolve to drag my enemies down to hell with me. Not to mention that Lannister and Fry are my enemies. Even if it were a normal person, I wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they got in my way of avenging my family. Arya said resolutely. You were there that day? Jaime asked with a trembling voice, his face pale. Arya said coldly, I was there when the White Knight led the golden robes into the Tower of the Hand and killed the Northerners' guards, maids, and wet nurses. I was there when Eileen Pine cut off my father's head. I could even smell the warm blood spurting from my father's neck. On the night of the Red Wedding, the Hound took me to River Delta. He wanted to find my brother and use me as a ransom, but I ended up in hell. I was in hell that night, because the mortal world shouldn't have such a terrible scene. I was only a few steps away from Rob. I saw him in his new robes. I saw the grey direwolf emblem on his robes dyed red with blood. His blood mixed with grey winds and spilled everywhere. In the end, they even urinated on his corpse. As they urinated, they insulted my mother with obscene words. I was so helpless then, like a maggot, writhing in the Hound's arms. I cried, and he hit me. I wanted to fight those demons, but he kept hitting me. All I could do was cry. For revenge, I went to Bravos alone and joined the House of Black and White. I was only 9 years old that year. That year, I lost my identity as Arya Stark. I was the lowliest servant in Bravos. Dr. Wargrave's plays about the faceless were all correct. You've all seen the life I led in the plays. I stayed in Bravos for 4 years. It was the desire for revenge that got me to where I am today. In my heart, there's always been a notebook filled with the names of my enemies. In order not to forget them, every night before I go to sleep, I recall their faces and evil deeds. I recite their names. Sir Gregor, Dunson, Sweetmouth Raff, Sir Eileen, Sir Murrin, Queen Mother Cersei, Joffrey, Valar Morghulis, Valar Morghulis, Valar Morghulis. She closed her eyes, just like she had done countless times before she went to sleep. As she chanted Valar Morghulis over and over again, a chilling yin energy seemed to rise in the hall. It wasn't an illusion. As the murderous intent rose in her heart, Arya unconsciously activated the Death God meditation technique. The power of death and ice surged like a tide, and the hall was almost dragged into a world of death. Dany's eyes flashed. She secretly used the stranger's power, and the hall returned to normal. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They only felt that Arya's aura was strange and eerie, but they were confused by the changes just now. They thought they were hallucinating. After waiting for so many years, finally, the chance for revenge is right in front of me. If you were me, would you be able to do it? She stared at Jaime and questioned him coldly. Jaime closed his eyes, as if his bones had been sucked out. He slumped weakly on the chair. At this moment, he only felt pain, and there was no longer any trace of hatred. The child was right. She had seen her father, brother, and mother die in the cruelest way. No one would hesitate when faced with an opportunity for revenge. Besides, Fry and Lannister were her enemies to begin with. Tyrion's expression was solemn. He had nothing to say. Jon's eyes were filled with pain and pity. He wanted to say something but stopped. Words of comfort were too shallow. He even started to blame himself for not being able to protect his sister and letting her go through such a terrible experience. Sansa covered her mouth and wept silently. When the others in the hall looked at the stupefied Arya again, there was no more hatred and fear in their eyes. Instead, there was more sincere sympathy and respect. If they were in Arya's shoes, they would not hesitate when the chance for revenge came if they saw their family being tortured and killed one after another. Or rather, they would not think that Lannister and Fry were innocent at all. They would kill their enemies, men, women, old, and young, without leaving a single one alive. Even Dany was deeply shocked. She had always seen Arya as a bloodthirsty child who killed mercilessly wherever she went. She had never considered the impact of the outside world on her. As Arya said herself, when she was 9 years old, she stood in the crowd and watched helplessly as her father was beheaded a few steps away. She could do nothing but cry. She went through a lot of hardships and finally came to River Delta from King's Landing thousands of miles away. King's Landing was thousands of miles away from River Delta, but Arya did not travel in a straight line. Instead, she made a big circle between the rivers. When she was hoping to hug her mother and brothers for comfort, the greatest tragedy happened to her. The Red Wedding took place in front of her eyes. She watched helplessly as the wolf's head was sewn on her brother's body. That was why she longed for power. She went to Bravos. When she had power, No one could stop the return of the goddess of vengeance. Speaking of which, Arya was the most affectionate and righteous of the wandering Power Rangers. Why did she put Hound on Arya's blood list? Because Hound killed Butcher's underling, Michael. At the Ruby Beach, she had a duel with Michael with wooden swords. Emperor Joe had a chance encounter. Why was Arcane Mountain on the blood list? It was not because Arcane Mountain did anything to her or Stark. It was because of Arcane Mountain's atrocities in Helen Castle. They burned, killed, and looted. Who was that sweet-mouth Raph? He killed Arya's little friend, Milo. Wave Crow Yuluan was recruiting Night Watchers in King's Landing. Arya disguised herself as a boy and hid in the team. Milo was a member of the Night Watchers. There was also the White Knight, Sir Marlon. He killed Arya's dance teacher, the chief swordsman of the Sea King who taught her the water dancer. There were many more. They were listed with Ide's murderer. Arya remembered them well. It showed that she was indeed a vengeful person. It also showed that she was a loyal person. Looking at the whole book of the Song of Ice and Fire, only she, Dany, and Rhys had taken revenge for the ordinary people at the bottom. Of course, Arya's loyalty could not deny the fact that she was a blood child. Many times, she would kill people for small things. For example, people threatened her, scolded her, beat her, or robbed her. In general, Arya was a chivalrous person. She did things based on loyalty. If she was not happy, she would kill. She would kill one person in 10 steps and would not leave anyone behind. Sai, tell me, how should we punish her? Sir Jaime, Tyrion, you are involved. You go first. After a long silence, Dany sighed. Your Majesty, you decide. I will accept whatever the result is. Jaime's expression was dejected. There was no hatred or relief in his eyes. There was only endless desolation. I think. The dwarf's eyebrows seemed to be twisted into a fried dough twist. Arya has a good reason for revenge. But so many people died in Casterly Rock. I can't accept her being acquitted. What do the Frys think? Dany looked at the Frys. Chapter 930. No matter what the Frys did at the Red Wedding, they were one of the victims. Today, 3 Frys had come to attend Arya's trial. Moria Dane, Ariel Fry, and Maritha Fry, mother and daughter. Clearly, this was the result of the Dragon Queen's careful selection. Moria Dane was William Dane's sister. Fat Vader, whom Roose Bolton had once considered a lifesaver, was her second daughter. More than 800 people had died in Casterly Rock. Most of the Frys' wives and daughters had died as well, but Moria was an exception. It wasn't that she was lucky, but that she had been very unlucky in her early years. Her husband, Merry Fry, had been hanged by Madame Stoneheart a few years ago. Without her husband, she had a hard time living in the crowded river delta, so she took her daughters back to her parents' home. Misfortune was a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. For the past 3 years, she and her 2 daughters had been living in Dari City, which had allowed them to avoid River Delta and Casterly Rock. Well, after the Dari family's male heirs had been killed by the Demon Mountain, the first daughter of the Dari family had become the heir. Lannister had also taken a fancy to Dari City, and the one-armed hero, Lannister, had become the rightful Earl of Dari City. In order to justify it, Lannister had married Moria's eldest daughter, Ariel, who was known as Ali the Gatekeeper. Lannister had cuckolded Jaime, and fate had punished him. His wife was called Ali the Gatekeeper because she was promiscuous and would open the gates for every knight who approached. When Ali was 14, she had been caught fooling around with 3 grooms in River Delta. Later, her parents had no choice but to marry her off to a lowly knight. When her husband died in the War of the 4 Kings, Ali was lucky enough to become the first heir to Dari City. She was the eldest daughter, and Lannister had come to take over. It was no exaggeration to say that Ali was the most promiscuous woman in the game. Lannister had come to King's Landing to become a monk mostly because his wife was fooling around, and she disliked him for not being able to fool around. It was said that all the men in Darui City who were second in rank had knocked on Ali's door. Once, when Jaime passed by Dai Ruaching, the concierge, Ali, seduced him in front of her husband. The scene was extremely awkward. As soon as Jaime left, Lancel went to the great cathedral. However, the Dragon Queen couldn't stand Ali using the Darui family's name to become the best product in the Seven Kingdoms. She stripped Ali of her title in Darui City, but helped her obtain the right to inherit Ruan River City. Ali was Old Wade's granddaughter and was qualified to inherit the Fry family's title and territory. As William Derry's niece, the Dragon Queen would protect her and ensure that she could live a free life. However, she could only wander around as Fry. Even if she became the most promiscuous lady in the history of Westeros, Fry's name would go down in history, and it would have nothing to do with Dari. Regarding this, Ali was overjoyed. She was so grateful that she cried out loudly, "Dragon Queen's gift." Ruan River City, known as the first city in Hejian County, was exchanged for the old and dilapidated Darui City, which couldn't even be found on the map. Only a fool wouldn't make the exchange. Well, the first city in Hejian County wasn't Rapid City. In the early days, it was Haluan Castle, and later it was Ruan River City. Ruan River City spanned both sides of the river and was much more magnificent than Rapid City. Ruan River City also had the only stone bridge on the Trident River. Just by relying on the bridge tax, the Fry family became the most famous nouveau riche in the Seven Kingdoms. However, Darui City was very small and dilapidated. However, the concierge, Ali, definitely didn't know about the Dragon Queen's plans for Darui City. Otherwise, she wouldn't make the exchange even if she was beaten to death. As for the current Darui City, Maria Derry was only 36 years old. Dany was looking for a husband for her. She wanted to find a 24K pure gold bachelor with a good reputation, strong ability, and a wealthy family. Unlike her daughter, Ali, Maria was a typical Dari. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but she was also dignified and elegant. She had a gentle personality and was quite talented. She was probably someone on the same level as Princess Sanshin. She was rich, powerful, beautiful, and elegant. She didn't have to worry about marriage. Actually, Maria had a son, known as Little Wade. He was sent to Winterfell as an adopted son and later died at the hands of Stark. Maria was also quite pitiful. When she was young, 4 of her brothers sacrificed themselves for Targaryen. When she became an adult, because the Dari family declined, she had no choice but to marry Fry. She was extremely disappointed in this marriage. When she reached middle age, first, her only brother and nephew died in the rebellion of the 4 princes. Then, her husband, son, Little Wade, sister, also married to Fry and died at the hands of Stark, and daughter, Fat Vader. If Dany hadn't transmigrated, when the long night fell, Darui City would have been taken away. Even if Maria didn't die, her life would be miserable. Now, her luck had changed. She had met the Dragon Queen who wanted to repay her kindness. As long as she could live to 60 years old, she would definitely be able to see the glorious Darui City. She would also be able to be a dignified and powerful matriarch like Old Rose. However, becoming a matriarch was a matter of decades later. Now, she had to cooperate with the Dragon Queen to complete the final trial of Arya. Your Majesty, my opinion is the same as Prince Xion's. Even the gods shouldn't be too harsh on Miss Arya's revenge. I personally admire her determination and courage. But too many people in the Fry family have died. Maria frowned slightly and said cautiously, "What about you, Ali Fry?" The gatekeeper, Ali, wasn't interested in the trial. She had been flirting with the knights around her with her eyes. Although she didn't inherit her mother's beauty, her nose was too sharp and she didn't have a chin. She had a good figure with long legs and a full chest. Plus, she was 21 years old, the perfect age. Her eyes were flirtatious enough. Many men were willing to interact with her even if they knew her reputation. Now that she heard the Dragon Queen's question, she said without hesitation, "Your Majesty, I'll do as you say. On behalf of the Fry family, I'll obey your orders." Dany turned to the next victim, Jenny Westerling. "What about you?" Rob's wife, Jenny, was also a great beauty. She had chestnut curly hair and a heart-shaped face. She had big brown eyes, a delicate temperament, a beautiful face, a slender body, and an especially voluptuous butt. The owner of Cliff City was surnamed Westerling. The countess was from the Spazer family, the descendants of a spice merchant and a foreign witch. Rob and Jenny's meeting and love were all arranged by the countess, Heber Spazer. The funny thing was that Heber and her brother, Rofo Spazer, were undercover by Rob's side. Her eldest son was an upright knight who was completely loyal to the king he swore allegiance to. He jumped into the river and was buried with Rob. In return for betraying Rob, Rofo Spazer became the Count of Castlemaine. Heber's children were married to Lannister. Because of this, Arya only killed Spazer, Heber, and Rofo's family in Cliff City. She did not harm the Westerlings in the city. Jenny, her father, and her younger brother were all alive. After the Battle of Winterfell, as Castlemaine Castle was not repaired and there were no soldiers guarding it, the new Count Rofo brought his family and moved to his brother-in-law's house next door. In fact, before becoming the Count of Castlemaine, Rofo Spazer was the acting mayor of Cliff City. He helped his brother-in-law manage his territory when he was away fighting. The last time Arya slipped down from Cliff City, the rope she used to fall down the battlements was still there and had not been taken away. It was not a mistake. Arya did it on purpose. It was to remind the patrolling soldiers that an assassin had entered their house. Hurry up and clean up the bodies. The whole city should be on alert. Do not let the other ghosts steal the city again. Therefore, even if Dany did not appear, Cliff City would not have fallen suddenly like Casterly Rock. Today, Count Gavin and his eldest daughter Jenny of Cliff City were here. However, only Jenny was the victim's family and sat in the first row. Even though his wife was dead, Count Gavin's opinion was not within the Dragon Queen's consideration. My mother is guilty. My uncle's family is guilty. I am ashamed of their actions. They betrayed Rob. They deserved it. Arya's revenge for her brother and mother was not wrong. I represent the Westeros and Spazer. I completely give up on pursuing her responsibility. At this point, Lady Jenny, who was supposed to be Stark's wife, sobbed and covered her face with her hands. She did not want to represent Westerlings and Spazer at all. She was Robb Stark's legal wife. She was also Stark. However, after what her mother had done, she did not have the face to mention Robb and their marriage. That marriage was legal, and blessed by the 7 gods. However, it was still a shameful conspiracy. Dany sighed and said, Jenny, your mother's actions brought shame to your family. However, you and your brother's loyalty is enough for Westerlings to face anyone, even Stark. The Starks had complicated expressions. However, they did not comfort Robb's wife like Dany did. This was the first time they met her officially. They were not much different from strangers. However, Robb was their brother for more than 10 years. Now, their brother's reputation was ruined because of a strange woman. How could they not feel the slightest bit of resentment? On the other hand, the nobles in the hall were more objective and rational. They all expressed sympathy for Jenny. We can confirm that only Arya Stark was involved. The other Starks were not involved. All the victims think that Arya's revenge was justified. They also think that she killed too much. The fall of Casterly Rock and Lannister, the death of millions, and the change in the situation of the Westeros resistance against the ghosts. She is directly responsible for it. Therefore, her sins are monstrous. Are there any problems with the above? Dany looked around. No one refuted. Even Jon and Sansa only had worried expressions. For such sins, only death is left. She made the final judgment. Apart from a few people who cried out in surprise, more than 99% of the people looked relieved. Unexpectedly, the dwarf also cried out, as if he was very surprised by Dany's judgment. Arya, do you have anything to say? Dany asked. Very fair. I have nothing to say. Then let's do it immediately. We don't have much time. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to fight the ghost. Arya, choose how you want to die. Dany sighed. Arya glanced at the crow on her shoulder and said hesitantly, I admit my crimes and accept His Majesty's judgment, but I don't want to die. Chapter 931. You admit your crimes and accept your punishment, but you don't want to die. What do you want to do? Dany asked. Arya smirked. If it's possible, I'd like to wear a black robe. Everyone looked at each other. Danny smiled. You wish. Too bad the Great Wall doesn't recruit women. Your Majesty, the Great Wall has 12 castles. You can choose one of them and set it up as a female battalion. Women should have the chance to wear black if they make a mistake, Arya said. Your suggestion is good. I'll keep it in mind. But even if the new rule is to be implemented, it has to wait until the Great Wall is repaired and the long night is over. Then the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will sit together and discuss it. Danny shook her head. Arya wanted to say more, but the crow on her shoulder pecked her ear and said, Your Majesty, Arya can wear the grey robe and swear to join the Sisters of Silence and serve the 7 gods forever. Holy shit. The dwarf slapped his forehead and cursed. I've never seen such a shameless person. A woman joining the Sisters of Silence is no different from a man joining the Night Watch, right? Jaime didn't understand his brother's reaction, but he thought it was reasonable. You don't understand. This is surrender, offering, and being in the same boat. The dwarf covered his face and groaned. Jaime really didn't understand. Danny looked at Arya strangely. You're willing to join the church? Aye. Arya hesitated. She turned to Jon and Sansa. They nodded. I'm willing. Danny asked again, Do you know what the Silence Sisters are? Arya thought for a moment and said, The Sisters of Silence are special nuns. They only serve strangers, and they swear to abstain from sex and silence. That's why the Silent Sisters are also known as the Strangers' Wives. They wear grey robes and use a hood to cover their faces, only revealing their eyes. Their daily job is to be a mortician and take care of the bodies. Danny nodded. She scanned the people in the hall and asked, What do you think? In theory, giving up one's worldly identity and status and swearing an oath to join the Sisters of Silence can indeed exempt one from the death penalty. Count Farman slowly said. She can become Nun Silence, just like how a man can become a Night Watcher after donning the black robe. Laughing Baylor said. The Holy Mother is merciful. Repenting her sins to the 7 gods for the rest of her life can also offset her sins. Bronze Yone nodded in agreement. A group of neutral nobles did not object because this was also in line with the traditions of the 7 kingdoms. Joining the Silent Sisters was the only way out for women who were guilty but didn't want to die. Then put on the grey robe and join Sister Silence. Danny couldn't find a reason to object. The expressions of the Stark and the others relaxed, while the dwarf's eyes were filled with resentment. Well, that's all for today. Danny stood up and was about to announce the end of the meeting. Wait. The big crow stopped her and said, Your Majesty, I have 2 more things. What's the matter? Danny sat back down curiously. Your Majesty, Arya has caused great harm to the Western region and the 7 kingdoms. Punishment is necessary, but more importantly, compensation is needed. Danny was even more surprised. How do you plan to compensate the 7 kingdoms and the Western region? Stark is willing to provide 500,000 tons of food to relieve the refugees of the 7 kingdoms and the Western region. Bran threw out a sudden thunder. Sansa and Jon were the first to change their expressions. When the nobles and commoners in the hall came back to their senses, they shouted in disbelief. 7 gods, 500,000 tons, is Stark bragging? Isn't the northern region the poorest duke's family in the 7 kingdoms? During the Battle of Winterfell, they even asked the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to provide supplies and knights. Don't forget Sansa Stark. I heard that she hid more than 300,000 tons of food on Tass Island. Actually, it was 500,000 tons, but 200,000 tons were given to Aunt Dany. That's still not enough. Duke Jon seems to have taken out a loan to buy more than 200,000 tons of food before the long night. SSS, they're going to donate all of it. I remember that she promised to give the King's Landing 100,000 tons of food. Hehe, didn't you hear? They're going to relieve the refugees of the 7 kingdoms, including the King's Landing. Even so, they're sincere enough to donate all of their food. Everyone in the hall was in a heated discussion. In the mental dimension that ordinary people couldn't detect, the 3 Starks were also arguing. Bran, you didn't mention this before. Sansa's expression was unpleasant, and she almost flew into a rage. Fortunately, Bran knew his sister well and pulled her mental strength into his mind. Bran, if we give away all our food, What will we eat? John was worried. In the past month, 3 million people died in the south of the Neck Marsh. This news spread through Dragonstone Island's Mana Net hub. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms know about it. What do you think they'll think of Stark? Bran said calmly. Not all of them were killed by other ghosts, and Arya has already been punished, Sansa said. It's hard to calm the people. Bran sounded helpless. 3 million people is equivalent to 1/5 of the Seven Kingdoms' population. Can you imagine how big of an impact this will have on the people of the Seven Kingdoms? The Seven Kingdoms have never had such a large number of deaths. 2 years later, the Seven Kingdoms will have a large-scale famine, and people will starve to death everywhere. Only Stark will be alive and well. What do you think they'll think? Do they want us to starve to death with them? Sansa said coldly. At least, let the Seven Kingdoms think that we're starving like everyone else. How many people are there in Stark and the North? Isn't giving out food to the North a form of relief? Bran said. I have other plans, not just to save the North, Sansa said hesitantly. If the Seven Kingdoms hate Stark, you'll never be the queen, Bran said bluntly. Sansa's embarrassment turned into anger, and she immediately left the Stark chat group. When the discussion in the hall died down, the Big Crow said, Your Majesty, you're still lacking a white knight, right? Dany was stunned. Tyrion's mouth twitched, and he muttered softly, I was wondering why he dared to expose his background to the world. It turns out that he had long since thought of looking for a powerful backer. Being omniscient doesn't mean being omnipotent. Mortals feared but were disrespectful, so they were bound to harbor jealousy and evil intentions. Now, one is omniscient, and the other is omnipotent. The two of them are in cahoots, and in the end, one of them is the strongest. Darkness, the Westeros won't be able to make a name for themselves in the future. What did you say? Jaime, who was beside him, asked in puzzlement. Little Bran is finally going to realize his childhood dream and become a legendary knight like Barristan, Tyrion said in a strange tone. The puzzled people around him immediately understood, and they were shocked. The world has changed. From today onwards, the Dragon Queen, who subdued the three-eyed crow, will be the ruler of the Westeros. She wasn't a queen, she was the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. When the nobles in the hall understood this, they had complicated expressions. They hoped that Tyrion had guessed wrongly, and that Bran didn't want to become the Dragon Queen's White Knight, or that the Dragon Queen would righteously refuse to break away from the scope of mortals and become a lofty ruler that people could only look up to. Dany came back to her senses from her shock, and she looked meaningfully at the Big Crow. She said, I have 6 White Knights now. Sir Barristan, Sir Mormorn, Warrior Beworth, Sir Giro Dane, Sir Garth, and my personal secret guard, Dany Sai. When she said this, even she found it strange. She didn't realize that she hadn't used up all her White Knights, and it seemed like it was destined that the last one would be reserved for a specific person. The Dragon Queen was a woman, and she needed a personal White Knight who could follow her into the bathroom and bedroom. So, she must have a female White Knight. Since old Bart saw Dany Sai, he had been training her as a reserve White Knight. Later, when he met Brittany, old Bart thought of recruiting her to be the Queen's female knight, because Dany Sai was too young. When Brittany was verbally conferred the title of Roseless Ironguard by the Dragon Queen, old Bart gave up and went back to let Big Bear continue to teach Dany Sai. 5 years had passed, and the little girl had grown into a 14-year-old girl. Dany Sai didn't wear a white robe because she was a secret guard and couldn't be too ostentatious, but in fact, she was a White Knight. In addition to Dany Sai, there were 2 people who almost became White Knights. One was the Big Crab, Eris Satter, and the other was Quentyn Martell. They were all willing to become White Knights and even applied to Dany, but with Jaime's example, she didn't agree rashly. Jaime also applied to the Mad King to wear a white robe. The Mad King gloated and agreed, and then Tywin completely fell out with him. Dragon Queen asked the old crab, and the old crab tactfully said that the Big Crab was the eldest son and had to inherit the family business. How about letting the second son wear a white robe? Dany didn't object, but the little crab didn't want to give up the title and fief. The Dragon Queen promised her vassals that according to their contributions, the second son and the third son could be conferred the title, which meant that one family had multiple titles. Prince Dowlang also rejected the Dragon Queen with a similar reason, because at that time, Quentin had already become a winged dragon knight and was also the Dragon Queen's right-hand man. She would definitely be given a title and a large fief. Perhaps Quentin herself felt that being a white knight was more honorable than being a duke, but as a parent, of course, she wanted her children to start a family and live a normal life. As a result, the Dragon Queen's last white knight position had been empty all these years. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to pledge my life to you, until my death," Bran said solemnly. "Have you thought it through?" Dany asked, even though she already knew the answer. Bran definitely didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The big crow looked at the tall white knight next to the Queen and said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through clearly. Following in Sir Barristan's footsteps has always been my dream." Dany leaned against the back of the chair and pondered. The hall was silent, and the people in the surroundings could even hear the Queen's finger tapping on the carved armrest. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "You are the three-eyed crow, and joining the White Knights will have a great impact. I must ask the Holy Mother. Tomorrow morning, I will abstain from food and pray in the Great Holy Hall. Ladies, you can pray with me, and the Holy Mother will probably descend upon the fairy city." After the trial ended, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they were invited by Count Farman to a large banquet, but the atmosphere wasn't very lively. The ladies were quite happy, and they gathered together and talked about the old case solved by the three-eyed crow today, as well as the Holy Mother's descent tomorrow. The three-eyed crow and Arya were also the focus of the discussion. However, the nobles had a lot on their minds. After the three-eyed crow defected to the Dragon Queen, how will the Seven Kingdoms situation develop? They were all pondering this question, but they didn't dare to discuss it openly. Chapter 932. It was a classic European-style living room, and the southern wall was made of a whole piece of obsidian, which had the appearance of a black dragon lying on the ground. The fireplace was the black dragon's mouth, and it was filled with firewood. There was a large French window on the eastern wall next to the fireplace, and the firelight passed through the window and shone on the thin snow-covered cedar trees. It was pitch black in the east, and the sound of waves could be faintly heard. Dany took a cup of lemon-black tea from Yeely's hand, and she leaned comfortably on the soft couch. She said, "You have been exposed, and you want to seek refuge from me? This isn't the main reason." The great crow landed on the Megalosaurus's horn, and it said slowly, "The three-eyed crow's mission has changed because of your appearance. The three-eyed crow isn't an independent life form, and we don't have any personal feelings. We are just a will that protects the world. It's also because the will is pure enough that the three-eyed crow can become the Westeros god. In the past innumerable years, we have tried our best to make the world a better place." When the great crow saw the Dragon Queen's disapproving expression, it paused for a moment before it sighed and said, "I understand that in this process, we might harm an individual, a family, or even an entire kingdom. But humans are just a species living in the world, and humans are insignificant compared to the world itself, let alone a kingdom. Humans are insignificant, and kingdoms are even more insignificant, while families and individuals can be ignored. The three-eyed crow's essence is a combination of wills, and it's the superimposition of innumerable green prophets' wills that protect the Westeros and the world. As long as it's beneficial to the world, we can sacrifice anyone, even if it's the human race's epoch master. As long as we can stop the world from falling into the abyss, we can cooperate, even if it's the evil god Lalo. Don't treat the three-eyed crow like a human, and it's just a pure will that protects the world. Now, the situation has changed. You are a human, and you have a family, and you established a kingdom. However, your power is too great, enough to change the direction of the river of fate. As such, the individuals, families, kingdoms, and humans with you as the main body are no longer insignificant. It is very likely that you will lead the humans to dispel the long night without the help of the gods. It is also very likely that you will be able to stop the world from falling in the future. It is also very unlikely that you will be the true child of the world and will be able to lead the world to level up. So, from a certain perspective, you are equal to this world. Thus, the three-eyed crow that served the world didn't change its original intention, but changed its target. In the three-eyed crow's eyes, if you aren't part of the bigger picture, then it will force you to sacrifice yourself for the bigger picture. Just like before, Blinden had been protecting Lalo's destiny and sacrificing you to fulfill his destiny. But once you become the bigger picture, anyone can sacrifice themselves for you. Danny stared blankly and hesitantly asked, "Why would you have such thoughts?" "I mean, I always knew that I was part of the bigger picture, and that I should be the most important person in the world. But you didn't have such a correct understanding before." Bran didn't mock the Dragon Queen's self-praise, and he just said in a complicated tone, "I have also been growing recently, and now I almost understand some of the arrangements made by Blinden before his death." "What arrangements did Blinden make?" Danny asked curiously. "Do you think that he could have predicted that I would go against his orders and not fuse with the Green Prophet's seal?" Bran asked. "This?" Danny said uncertainly. "In theory, he should have been able to predict it. But if he predicted that you would be derelict in your duties, then he might have made some arrangements and forced you to fulfill your responsibilities as the three-eyed crow. In the end," she emphasized, "Blinden doesn't have feelings, and he can do anything." "You are right. Blinden is the three-eyed crow, and he won't feel pity for me." When the night was about to arrive, the previous generation of three-eyed crows wouldn't allow the next generation of three-eyed crows to lose their omniscient abilities. But in the end, he didn't seem to have any schemes, and he didn't make any arrangements. It was as if he didn't know anything. "My mortal heart wasn't satisfied, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice my independent will, so I successfully avoided my responsibilities." "Why is that?" Bran asked. "Maybe there is something wrong with his head." "Don't keep me in suspense, and just say what you want to say," Danny said impatiently. "It's because he didn't want me to fuse with the Green Prophet's seal." Bran said coldly. "What did you say? Are you crazy?" Danny glared at him as she shouted. "I'm not crazy. On the contrary, I've never been as clear-headed as I am now, so clear-headed that I finally understood the three-eyed crow's true arrangements." "What arrangements?" "Sacrifice everything for the greater picture. Sacrifice myself for the greater picture." Bran couldn't calm down, and he spoke with shock and resentment. He said word by word, "The Green Prophet's seal was left for you. Even I was left behind by the three-eyed crow to be your assistant. The three-eyed crow doesn't have any emotions, and it's a cruel and merciless protector. It can sacrifice anyone for the world, and it can even sacrifice itself. After you successfully reversed fate and revealed that you replaced Lalo and saved the world from the long night, the three-eyed crow probably saw a future unknown to me from the river of fate. Then, it decided to make itself a fertilizer that will help you grow." "Are you joking?" "You want to." Before Danny could finish her sentence, she froze. In an instant, Bran transferred 80% of the Green Prophet seal's fragments to her. "I've now fused with 9% of the Green Prophet seal, and I can barely maintain my ability to enter the river of time through the trees. As for the remaining Green Prophet's seal, I'll give it to you. From now on, everything belonging to the three-eyed crow will be yours, including the green spring and the old god's power of faith. I'm also the Green Prophet, and I'm also the three-eyed crow. Even if I'm still a human, I don't intend to go against my instinct to protect the greater picture. This is my life, the three-eyed crow's life," Bran said with a sigh. "This." When Danny got the item, she wasn't pleasantly surprised. The Green Prophet's seal floated in the faith space, and it was like a dazzling green sea of stars. It was beautiful and alluring. However, when Danny saw it, her heart became heavy. The second time, she recalled Uncle Ben's famous words, "With great power comes great responsibility." The first time was when the Door God gave her his inheritance, and the great gift forced her to treat ending the long night as her mission. She put down her teacup and said frankly, "I'm under great pressure." Bran heaved a sigh of relief and said frankly, "After hearing what you said, I feel much more relaxed." Danny smiled bitterly and said, "Why didn't Blinden say it directly?" "You should be asking me why I only found out about his arrangements now," Bran said. "Why?" Danny followed his advice. "Because you changed fate. Before that, the river of fate became chaotic, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the river that once flowed along the river broke through the dam and flowed on the Great Plains. No one knew its final direction. However, not long after Casterly Rock City fell, I, who had been immersed in the river of time, suddenly saw a glimmer of the dawn of fate. Bran looked at the Dragon Queen and said solemnly, "Above time, a new river of fate is about to take shape. No matter how great the disturbance was, the river will calm down one day." "What does this mean?" Dany was puzzled. "You're right." The big crow nodded, and its tone became strange. "The key is that I was the first to see the dawn of fate, and I was the only one. To the gods, the river of fate is still chaotic, and there are no signs of it being reformed." "You really saw the dawn? Are you hallucinating because you've been too tired recently?" Dany looked doubtful, and asked with concern. "I heard that a Stark was born." Then, Bran's soul followed her everywhere to search for deviant ghosts, and his body had to satisfy his wife. He must be tired, right? He was only 13 years old, younger than Arya. He was still a big child. She looked at the big crow with pity in her eyes. Bran felt a little uncomfortable under her strange gaze. He tilted his head and said, "It's not a hallucination. I even saw in the new river of fate." He hesitated and changed his words. "You have the ability to end the long night, and you have the potential to revive the world. You are the child of the world above the protagonist of this era. The three-eyed crow's existence and operation will change because of you. I agree that your will be the center of the new world. You only need to understand this. Regardless of whether I'm crazy or not, what I'm doing now is not harmful to you." "Is this also the reason why you made Arya the stranger's wife?" Bran said bluntly, "As long as you don't die prematurely and get the three-eyed crow's full support, the seven gods will at least become the new gods of the Westeros. As long as you can sing the complete Song of Fire, the faith of the seven gods will not be a fantasy to unify the whole world. Being the servant of the world's strongest god is at least more promising than being the king of the seven kingdoms." Moreover, she swore in Winterfell that she would join the stranger's divine clan once she became a half-god. Now, she is fulfilling her oath in advance. Very good. This flattery made the Dragon Queen's dragon face very happy. "I agree to take you in as the White Knight. Arya will also be the child of wealth under the stranger." "Oh, no, it should be the black and white impermanents." The Dragon Queen made a wish happily. "What are the black and white impermanents?" "The Soul Reaper, help me, oh, cough cough, help the stranger collect the undead." Bran frowned and said, "I feel that you should send her to the barbarian land." "The barbarian land?" Dany narrowed her eyes. "I know that you want to arrange for a believer of the seven gods to go to the barbarian land to plunder the divinity." Dany waved her hand and interrupted him stiffly, saying, "You are not qualified to be a white knight. You don't even know how to speak. The Holy Mother is merciful and arranged for the child of the seven gods to go to the barbarian land to save the people from suffering and suffering," Bran said blankly. "Not bad, you have a future." Dany leaned lightly on the soft couch and said thoughtfully, "Your suggestion is not bad. At first, I wanted to let Tyrion go to the barbarian land, but he did not agree to it. If the Big Sparrow was still alive, he would be the most suitable. That fellow is loyal to his beliefs, and most importantly, he is flexible and proficient in political tactics. Saint Matthew lacks the ability to adapt and is simple and dull. He can be a role model for the practitioners in the flourishing age, but he is unable to adapt to the complicated situation in the chaotic world. If I let him go to the barbarian land alone, I am afraid that I will lose my only angel. I have been training Matthew these days, and I have also considered arranging for a team of warriors' sons to go with him. Now that I think about it, 3 useful disciples are more useful than thousands of troops. Arya can be counted as one, and the rest." A plan gradually formed in Dany the Buddha's mind. Chapter 933. What plans do you have for the future? On that night, after Dany finished talking with Bran, she was practicing as usual, and Tyrion came to her quietly. "What plans?" Dany was wearing a loose beige training suit, and her silver hair was draped over her shoulders. She seemed less dignified than she was during the day, and she seemed more charming. However, the dwarf didn't pay attention to the change in his sister's temperament, and he just said anxiously, "The three-eyed crow harbors evil intention. Now, everyone knows that he has omniscient abilities, and he can observe the timeline and control the Westeros' fate. Everyone is jealous and fearful of him. You should know that humans can do anything when they are fearful. So? Danny asked calmly. You are right. The three-eyed crow shouldn't exist in this world, Tyrion said cautiously. You are really daring. Just because some things aren't mentioned doesn't mean that people won't think about them. Tyrion looked around warily and said loudly, since I mentioned it, it means that I'm magnanimous, and I don't harbor any evil intentions. I'm just discussing this matter with the goal of finding a better future for the Seven Kingdoms. You can set your mind at ease. As long as you don't curse the seven gods, no one will be able to spy on you. Danny smiled mockingly. Oh, that's good. You really scared me to death. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief and said, I don't even dare to speak. Look. As long as the three-eyed crow still exists, the Seven Kingdoms people will have to live in fear, and the whole world will be gloomy. The three-eyed crow needs to exist. It doesn't have any selfish motives, and it has been using a method that certain wise mortals don't like, which is controlling fate to protect the world. Danny spoke calmly. You didn't say that before. You are certain wise mortals. Tyrion opened his eyes wide. Did your will get distorted again? Danny cast him a sidelong glance and handed him a basket full of disdain. I'm still wise, but I'm no longer a mortal. The three-eyed crow, which isn't under my control, shouldn't exist. But time has changed, don't you understand this principle? Tyrion looked at the Dragon Queen in horror and said through gritted teeth, the dragon slayer of the past has become an evil dragon. I am the mother of dragons, Danny said calmly. You are overthinking this. A mortal like you isn't qualified to attract the three-eyed crow's attention. All of a sudden, a familiar voice transmitted from the fireplace, and it made the dwarf wet his pants. Bran! The 7 levels of hell. The dwarf raised his head in horror and saw a large red-eyed black crow standing on the obsidian wall. Because there were only ashes left in the fireplace, and there was only one lantern that Tyrion had brought in the room seemed especially dark, and the stone carvings on the walls were the same color as the crow feathers. When the big crow didn't open its eyes, it was almost one with the environment. The dwarf had already cautiously looked left and right, but he still ignored it. The dwarf clamped his pants tightly and shouted with a distorted face, Didn't you say that no one could detect it except the 7 gods? She didn't lie. As long as she wanted to, no one could eavesdrop on her conversation. But I didn't eavesdrop, and I stood here openly, the large black crow said. You heard everything? The dwarf asked dejectedly. I don't need to hear it. I know what you are thinking with just one look. If I want to, I can clearly see what you will do and say in the timeline. At that time, you won't even know what you will say or do, Bran said calmly. Damn it. The dwarf was flustered and exasperated, and he decided to throw caution to the wind. He shouted, This is the reason why we can't tolerate you. I know, Bran said softly. You know, but you don't care. Tyrion calmed down. Did you know that the three-eyed crow's inheritance has been passed down for several million years? Bran sighed and said in an ancient tone, the human race's short 10,000 years of history is less than 1% of the three-eyed crow's existence. Before the human race, all living beings in the Westeros, such as the forest's children, giants, and strange creatures, knew about the three-eyed crow's existence. They all worshipped it and respected it as a god. All living beings in the world knew the significance of the three-eyed crow's existence, and they all sincerely praised it. They even hoped that their will to protect the Westeros would be integrated into the Green Prophet's seal. It was because of this that the three-eyed crow became the Westeros god. The three-eyed crow became the Westeros god, but it wasn't because we called ourselves the Westeros guardian god, but because the Westeros and Westeros living beings chose us. Actually, when one heard the name Green Prophet, one should understand the Green Prophet status among all races. But everything changed after the human race entered the Westeros. The forest's children were people who sang praises to the earth, and their love for the world surpassed their own. It was because of this that an existence like the three-eyed crow appeared. But the human race loved itself more than anything else. Now, you don't know what the Green Prophet is, and what the three-eyed crow is. But, in the past 12,000 years, our existence wasn't a secret to all races, including the newly arrived human race. The human race's reverence for the Green Prophet originated from their fear, and such a state wouldn't last for long. Because of this, after the Andals invaded, The illusory 7 gods quickly replaced the old gods. Tyrion said slowly, the human race had reason to fear the Green Prophet. The three-eyed crow didn't care about the human race's attitude toward it, but it was willing to sacrifice everything for the Westeros. This was because the three-eyed crow's essence was the combination of all the Green Prophet's will to protect the world. Its existence was to protect the Westeros. When reality proved that the world would be better without the three-eyed crow, it chose to destroy itself without hesitation, Bran said bitterly. Destroy itself? Tyrion was startled. From today onwards, there won't be any more three-eyed crows, and I'll be the last one, Bran said sadly. Tyrion cast a glance at the Dragon Queen and muttered, why are you so resolute? Maybe. I just wanted the three-eyed crow to announce its crimes, and if it did, it would be judged and its actions would be restricted in the future. Don't you understand? The three-eyed crow is a will, and it doesn't have any emotions or fear. It will only do what is within its power and will benefit the world. If you judge it, it doesn't care, and it will still do what it should do in the future. It doesn't even care about its own existence and death, so why should it care about the human race's likes and dislikes? So, when there's a will that's as strong as it, one of them must disappear. Now, that will has appeared. She's the child of the world, and her significance to the world far exceeds that of the three-eyed crow, who can only abide by the rules. The three-eyed crow also wanted to make progress, but its ability was just there. Bran emphasized in a deep voice, in the end, the three-eyed crow chose to give the world a better place, and the Westeros changed their world. You. Tyrion looked at the Dragon Queen and spoke bitterly. Dany nodded slightly. As a Targaryen, do you feel proud? No, I'm afraid. The dwarf hugged his head, and he was even more despairing than before. I'd rather the three-eyed crow continue to be the Westeros world. At least it doesn't have any emotions, and it won't target anyone. But you do, and you will. Fool, you're my family, and I'll treat you well, Dany said with a gentle smile. Tyrion shivered. If I leave the Westeros, I'll be able to avoid the three-eyed crow, right? Maybe after the long night, I should go back to my fief, Jean Island. I love Slave Bay. The scenery there is great, and there's also the Red Saintess and Free Maiden. I love freedom. Bran shook his head and said, if she can only stay in the Westeros, then she can't be considered the child of the world, and it's impossible for her to make the three-eyed crow abdicate. The dwarf had a bad guess in his heart, and he said in a trembling voice, could it be that she can still control the world? As long as she can stop the world from falling, she'll be the world's sky. If she can lead the world to rise, then she'll be equal to the world, Bran said. Tyrion felt dizzy, and his vision blurred. He felt like his future was bleak, and an illusion appeared before his eyes. 5 colored evil dragons surrounded the world, and the world was as small as a soybean in front of the demonic dragon. Then, the Dragon Queen stood on the black dragon's head, and strong winds blew around her. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. Her sinister laughter echoed throughout the world. That kind of future is too dark and suffocating, he said in fright. The world will rise, and the eternal summer will be here forever. Humans won't have to worry about the dark and cold eternal night. That kind of future should be bright and desirable, Bran said. Do you believe what you just said? Tyrion mocked him. The big crow shook his head. In the three-eyed crow's eyes, that's the most beautiful world. In my opinion, it's indeed a bit depressing. But it can't be helped, as we live in the world, and the world doesn't exist because of us. The big crow's red eyes turned toward the Dragon Queen. The world exists because of her. Dany sneered and said, if you have the energy to worry about the future, then it's better to take care of the present. The eternal night hasn't even ended yet. Tyrion slapped his forehead, and he remembered the purpose of his trip. He said, the nobles are afraid of the three-eyed crow, and now that Bran has become your white knight, their fear of him will be transferred to you. What plans do you have for the future? I will kill deviant ghosts and train hard at the same time, Dany said matter-of-factly. Tyrion thought for a moment and changed his tone. Do you know something? Today, many nobles seem calm on the surface, but they all have an impulse in their hearts. They want to question the three-eyed crow. How much has he interfered with their fates in the past years? They even suspect that the three-eyed crow is related to the many things that happened in the Seven Kingdoms. But they all play dumb, and they don't dare to ask him. A mortal trying a god. Bran mocked him. If the Dragon Queen wasn't here, the three-eyed crow wouldn't even give them a fart. It's just like how a mortal doesn't care about an ant's will. Aren't you a mortal? Bran sighed and said, I'm a mortal, but the three-eyed crow isn't. Today, everyone condemned Stannis for using the blood wizard spell to kill his relatives, but no one thought about trying Lalo, who carried the evil divine power for him. Tyrion shook his head and said, the nobles know their own limits, and what's the point of mentioning something that can't be done? Believe it or not, if you tie up Lalo and place him in the hall, they will surely be more righteous than anyone else. After today, the fear and doubt in their hearts will destroy their sincere respect and worship for you, even if you really end the long night. I came to look for you to warn you that this might be Bran's plot against you, and he wanted to transfer his hatred to you. But now, I realize that I guessed wrong. He paused for a moment and stared into the Dragon Queen's eyes. But, you don't want to be feared and hated by the Seven Kingdoms people while you shed blood and sweat for them, right? Chapter 934. Dany smiled faintly and said, your worries are not without reason, but I think that people should understand their own position. What do you mean? The dwarf was puzzled. Dany did not explain it to him directly, but instead changed the topic. Regarding today's trial, all of you have subconsciously overlooked a huge problem. What have we overlooked? Tyrion asked. Did you notice that in today's great trial, the victims were only nobles, and not a single commoner? Dany sighed. The dwarf and Bran were both stunned. Bran, tell me, with the standard of death for sending troops to rob commoners, how many nobles here today can survive? Bran was silent. According to that standard, within the Seven Kingdoms, as long as a noble had led troops, they would all die. Among the nobles who participated in the Great Trial, which one of them was not a lord with a large army? And in recent years, the Westeros had been in constant turmoil. Other than Jon, everyone should be killed. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. If we use the standard of killing innocent commoners, strong peasant women, and abusing castle servants, in the entire world, how many nobles can get away with no charges? Nobles have special privileges, otherwise, who would spend so much effort to fight for the title of nobility? Tyrion mumbled. Is it easier to become a god than a noble? Or rather, do you think the difference between a god and a noble is bigger, or the difference between a noble and a commoner is bigger? Dany asked again. The dwarf was silent as well. People will always be divided into classes based on money, nobility, and power. It is unavoidable. Even someone as strong as me can only try my best to be fair and just, but not truly fair and just. Or rather, the world is unfair to begin with, and absolute fairness is the greatest unfairness. Dany said helplessly. Tyrion also understood what she meant when she said that a person should understand their position. Dragon Queen did not want to be a noble, she wanted to be in existence above the nobles. Gods were omniscient and omnipotent, just like how nobles bullied commoners. You want to be a god? He asked. It's not about what I'm going to do, but when I kill one god after another, when I reveal the power of a god again and again, what will they think of me? Tyrion smiled bitterly. Looks like I was worried for nothing. You don't have to do anything special. As long as you keep it up, they will treat you like a god. No one would be jealous of what a god has. Then, he shook his head and said, no, not necessarily. There must be people who covet the way to become a god. They won't be afraid of you, but they will be jealous of you. Because you were just like them, a mortal. Then train hard. Recently, 45 castles have built magic schools in the River Bend. Anyone who is jealous of me can join the magic training class themselves. The passage to a higher level is open. Can you imagine the future world? Dany smiled meaningfully. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he muttered, in the future, contrary to the real world, there will be a flourishing civilization of gods and magic. The big crow poured cold water on him and said, if you want to develop the institutionalized magic civilization that the Queen envisioned, you won't just have to stop the world's decline, you will also have to make the world rise by a few levels. Dany rolled her eyes and waved her hand to drive him away. It's already late. Tyrion, You should go back. What about him? Tyrion stood up and pointed at the big crow. We are exchanging supernatural knowledge. Dany could not help but get excited when she said that. Since he had become her follower, she could read the three-eyed crow's 1,000,000 years of experience. Why don't I also stay? Tyrion had an expectant look on his face. I will also work hard. I want to become a half-god. You don't have the qualifications. You should focus on improving your magic power. The next morning, in the fairy city's great sage hall, the tall, white, mottled wooden door was tightly shut. 4 white knights, Beristan, Bevis, Geralt, Dane, and Garth, stood in front of the door. Hundreds of nobles and madams were gathered in the corridor outside the door. Some of them craned their necks to take a look, while others whispered to each other. There were also many people who didn't speak, but communicated with each other with strange gazes. In front of the great sage hall, there was a platform for the archbishop to preach to ordinary people. The area was also filled with bored commoners. They weren't as reserved and cautious as nobles, and they were gesticulating at the great sage hall's gate while discussing loudly. Can't the Dragon Queen communicate directly with the Holy Mother? Why does she still need to abstain from food and pray this time? Jaime asked in confusion. In a private room on the second floor of a restaurant beside the great sage hall, Tyrion, Jon, and Jaime were eating seafood hotpot by the window. Westeros didn't have hotpot, but after the Dragon Queen stayed in the fairy city for a while, hotpot became popular in the city. The people even gave the hotpot with charcoal a name called Dany's small stove. Tyrion scooped a bowl of milky white soup with a spoon and said casually, "The three-eyed crow is extraordinary, so we have to treat it seriously." After drinking a mouthful of soup, he looked at Roland, who had a hesitant expression, and asked curiously, "You didn't invite us here just to treat us to a meal, right? If you have something to say, just say it." "It's like this." Jon looked at Jaime sincerely and said, "I apologize to you for what happened to Tomon." "The trial is over," Jaime said, shaking his head. "The trial is over, but I still have to apologize to you personally for Tomon's death." Jon's expression became complicated. "I don't know how it feels to lose a son, but when the news of my father's death reached Dark Castle, I felt as if the sky had collapsed, and everything in front of me turned black and red. At that time, I only had one thought in my mind, and that was that no one could stop me from taking revenge for him. I was almost beheaded by Commander Mormorn because I rode a horse and became a deserter that night," he said with a bitter smile. Jaime put down his fork and sighed. "Jon, you are very sincere, and I should be sincere in return. I feel pity and relief for Joffrey and Tomon's death, but I don't feel sad, at least not as sad as when you lost your father." "Ah." Jon was stunned. "They are your sons, aren't they?" "Yes, but their identity." Jaime's cheek muscles were tense, and he said with difficulty, "It's not because they are illegitimate children, but, you know, the way people look at them. I feel sorry for them, but I can't change their situation. Maybe they can start a new life in the stranger's world of death, where no one will criticize them, and they can be happier, at least better than suffering in the human world. When I think about it this way, I don't feel so sad. Tomon may be in heaven, but Joffrey will definitely go to hell," Tyrion said with a smile. Jaime glared at him. "You have a good chance of reuniting with Joffrey, so take good care of him for me." He. Tyrion looked at the cathedral, and a smile of superiority appeared on his face. After a moment's hesitation, Jon asked awkwardly, "Jaime, do you have any plans to get married?" The dwarf and Jaime were both shocked. "You want to marry Lannister? Who will marry Jaime?" Tyrion frowned. "Sansa," Jon mumbled. "The 7 gods." Jaime shouted. "I know what you are thinking. You want to mend the relationship between the two families through marriage, but Sansa," he looked at his brother. The dwarf's face was twisted, and it seemed to be turning green. Jon also noticed Jaime's gaze and the dwarf's expression. He frowned and said, "Tyrion and Sansa's marriage has been annulled, and he is now Princess Elaine's fiancé." Jaime shook his head. "Forget it. The relationship between these people is already messy enough, and I really don't want to get involved. Besides, I don't love Sansa at all. I won't marry someone I don't love." Jon was a little embarrassed. Who were the ones with messy relationships? However, seeing Jaime's straightforward rejection, he did not insist. He only reiterated, Stark will do his best to support the reconstruction of Casterly Rock. If one day the people of Casterly Rock go hungry, then the people of Winterfell will also go hungry. Thank you. Jaime's gaze softened. He sighed and said, if our parents could sit down and talk peacefully, perhaps there wouldn't be so many tragedies. I can't imagine Pops and I'd sitting together and chatting. The dwarf chuckled. Jaime and Jon looked at each other awkwardly and laughed as well. In the afternoon, Saint Dany finished her prayers. The doors of the Holy Church opened. The nobles and commoners tidied themselves up and walked in. They lined up behind the Dragon Queen according to their status. How did it go? Before entering the Holy Church, Sansa pulled Jon nervously. Jaime rejected a marriage without love, but he also expressed his acceptance of our goodwill. We have achieved a small part of our goal. Jon said casually. Sansa heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. From the bottom of her heart, she did not want to marry Jaime, but logic told her that a marriage with Jaime would be the fastest and most direct way to mend the relationship between the North and the West. Unlike Cersei, who struggled with all her might, Sansa was willing to do something against her conscience for her family. Are you going in? She asked. I want to see Arya. Jon said. Arya definitely won't appear in front of everyone today, but Bran is here. Then I won't go in. When Sansa entered the Holy Church and found her seat, the Dragon Queen's prayer ceremony had already begun. It was not complicated. She just knelt in front of the Holy Mother statue and recited the scriptures of the Holy Mother. The only attraction was the main character of the day, Bran. He came personally. After making the decision yesterday evening, Little Green, who was suppressing bandits in Hadjian County, went to Winterfell and brought Bran to Fairy City overnight. Ah, he's so small and thin. He hasn't even reached adulthood, right? He's about 13 years old, not more than 14 years old. He's really thin and doesn't fit the fierce and terrifying image of the three-eyed crow. Holy Mother above, are you looking for death? How dare you speak such nonsense here? What are you afraid of? This is the Holy Church. Doesn't the three-eyed crow have to kneel before the Holy Mother here? That's also true. When everyone saw the thin and fair-skinned Bran, who was wearing grey leather armor and looked like a little girl, they were not in the mood to recite the scriptures. Only the people at the back of the prayer line dared to speak softly. The great nobles at the front did not dare to be disrespectful. Saint Dany and the three-eyed crow were beside them. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen, who had finished reciting the scriptures, shouted in a loud and powerful voice, Holy Mother, Holy Father, please decide whether to accept this heretic into the White Knight's team. In an instant, the hall fell silent. Buzz. A ray of white light appeared out of nowhere, and the world was dyed in holy white. Ah, Holy Mother, the Holy Mother has descended to the mortal world. In the Holy Church, an old monk shed tears of excitement. Chapter 935. Holy Mother, the Holy Mother is merciful. Tears streamed down Sansa's face as she stretched out her hand. She wanted to touch the dignified and benevolent giant figure in the air. Before today, she had never thought that she could be so pious. She was not the only one. When the milky white holy light filled the entire world, everyone in the Holy Church felt the call from heaven. The scenery in the Fairy City's sacred hall disappeared, and only boundless white light was left around them. It was as if they had followed the white light to heaven. In this strange world, they had found the peace and safety of returning to their mother's body. They had never felt so satisfied and happy before. In fact, their feelings weren't wrong. Saint Dany had directly revealed heaven to the human world, and now the Fairy City's sacred hall had entered the higher faith space from the material world. It wasn't an illusory space, but a real space transformation. It was filled with the faith power of the seven gods, and it was the source of the faith of the seven gods' followers. They had found the most primitive sense of belonging here, and it was as if they had returned to their mother's embrace. In the faith space, Dany's consciousness, which contained millions of followers' souls, was heaven's main body, and it took the form of the Holy Mother. It was as tall as Mount Everest in front of mortals, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly because it was too big. However, its dignified aura was like a solid entity, and it was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. If there was a god in the world, then it must be one. Compared to it, they felt that they were as lowly as ants. This wasn't an illusion, and in front of that consciousness, even Saint Danny was as small as a brick next to a building. It was the combination of millions of souls, and mortals couldn't even compare to ants in front of it. In addition to its dignified aura, the followers also saw a pair of eyes as bright as the sun. They were as gentle as a lake in summer, and boundless love and compassion rippled within them. It was the Holy Mother. The rain is vast, but it doesn't moisten the rootless grass. The sacred gate is vast, but it doesn't save those who are not fated. The Holy Mother's voice rumbled, and it was like a clap of thunder ringing in people's ears. However, it was also extremely gentle, and it enlightened them, but it didn't hurt their eardrums. Three-eyed crow, 3 million years ago, we were fated to meet. At that time, I was talking about the world's fall with your master God, and you were serving him as a servant. You served me 3 cups of tea, and I granted you 3 fated chances. Times have changed, His Majesty the Wind God has fallen into an eternal slumber, and I have sincerely saved you twice. Today is your last chance. Ask your soul, are you willing to give up all of the three-eyed crow's divine abilities and glory, and follow me to cultivate the Tao of compassion? The many excited believers were startled. So, the Holy Mother and the three-eyed crow were old acquaintances. 10,000 years ago, what kind of pretentious act was that? They were terrified and in awe. However, the three-eyed crow had only poured 3 cups of tea for the Holy Mother. Their relationship couldn't be considered close, right? To serve tea and water, wasn't he just a servant? It turned out that the three-eyed crow was the wind god's servant. This meant that the wind god should be an old god. The Holy Mother was truly benevolent. Because of the 3 cups of tea, she had converted the three-eyed crow 3 times. However, the Holy Mother said that she wanted the three-eyed crow to give up on its divine ability. Moreover, he cultivated the Tao of mercy. Mercy. This was a huge advantage. He was merciful and could not know all of their secrets. Perfect. The nobles wished that they could accept the Holy Mother's summons on behalf of the three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow seemed to have heard the crowd's wishes. He raised his head and said loudly, "Holy Mother is merciful. I'm willing to convert to the Holy Church. The night is long, and the world is in danger. The human race is in danger, and the 7 nations are in danger. The three-eyed crow's mission is to protect the Westeros, and I'm willing to assist the Holy Child in his mission to save the world." Good. From today onward, your name will be written in the Holy Bible. After you finish your mission in the mortal world, you will shed your mortal body and enter the heavenly kingdom. You will become a wise crow angel. As the Holy Mother waved her hand, a golden light beam descended from the sky and engulfed the Bran's body. The believers saw in surprise that a white armor and a white cloak formed by light appeared on the body of the short Bran. There was also a 7-point golden star between his eyebrows that was formed by mysterious golden symbols. A powerful aura similar to the heavenly kingdom's aura spread out from his body. Thank you for your reward, Holy Mother. The three-eyed crow is already a thing of the past. From today onward, there won't be any three-eyed crows in the world, and there will only be a crow angel. The Bran knelt on the ground. He was so emotional that his voice trembled, and it seemed like he was about to cry. He was also a great actor. The Holy Mother's descent shook the whole city. On that afternoon, it wasn't just the nobles in the Holy Church who saw the heavenly kingdom and the Holy Mother. The whole fairy city was attracted by the holy light from the Holy Church. Everyone saw and sensed the Holy Mother's radiance and power. This was a miracle that could be recorded in the 7 Stars Holy Bible. It was a real miracle, and more than 100,000 people witnessed it. At that time, countless believers knelt on the ground on the streets and on the docks, weeping bitterly. They stretched out their hands toward the Holy Church in the city to take the gentle light. They opened their mouths and confessed their sins to the lofty Holy Mother. After this matter, the 7 nations were shocked by the Holy Mother's great miracle. The Holy Light White Knight, the Crow, became a household name. Everyone knew about the three-eyed crow, and while they were afraid, they also rejoiced. The crow demon had been turned into a crow angel by the Holy Mother. Great power and omnipotence belonged to the Holy Mother, and they were relieved. At the same time, after the believers of the 7 nations understood the significance of the wind god and the three-eyed crow to Westeros, they revered the 7 gods even more, and their faith became more devout. Even the old gods had converted to the Holy Church. Even though Saint Dany announced that day that the old gods had been bought by the 7 gods, the old gods' business wouldn't close down, and they would still be open for business. The customers who had bought the old gods' service didn't need to refund or change the package, and the Holy Mother would provide the old gods' believers with the optimized new 7 gods old gods faith service. This meant that other than the services promised by the old gods believers could also enjoy the benefits of the 7 gods believers. Many of the 7 gods believers were unhappy. Why didn't the old customers get any benefits, and they were treated worse than the new customers? The plan to spread the religion and raise the land that you mentioned last time hasn't started yet, right? On the 2nd day after the Holy Mother's descent, when Dany was about to leave Fairy City and start a new round of deviant ghosts, the dwarf came to her hesitantly. Raise the land to spread the religion? Dany was stunned for a moment before she reacted. You're talking about the mission team, aren't you? Spreading the religion and protecting the religion is just a cover. The real purpose is to slay the demons. Have you changed your mind? She asked curiously. Seeing that she wasn't excited at all because of his volunteer, the dwarf was a little anxious. I've thought it through. As a Targaryen, I'll fight for the family business for the rest of my life. It's enough to have Jaime for Lannister and Casterly Rock City. He's the Guardian of the West and the Duke of Casterly Rock City. I've been training Saint Matthew recently. Dany said strangely, for the past month, I've been taking Saint Sparrow and taking turns to give him political lessons. Currently, I've almost trained him into a benevolent old politician, and I'll send him to the barbarian capital in 2 days. Dany was in a hurry to slay the demons, but why hadn't they sent him to the barbarian capital after waiting for more than a month? Even in modern society, after completing the job interview, there would be employment training before the official job. Saint Matthew wasn't as clever as the dwarf, so he could only be trained. Dragon Queen was now passing on to him the advanced experience of the most powerful country in power struggle every day. As long as he could learn 50% of the skills of any treacherous official in the history of the Celestial Empire, he would be able to laugh proudly in the Jade Sea. Of course, the treacherous officials of the Celestial Empire might have compatibility issues with the fantasy world, so some of the experience needed to be localized. The Great Sparrow could be considered a famous treacherous official in the mainland. In the history of the Westeros for 10,000 years, he was the only one who could make the Queen Regent naked on the street. In the past month, he had personally taught his little brother his experience of dominating the King's Landing. The same bachelor, the same teaching materials, the same classes, but some students have especially good grades, even if they play around every day. Why? Talent. The dwarf pointed at himself and said confidently, Saint Matthew may be more devout than I am, but in terms of power struggle and the ability to handle chaotic affairs, he will never be as good as me, even if he has the guidance of a famous teacher. His master is also not as good as me, he emphasized. Do you know who his masters are? Shameless boasting. Dany sneered. No matter who it is, they are not as good as me. My master is Tywin, the dwarf said proudly. If you put your father among them, he probably won't survive past 1 episode, Dany said sarcastically. Who are they? Tell me, what great achievements do they have? The dwarf said unhappily. There's a eunuch who dared to call a deer a horse in front of the civil and military officials and the king, and everyone agreed. Can your father do it? The dwarf was stunned. That deer must be very similar to a horse. Dany gave him a look of disdain. Those who dared to say that the deer was not a horse were all killed by him. In the imperial court, when he said that feces were fragrant sauce, everyone would lick it while showing an intoxicated expression. That's impossible, right? The dwarf jumped and shouted, You're lying, how can anyone cover the sky with one hand? And he's a eunuch, don't tell me there are no nobles in the kingdom. Or maybe it's a small country with few people, a small city-state. Dany sneered again. That empire has tens of millions of people, more than 1 million soldiers in armor, and many famous officials and generals. Its national strength is so strong. After a pause, she sighed. There was once a general who buried 400,000 enemy prisoners alive. Think about how strong that empire is. You're lying, I don't believe it. The dwarf did not hesitate and denied it 3 times in a row. You can't accept this. There are even more vicious things after this. Do you want to hear it? Danny asked. I'm not listening, you're lying. The dwarf shook his head vigorously. There has never been a country with 400,000 soldiers. Even the World Allied forces that besieged Slave Bay didn't have 400,000 soldiers. Then forget it. Danny stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. The dwarf stopped her and asked anxiously, I haven't solved my problem. Danny did not sit back on the chair and looked down at him. She asked, why did you change your mind? Tell me the truth. The dwarf said with a complicated expression, yesterday, the Holy Mother descended, it was too exciting. That was a real god. The huge pressure of the soul made me feel like I was a maggot beside the megalosaurus. I never thought that a person could be so strong. I never thought that the gap between humans would be so big that it made me despair. If I don't become a god, I'll be an ant. His eyes were firm, and he said resolutely, I'm not satisfied, I want to become a god too. You're ambitious, very good. Danny nodded, and asked, why don't you work hard to cultivate, instead of going to barren land? Chapter 936. Training is too slow. Let's take the past month as an example. Other than fighting deviant ghosts, I've been training. Even when I'm on the sled bus, I've been silently channeling my meditation technique. By right, my meditation technique's level should be high enough, but my magic power hasn't increased at all. The dwarf's face was filled with despair. This isn't the most despairing thing. When I asked Pogba, Tam, and other normal wizards, they were all envious of my Targaryen bloodline. They said that I have extraordinary talent and that in 50 years, I'll be one of the top wizards in the West. The distance between a top wizard in the West and a demigod is infinite. Then, they met Jon Stark and said that he's already the top wizard in the West. Jon's training for a day is equivalent to my training for a few months. Why? Danny glanced at him and said, you've been modified by the dragonworm and fused with the dragonworm bloodline. Indeed, your talent is better than ordinary people. But you'd better not compare yourself to Stark's family. Why can't I compare myself to them? I know that their family is favored by the old gods, but I'm not ordinary either. I have a sister who's a god. What does he have? Also, even Sangza's talent is better than mine. It's too unfair. The dwarf was unwilling to give up. What's so unfair about that? You were a muggle before. You don't have the talent to become an extraordinaire at all. Danny said disapprovingly. But do you know what I've been through? Jenny. The dwarf waved his arms unconsciously and said agitatedly, in order to obtain the dragonworm's body, I paid such a huge price. Jon and Sangza have never suffered much. They're born with such good talent. It's not fair. You're unlucky. You're not suitable for training. You're already blessed by the 7 gods to have such achievements now. Danny said. All right, I'm not someone who only knows how to complain. Now that I've come to you, I'm willing to risk my life for my future. Tyrion looked at the Dragon Queen full of hope, and said, my request is not high, just like Bran and Matthew. Let me join the 7 gods pantheon, and confer me the title of demigod archangel. What do you think? Danny said, I have decided to send Matthew to the Eastern Land to spread the teachings of the 7 gods. In order to ensure that he succeeds in spreading my teachings, I have specially prepared 3 apprentices to help him. If you want, I can let you join us. Make Saint Matthew my disciple? I'm afraid that's not very good. My understanding of the Bible is definitely not as good as his, the dwarf said in embarrassment. No, you will be his disciple. Wasn't I the leader? Entering the court without haste, worshipping without fame, and walking with a sword in the palace. The dwarf was stunned. Today is different from the past. There are only 1,000 years of searching for opportunities, but opportunities do not wait for people. You don't even understand this logic. Danny said coolly. Can I go in through the back door? The dwarf asked. You are already on your way. The candidates for the teaching team have been confirmed. You are the transfer student who went in through the back door. The dwarf rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "You know that I was the hand of the king in my early years, right? I spent a lot of effort to rope in Tyrell and Martell, appease Lysa in the valley, and in order to protect the king's landing, I even put on my armor and went to the battlefield myself. I almost died in the Blackwater River. Such outstanding achievements, but in the end, my father took the fruits of my peaches. Everyone sang his praises, boasting about his great achievements in quelling the rebellion of the four kings, and gave all my credit to him. But I lay alone in a dark corner, quietly recovering from my injuries, forgotten by everyone." Danny understood his unspoken words and said coldly, "You want to be the Tywin of the teaching team? No, you don't have to be so exaggerated. It's just..." The dwarf smiled awkwardly. "Can you give me more credit? I look down on you more and more now. Greedy for life, afraid of death, unrighteous in the face of profit, without integrity, without honor. You are gradually living the life you used to hate the most." Danny sighed. Tyrion was stunned for a long time, and sighed. "Compared to before I killed my father, I have indeed changed a lot. But someone who can even kill my father, how noble do you expect him to be? Didn't you choose me to go to the barbarian land to preside over the situation because of my shamelessness? You are shameless and reasonable." "How shameless?" "All right, pretend I didn't say anything. You distribute according to your contributions." The dwarf took a deep breath and asked, "Who is in the teaching team?" The dwarf met the first person who came to seek the scriptures. "Oh, no, it was the teaching team in the cultivation room in the backyard of the Holy Church in the Fairy City. The stone tower was built with white marble, and the square room was 30 square meters. There were no furnishings inside, and the entire stone room only had a bowl-sized skylight on the wall 2 meters above the ground. This place was darker than darkness. Stepping into it, it was as if he had entered another world. It was a grayish-black, and the space was unstable. The air was so strange that the dwarf felt suffocated. Everything in front of him was grayish-black, as if he was standing on the surface of the sea, moving with the waves. He could not breathe through his nose and mouth, as if the air had frozen. It was uncomfortable to be suffocated, but he could smell the stench of rotting corpses. Perhaps, it was not the smell of his nose, but the touch of his soul. "Where is this?" He closed his mouth and shouted. His soul was separated from his body, but they overlapped. His body was muddled, and his soul was looking left and right, shouting loudly. It was a very strange state. This is the shadow of the real world. Because after a person dies, their soul will slowly decay here, so it is also called the world of death. Danny appeared beside him. The surroundings were still grayish, but there was no longer the feeling of standing on the waves. His soul and body were separated into two. Other than the smell of decay in the air, he no longer had difficulty breathing, and there was no longer the stench of rotting corpses. "Actually, the world of death is a very subjective name," she said as she led him forward. The room was only a few meters wide, but Tyrion felt that he had walked very, very far. A few kilometers, a few hundred kilometers. He crossed mountains and seas, and passed by deserted castles. He was very familiar with many of the sceneries. The mountains of the western region, the cities of the western region, he could clearly tell which family the castle belonged to. Then, the two of them came to the plains of the Trident River, and he saw Arya. It was unexpected, but natural. When he saw Arya, he naturally guessed that Arya would be one of the preachers who assisted Saint Matthew. But seeing Arya like this in this kind of situation, Tyrion was very surprised. Arya was in a forest. The trees were like the thin fingers of the Grim Reaper, piercing straight into the sky. In the dark forest, an expressionless girl was holding a giant scythe that was taller than she was. Her body flashed like lightning, graceful and agile. Like chopping wood, she slashed across the bodies of dull black figures who were missing arms and legs. The figures turned into black fog and were sucked into the black scythe. "How did we come here? What is she doing?" Tyrion was surprised. Danny said, "This is the world of death, the country of the stranger. Distance is meaningless. Only souls and mental projections come here. I am a mental projection, your soul has left your body, and Arya's soul has also left her body. You don't have the power of death, and you can keep your mind clear because you are standing beside me. And Arya is the goddess of vengeance under the stranger, and also the Grim Reaper. Other than the stranger and the three-eyed crow, she has the highest authority in the world of death in the Westeros. Now, we are in the Forest of Babbles. Do you still remember the battle of the War of the Four Kings, the battle that made Robb famous? Many people died back then. In the era without the stranger, their souls could only enter the world of death. Just like corpses rotting in the material world, the undead rotted in the world of death. Now, Arya is cleaning up the undead that have not completely rotted. This kind of trivial matter is a waste of time for the stranger, but for Arya, it is a good opportunity to train the power of the Grim Reaper. Arya is the goddess of vengeance. The dwarf muttered. Strictly speaking, she is the angel of vengeance, the stranger's subordinate god. She can borrow the stranger's power of death without limit, and her job is revenge and slaughter, Dany explained. Tyrion smiled bitterly. What kind of punishment is this? It is clearly a reward. She has already become a god. This is the punishment. One day, when you can look at this problem from the perspective of a god, you will find that the punishment now is worse than being beheaded, Dany said with certainty. Her oath of loyalty to the stranger is not 10 years or 100 years, but eternity. If she can live for 10 million years, she must serve the stranger, the Westeros, and the human race for 10 million years. No matter how many people she has killed in the past, she will save billions of people in the future. No matter how much suffering she has brought to the world, she will compensate billions of times for the world's beauty. A million years later, when people talk about the great trial of Fairy City again, they will express the deepest and most sincere sympathy for the goddess of vengeance, Arya. Because, to her, the journey of atonement will never end. You may say that there is something wrong with being a god, but she is not a god with independent will. She has no freedom and no hope of transcendence. How about this? I will tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a goblin called Wukong. He was the leader of the barbarians in a wild area with beautiful mountains and rivers, and he was free and unfettered. The world's strongest god, Tathagata, noticed Wukong and felt that this goblin could be cultivated. Through a series of schemes, he made him commit a serious crime, used absolute power to suppress him, and forced him to help spread the teachings of the Bible. In the end, Wukong completed his mission and spread the Bible to the eastern lands. Tathagata was delighted. Not only did he confer him the title of the strongest battle god under his command, he also made him the Grand Duke of the World Empire. But all the gods, and even mortals, pitied Wukong's experience. They felt that he had received the greatest punishment in the world, living like a dog. "Do you understand?" she asked. The dwarf shook his head and said in disbelief, "From a goblin to the strongest battle god under the strongest god, from a barbarian tribe leader to the Grand Duke of the World Empire, how is this punishment? I want as many such punishments as there are, the more the better. You don't have enough foresight. Use your brain. Would the main god, Tathagata, make a losing deal?" Dany shook her head and sighed softly. This. The dwarf's expression froze. He glanced at Arya, who was killing hundreds of undead, and nodded. "Indeed, I don't have enough foresight. The main god, Tathagata, must have a request." "What can you get?" What did she lose? She lost her future, she lost the chance to transcend. "I got her, just like Stark got the direwolf," Dany said. "She's your dog." Tyrion's face twisted. "A dog?" Dany sneered. "Don't you know the difference between Sansa without a wolf and Stark with a wolf?" The dwarf seemed to understand something and asked again, "What's the chance to transcend?" "Wukong's cultivation potential is as strong as the main god, Tathagata, or even stronger. He originally had the chance to surpass Tathagata. But once he becomes Tathagata's vassal god, even if he creates a new song of laws, the glory will still belong to the main god. It's like a general fighting bloody battles on the battlefield, opening up new territory, and finally conquering the entire enemy country, but the newly opened land belongs to the king. The general can only receive an uncertain amount of rewards based on the king's wisdom and kindness, or in other words, leftovers." Tyrion was horrified and looked at Dany with fear. Have you been plotting against Arya all this time? Just like how Tathagata plotted against Wukong, is Casterly Rock City a sin prepared for her? Dany sneered. If she's Wukong, then I'm Tathagata's grandmaster. If I have the time to plot against her, I might as well use that time and energy on my own cultivation. Moreover, she has already reserved the position of stranger. I don't need to plot against her. Chapter 937. She reserved the position of stranger god. Tyrion was shocked again. When did this happen? Before the Battle of Winterfell, Bran took the initiative to bring her to serve me, Dany said calmly. Why? Tyrion was puzzled. After becoming a stranger god, Arya lost the chance to transcend. Like Wukong, she lived like a pitiful dog. What's so good about that? Actually, there's a prequel to Wukong's story, Dany said slowly. My talent is strong enough, right? But before I received the inheritance of great wizard Valeglia, even the little wizard queers dared to scheme against me. Talent needs the inheritance of the sect to materialize into true strength. Wukong could become the heavenly battle god because he was protected by the main god, Tathagata, since he was born. From a nameless fairy to Wukong who learned the Tathagata meditation technique, how many benefits did he get from Tathagata? Tyrion looked at Arya in the forest and muttered, she has indeed received many benefits from stranger god. Wukong has a brother who is as talented as him. He seems to be even luckier and didn't fall into Tathagata's trap. But Tathagata isn't the only main god in the world. Tathagata is a god of justice after all. There are countless evil gods in the world. They didn't even give brother Wukong a chance to be born before they occupied his fetus body. Why did they occupy his body? Tyrion was puzzled. Do you know why Lalo and Sheep Egg are targeting me? Dany asked. They want to snatch your bloodline and talent. Tyrion seemed to understand. The method is different, but the goal is the same. Dany nodded and continued, the evil gods used the soul to occupy the body to seize brother Wukong's body, bloodline, and extraordinary talent. Ah, that's terrible. The dwarf exclaimed, his face turning pale. He's even worse than you. Wukong's brother hasn't even been born yet. He's still a fetus and has no chance to resist at all. The evil gods are terrifying. Fate is unfair. He lamented. Dany said, fate is still a little fair. The evil god had just taken over that innately gifted body when retribution came. A hypocrite named Hong Yi, dream god machine, killed the evil god and took over brother Wukong's body. In the end, by relying on that extremely talented fleshly body, Hong Yi really did surpass the sovereign god, Tathagata, and become a creator god. This. The dwarf's face contorted. How is this fair? Goku's brother died unjustly. That's right. Hong Yi helped him take revenge, and then obtained his physical body in return. Hong Yi is a hypocrite. A hypocrite is still a hypocrite, much better than an evil god. But I still feel that something is wrong. The dwarf furrowed his eyebrows and thought hard. Wukong has been schemed against by Tathagata since he was born. He doesn't live freely, like a dog. The Goku brothers obtained complete freedom, but even the opportunity to be born was lost. Isn't this kind of world a bit too cruel? Do you know why I'm telling you this? Dany asked. Aren't we just chatting? What's the point? Tyrion did not understand. You're going to barren land to slay demons and devils. I hope that you understand the rules of the transcendent world, and change your way of thinking, Dany said. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have understood something. He sighed and said, I almost understand the ecological environment of the transcendent world. There's a clear hierarchy, and the weak are prey to the strong. Good and evil are blurred, and only benefits are eternal. This is even crueler than the power games between kings and nobles, and it's even more despairing. You're very aware. Choosing you as St. Matthew's Wukong disciple was the right choice. Dany Buddha smiled in relief. I'm Wukong. Am I qualified? The dwarf smiled bitterly. With your wisdom and Arya's martial arts, you can barely make up a fake Wukong. The demons and devils in barren land can't compare to the evil god that the sutra-seeking team encountered. A fake Wukong is enough. Dany smiled and comforted him. I want to work with Tyrion. Arya had also cleaned up the undead and walked over with a huge scythe on her back. Her cold grey eyes sized up the dwarf with a scrutinizing gaze. Tyrion also stared at Arya and observed her carefully. The 14-year-old girl was a little more than 1.5 meters tall. Compared to the plump noble girls, she was a little skinny, perhaps less than 40 pounds. Her chest was small, and it was only slightly visible because of the tight leather armor. However, her limbs were long, and her body was well proportioned. She gave off a sense of beauty with strength and agility. The dwarf felt that the second daughter of the House of Stark was a little similar to his sister. She had the unique charm and confidence of a strong and beautiful woman. Indeed, Arya was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Compared to her sister Sansa, she was even a little ordinary. She had a long face and rough skin. However, as she grew older, her appearance was like a blooming flower bud. It was a little like. Tyrion was shocked. He suddenly realized that Arya and Lyanna were very similar. Appearance was only one of them, but the more important thing was the feminine aura. Right, it was Stark's running wolf's blood. "Why are you staring at me?" Arya asked with a frown. "I realized that you are a little similar to your Aunt Lyanna." Tyrion rubbed his nose and smiled embarrassedly. Arya was stupefied. Dany said, "Apart from you and Tyrion, there are 2 other companions. Let's go find them now." In the great cathedral of Baelor, the 7 towers of light that were modified by the clock tower lit up on time every day. Although it could not disperse the darkness that enveloped King's Landing, it still illuminated the nearby Visenya hills in a greyish white. At least there was light here, with the protection of the monks and the Holy Mother. The people of King's Landing began to gather in Visenya. Fortunately, the mass migration and the attack of the other ghosts had greatly reduced the population of King's Landing. That was why the streets were not filled with people. King's Landing, which had a population of 800,000 at its peak, was now left with only 200,000 people. Among them, 150,000 were locals. The rest were merchants, valley soldiers, mercenaries, and red-robed monks. The huge King's Landing was mostly empty, but Eel Lane in Visenya was even more bustling than before the long night. Aside from being close to the great cathedral of Baelor, the young ladies and young men who were still alive had all moved to this remote alley because of the wildfire that burned down the Silk Street. The streets of King's Landing were well planned. Shops of the same kind of goods were often gathered in one street. For example, on Silk Street, the whole street was filled with brothels, and on Flower Street, the whole street was filled with bakeries. The Eel Lane was the same. The Eel Lane in the Visenya Hills was located in a remote area. The streets were narrow, and few carriages passed by. It was quiet and tidy, and it was a street of hotels. Today, when the long night fell, the businesses of King's Landing had almost collapsed, and the hotels had no customers. It just so happened that the Silk Street was burned down. The brothels of the brothels took over the hotels that had lost their customers and rebuilt them into the new Silk Street, which also doubled as a hotel. As long as there were people, the brothels would always have business. It was a 2-story building with 2 ornate gold-plated ball-shaped lanterns decorated with dark red glass hanging on the door. In front of the lanterns, there was a flagpole that extended horizontally to the street. A line of words was embroidered on the red flag with golden thread, Shataya's Pleasure Garden. The first floor was built with stone, while the second floor was built with wood. The building was square, and there was a round tower at each of the 4 corners. The tower was taller, and there were 4 floors in total. The sound of men and women teasing each other could be heard from the rooms on each floor. The strange thing was that the windows of the building were all covered with a thick layer of red copper, and they were all tightly shut. At this moment, the window on the second floor was pushed open. A tall, tanned woman from the Summer Isles climbed onto the balcony. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the shining tower of light in the distance. If the Holy Sparrow was still alive, we wouldn't have dared to run to the great cathedral and set up shop. Now, the cultivators are very easy to talk to. Not only do they no longer condemn the brothels for blasphemy, they even allow us to enter the great cathedral to pray. What's this? In Slaves Bay, the 7 Gods Temple has its own brothels. A deep, rough male voice came from behind her. From the voice, it was a middle-aged man. Then, he complained, "It's so cold outside, and you still open the window. Looking at the Tower of Light every day and feeling the warmth of the sun on my skin, I feel at ease. As the tanned middle-aged woman spoke, she pulled open the collar of her golden otter fur coat, revealing most of her dark and delicate skin. "Can't you just change the glass window?" the middle-aged man said. "Where have you been these days? Why are you saying such silly things?" the tanned woman asked curiously. "Where else can I go in this world where deviant ghosts run everywhere?" the middle-aged man sighed. "Since you know how powerful deviant ghosts are, why do you still want me to change the glass window? Go take a look on the streets. Who doesn't make their doors and windows thick and sturdy? Rich people even wrap their oak doors with a few layers of iron. I don't have money, so I can only wrap it with a layer of copper." The middle-aged man was silent. Then, there was the sound of leather boots walking on the floor. The man slowly walked to the window, revealing a chubby head full of whiskers. Fatty looked around. Sure enough, there wasn't a single house with glass windows. "Is this useful?" Fatty asked. "Of course it's useful. On the night of the catastrophe in King's Landing, many people used wooden doors to block the attacks of the undead. If the doors are tightly shut, those damned things can't hurt you at all," the woman said. "If it's so easy to block the corpses, why did the castle fall?" Fatty asked suspiciously. "Didn't King's Landing fall as well? But I'm still alive. So many people in King's Landing are still alive." Fatty was speechless. The tanned woman continued, "A few days ago, there were Templar monks handing out leaflets and notices on the streets, teaching us how to defend against the corpses. For example, if someone dies, immediately tie their hands and feet and cremate them as soon as possible. For example, don't go to remote alleys alone at night. For example, when you have nothing to do, recite the 7 Stars Bible more often. The more devout the believers, the stronger the Holy Mother's power, and the safer King's Landing will be. For example, remove the glass windows and directly seal the windows, or replace them with thick oak windows. What the monks say is definitely correct. Why don't you know? Recently, I've been trying to get in touch with the red-robed monks in the North City district," Fatty said. Hearing that, the tanned woman immediately understood. King's Landing was square, diagonally drawn from the Red Castle, dividing King's Landing into 2. The upper part was the North City district where Rainus Hills was the main, while the lower part was the South City district where Visania Hills was the main. The great cathedral of Baylor was in the center of Visania Hills, so the red-robed monks were all gathered in the North City district. And the monks wouldn't go to the North City district to hand out leaflets and notices. "What are those red-robed monks doing?" the tanned woman curiously asked. "Building a red god temple. What else?" the fat man sneered. Prime Minister Onion moved the people in the flea nest to Visania Hills. The empty, dilapidated houses were all demolished, and the bricks and wood were taken away to build a grand temple. Chapter 938. Build a red temple? The dark-skinned woman was shocked. They really planned to stay in King's Landing for a long time. How did the great cathedral react? The fat man sighed helplessly. The bigger picture is more important. The red-robed monk came across the sea to fight against the deviant ghosts. In the past month, the Dragon Queen's sleigh has been in full swing. The red-robed monk decided not to stay idle anymore. From now on, we might see the hand of sacred fire going out of the city to wipe out deviant ghosts every day. I'm not sure how many living dead they have killed, but the 100 Ghosts parade scene should no longer appear around King's Landing. "You." Satire opened her mouth and looked hesitant. In the end, she did not ask the man why he went to North City to find the red-robed monk. She changed the topic and asked in a low voice, "Do you know about the great trial in Fairy City?" The bearded man nodded slightly and said bitterly, "I didn't expect there to be a monster like the three-eyed crow in this world. Actually, we should have thought about it." Satire smiled bitterly. The Free City, which is only separated from the Westeros by a narrow sea, and here. The contrast is too obvious. There are temples everywhere in the Free City, and all kinds of monks and churches are rampant. In the Westeros, faith is terrifyingly simple. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. In a forest, where a tiger is entrenched, other beasts will stay away. This world with gods and magic is too unfriendly to ordinary people, the man lamented. Is the king friendly to the untouchables of Stink Bay? You shouldn't be so naive, the woman said. Whether or not to accept reality and whether or not to complain about it are two different things. Everyone complains that life is hard, but everyone wants to continue living as long as possible, the man said with a smile. What are your thoughts and arrangements about the great trial? Satya asked. I'm insensitive. The man shook his head. You can be insensitive to other things, but when it comes to you, Satya said solemnly, all your secrets have been exposed. In the eyes of the people of King's Landing, you are the biggest source of chaos. Their hatred for you has surpassed that of the Mad King and Joffrey. There's even a notion that the Seven Kingdoms have been in chaos for decades because the noble Westeros chivalry has been tainted by the depraved Ursos. The War of the Usurpers was your scheme. The rebellion of the Four Kings was instigated by you and Littlefinger. The Mirish woman, Tanya, instigated Cersei to do all kinds of bad things and betrayed her. Spaeth, who participated in the Red Wedding, came from the other side of the narrow sea. The corruption in the river was caused by a foreign mercenary group, the Warrior Group. After the rebellion of the Four Princes, Stannis, Aegon, and Yulun fought for supremacy. Aegon was also a foreigner. Stannis was originally an old-fashioned and upright good man, but under the temptation of the foreign red-robed woman, he gradually fell and eventually betrayed his faith, committing many crimes of kinslaying. P.S. Satya's expression became very strange. If you think about it carefully, they are not completely wrong. Outsiders should be responsible for at least half of the turmoil in the Seven Countries for decades. The Ursos still think that Westeros are barbaric and uncivilized. The bearded man said disapprovingly. But it's true that they hate you. It's also true that the Dragon Queen declared you guilty of the most heinous crimes. I think there's no need for you to stay in the Westeros anymore. Go into exile overseas and find a remote place to live out the rest of your life. Satya said with concern. King's Landing is my home. I'm not going anywhere. The middle-aged bearded man said firmly. The dark-skinned woman sighed and closed the window. She pulled open the drawer under the dresser and took out a black velvet bag. She handed it to the man and said, 300 gold royals. I've been having a hard time recently. That's a little too little. The price of food has risen again, the fat man said with slight dissatisfaction. You said it yourself. The price of food has risen again recently. Don't my girls eat? Besides. Satya patted the counter. The furniture and the house are all new. To create the best pleasure place in King's Landing, other than the most attractive women, it must have the most high-end furnishings and the most luxurious decorations. It cost me a total of 30,000 gold royals. The fat man frowned and did not say anything. The woman softened her tone and said, I'm just the owner of a brothel. I'm not a king, nor am I a trading prince who is as rich as a country. I can't help you maintain a large number of little birds on my own. If you can't do it, give up early, she advised tactfully. I know what I'm doing. The fat man put the money bag into his pocket and took a black wool cloak, a sword belt, a scarf, and leather armor from the wall. After dressing up neatly, a drunken mercenary appeared in front of Satya. She opened the door and called out in a sweet voice, Master Logan, you must come to me again next time. Mercenary Logan had a drunken and satisfied look on his face. He rubbed the tall woman's ample bosom with all his might and said reluctantly, Slut, just you wait. Like all the flirting men and women in the corridor and hall, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the stairs in each other's arms. When they passed by a room, Logan stopped in his tracks. His eyes stopped on the door. There was a huge pink-crowned female deer on the door. The thick oak door was not closed tightly. Faint sounds of a man and a woman making love could be heard from inside. Fuck you, you bitch princess. The man shouted. Fuck you, I'm Robert's daughter, the sister of the crown princess, fuck me, the woman shouted, forgetting herself. I saw you distributing relief food in the Fisherman's Square. You were high above, surrounded by stars, and you didn't even look at me. The man became more and more excited. Yes, I was wearing red armor and a red cloak. I carried King Robert's sledgehammer and rode a horse through the streets. How impressive. I looked down on you, I spat at you, subject, punish me. The woman turned around and rode. Awoo, the man howled like a beast. Awoo. The woman's cry was louder than his. The two beasts tore at each other. Stupid man, do you want Zhonga too? Satire pinched the fat man's waist and scolded jokingly, she's King Robert's child, a princess recognized by the church. Normal people won't receive her. The fat man's mouth twitched a few times, and he whispered, I know who she is. The red-robed monks in the north are also talking about her. You're so bold, daring to take her in. Aren't you afraid that Stannis will come looking for trouble? Stannis doesn't recognize her at all, Satire whispered, holding Fat Rogan's arm and leaning into his chest. Some things are tacit. Logan shook his head. Zhonga held the bloodline certificate issued by the church. The day she appeared, she earned me 500 gold royals. What's more terrifying than not being able to earn money? Satire said disapprovingly. You only gave me 300, Logan said unhappily. Zhonga is a princess. Satire whispered, she's treated like a princess, so she naturally has to be treated like one. Myr's lace, the land's silk, the Summer Island screens, the Northern Territory's various furs, the Queen's Horns can sea monster, Dragonstone Island's cucumbers, spinach, not to mention the crown princess of the Red Castle. I dare say that even the Dragon Queen who runs around fighting deviant ghosts every day doesn't eat as well and use as much gold as she does. It's fine if she's alone, but not only does she have a little brat, she also has a group of old women from Stonehall Town sucking blood. It seems like I'll have to enjoy all the blessings I've never enjoyed in my life in one go. The woman complained. They chatted and laughed as they walked to the gate. They hugged each other for a while before separating. After going down the Visania Hills, Logan walked along Steel Street towards the Mudgate. Before entering the Fisherman's Square, he stopped at the Deviant Ghost Bakery. He knew this shop. Back then, when he had just crossed the sea from Pentus to King's Landing, he got off the ship at the Blackwater River Pier. On the way to the Red Castle, he smelled the sweet aroma of toast filling the street and went in to buy a pineapple bun. At that time, Old Perlo was still alive and Little Perlo was still a teenage apprentice. At that time, the shop had the sign Dragon Flame Bakery and a flag with a black dragon breathing fire at white bread. When Targaryen was replaced by House Baratheon, the name of the shop was changed to the Strong Hammer Bakery. The banner was painted with a picture of a giant man hammering dough with a hammer. The old Perlo with a big belly and a red face had already died long ago, and the young Perlo with a face full of pimples had become the old Perlo with a big belly and an oily face. The shop's name and flag changed again. It was changed to Deviant Ghost Bakery. There was a blue-eyed ghoul wrapped in a hot dog bun. What attracted Logan's attention was not only the change in the sign. He found that the street was deserted, and the cold wind carried snowflakes, forcing passers-by to go home. However, the bakery in this two-story brick building was unusually lively. Not only were there a large number of customers coming in and out of the main entrance, but there were also many citizens with scarves wrapped around their faces in the alley beside the building. They pushed handcarts and carried sacks, forming a long line at the side entrance of the bakery. He touched the money bag that Satire had given him, swallowed, and walked into the shop. Entering the slightly narrow hall, there was a long counter in front of him. Behind the counter, old Perlo led the baker to work in front of the oven. A few apprentices carried large iron boxes of bread to the counter and handed them to the middle-aged woman at the counter to sell. Perlo, he called from the counter. The fat boss wearing a white chef's hat glanced outside and hurriedly trotted over. He even walked out of the counter. Lord Logan, would you like to buy bread? He asked respectfully. You don't seem to be selling bread only. Logan glanced at the shelves and said curiously. It's the same as before. Bread and barbecue, but there are more varieties, the fat boss said. What are those people doing outside? Logan pointed at the side door and asked. Didn't you see? They came to my shop to sell pine roots, pine cones, and ghoul meat. Logan was shocked. I thought those tree roots were firewood. The soft and thick bark of tree roots can be eaten. Did you know that? The fat boss asked. Eat bark? Bark can be eaten? Logan said in disbelief. It can be roasted and then ground into powder. There's a very complicated process that the cultivators taught us. The fat boss turned around and took a piece of browned bread from the shelf. He tore off a piece and handed it to Logan. How do the cultivators know this? The Holy Mother knows everything. Perhaps the Holy Mother told them. Logan savored it carefully and said in surprise, "It seems to taste even better than bran bread, 40% bark, 60% whole wheat flour. The taste is indeed not bad, but there's little oil. People will lose strength if they eat too much. It's usually eaten with fish soup or meat soup," Perlo explained. Chapter 939. At least it's better to eat bark than to starve. The large pine forest in the Imperial Forest should be enough for King's Landing to survive for another 2 years, right? Anyway, I have to cut down trees for firewood, so I'll just dig up the roots. Logan finished all the bread and smiled. Perlo pouted at the smoked meat on the shelf and said slowly, "As long as one is brave and has a good appetite, not to mention 2 years, it won't be a problem to survive the long night. Thousands of ghouls are terrifying. Dozens or hundreds of ghouls that are alone can only make some people happier. Haven't you noticed? Recently, Rando Tully has rarely led the sons of warriors out of the city to clean up the ghouls. There are strong men in the city who imitate Dragon Queen's slave volunteers and form teams to go out of the city to hunt ghouls, just like nobles hunting in the woods during summer." Logan narrowed his eyes and whispered, "No distinction between humans and beasts. Could it be that the brown soup appeared today?" Perlo asked. "I heard that those who eat human flesh will enter the stranger hell to be punished after death." Logan frowned. "So be it. Survive first." "I need some smoked meat and bread," Logan said. "What kind do you want?" "There are high-end white bread and whole wheat bread, mid-grade pine bark bread, bran and soybean meal bread, and low-grade rice bran and sawdust bread. Smoked meat is also divided into grades. Top-grade ghoul meat, high-grade livestock meat, ordinary meat of unknown origin, and the lowest-grade ghoul meat." Perlo spoke as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. As he spoke, he pointed at the real thing on the shelf for the customer to see. "What's the price?" Logan asked. Perlo hesitated for a moment and said, "You want to pay with gold royals, right? I'm afraid it will be more expensive. It will be more worth it if you can barter." He pointed at the people lining up to buy bread at the counter. "Look, many of them don't have money and have vouchers issued by our shop in their hands. For example, if you dig 200 kilograms of cleaned pine bark outside the city, you can exchange it for 20 kilograms of pine bark bread, 10 kilograms of white bread, or 30 kilograms of rice bran bread in my shop. This is too cheap." Logan was bewildered. 200 kilograms of bark can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of white bread. "Aren't you losing out?" "Not at all," Perlo said. "What do you mean by neither losing nor losing?" Luo Zhen asked curiously. "A strong man working 5 hours a day can easily dig 50 kilograms of thick pine bark. Hiring a strong man to work for a day will only cost 10 copper coins, but 100 copper coins can't even buy a pound of bread. According to this calculation, 100 catties of pine bark for 5 catties of bread is a great loss." Luo Zhen nodded lightly. "What a loss. But 100 kilograms of pine bark can be air-dried and ground into powder, which can make about 20 kilograms of bread. 20 kilograms of grain for 5 kilograms of bread, I can still have 15 kilograms of food left, right?" This. Logan was stunned. It seems like there are 15 pounds of food left, but the value of bread and bark are different. What is value? Only things that could save more people were valuable. What was the use of gold royals in the long night? Furthermore, we are not making a loss. The food is provided by the church. Our bakery is just a contractor. We are just making a living from the difference. Logan was stunned again. The church is helping the people? Yes. They used to give out food and bread directly. This method of relief is a bit like the Dragon Queen's, Logan said thoughtfully. The monks clearly said that this is Saint Danny's order. Perlo used the respectful attitude of a little red soldier reciting the great ancestor's words and said emotionally, "Saint Danny believes that it is better to work hard and start a business than to sit and eat. There is only hope if there is output. Digging tree roots, picking pine nuts, killing deviant ghosts for meat, fishing in the river, these are all output. They can all come to my shop to exchange for bread or smoked meat. In the long night, everyone has to contribute to the cause of fighting deviant ghosts. The soldiers pick up dragon-tooth knives and chop at the devil's heads. The people are self-reliant and create value through labor. They can be considered to be on the front line of the war. This is what Saint Danny said. Logan's mouth twitched. The king of King's Landing should be Stannis, right? The fat baker was stunned and then said in a low voice, he is now occupying King's Landing, but he is not our king. The new issue of Heroes of the Night is out. At this moment, a young man with frostbite on his face held a sheepskin scroll and ran down the street while shouting. Dragon Queen announced that she will freeze her points. Stannis is at the top and Sansa has fallen to the last place. Hey, Donnie, wait. The baker quickly walked out of the shop and stopped the young man. Let me see the Heroes of the Night. 2 copper coins. The young man held out 2 fingers. Okay. After paying and taking the scroll, the baker exclaimed in shock, Lady Sansa is so pitiful. Her success is because of Arya, and her failure is also because of Arya. Last time she had more than 50,000 points, but this time she is at negative 50,000 points. She is at the bottom. Stannis is responsible for the fall of King's Landing and only has 5,000 points left. Dragon Queen's points are locked and will not participate in the ranking for now. So, first place is still Stannis. The others are too disappointing. Didn't Sansa pledge allegiance to Stannis? Logan asked in confusion. The pagan king is not willing to bear a debt of 50,000. The young man with frostbite smiled. What about the previous negotiations? Logan's mouth twitched. The food she provides to King's Landing is always real. The fat baker said. Sansa is angry, right? Logan's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. How can she not be angry? The young man smiled and said, some people said that she fainted from anger, some said that she vomited 3 liters of blood, some said that she fell ill, and some said that she just had an ugly expression and closed the door to her room to sulk. Why did Dragon Queen freeze her points? After killing millions of ghouls, she should have 100,000 points now, right? The baker muttered. She didn't want others to despair. Desperate people will not have the motivation to kill ghouls. The young man blurted out. Seeing the surprised gazes of the 2 people opposite him, his frostbite face turned red and he quickly said, that's what everyone says. When the young man ran away shouting with the hero book, Logan said to Perlo, can I use the gold royals to buy the people's bark and pine cones and then come to you to exchange for bread? No. The fat baker shook his head. All the poor people in the city who need help are registered with the church. The monks give them household registration certificates. The people take their household registration certificates to the designated places in the streets to exchange for bread. He pointed to the customers in the shop. They are all the natives of Baker Lane. We are all neighbors. Who doesn't know each other? They all go out together and work together. They know how much they harvest and how much food they need. If anyone dares to buy and sell, it will be everyone's loss. How can they allow it? You don't have a certificate from the church, do you? If you don't, I can also do your business. But the gold royals can only be used to buy bread at the market price. The market price is too expensive. Logan shook his head and sighed. You can go to the fisherman's square. Some people are strong and can bear hardships. They dig out too much bark and take it out to exchange for wine and leather jackets. With gold royals, you can buy bark noodles cheaper than what I have here, Perlo suggested. Logan had originally planned to go to the fisherman's square. When he heard his old friend's words, he directly left the strange ghost bread shop. As Perlo said, the square was very lively. Many residents carried ground bark flour or firewood to the grocery store to exchange for iron pots, cloth, wine and other daily necessities. There were also people who directly exchanged for money and agreed to go to Eel Lane together tonight. There were also merchants who stood at the door of the shop and haggled loudly to buy bark flour and firewood in the shop. At first, Logan thought that the merchants were buying bark flour to hoard and profit. After a few years, when the forest and food were all eaten up, they would take it out to sell. Later, He carefully inquired about it and was stunned. It turned out that those were wine merchants. They actually wanted to use bark flour to make wine. "Can you really make wine?" He leaned over and asked curiously. "Bark flour is nothing. Dragon Queen directly uses cedar and birch bark to make wine," the merchant said disapprovingly. "I've never heard of it before." Logan felt like he was in a dream. It's also just invented. In fact, it's not too exaggerated. As long as you can eat food, most of it can be used to make wine. The grocery store owner filled a small glass with half a cup and handed it to Logan. The light green transparent liquid exuded the fragrance of alcohol and pine cones. Logan gently took a sip. Then, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "This is really wine. It tastes better than Dauncha Red." Of course it's real wine, but to say that it tastes better than Dauncha Red is an exaggeration. The grocery store owner shook his head. "If you drink too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable." It's said that the recipe is still being improved. The wine merchant said. "It's already very good to be able to drink wine in the long night." Logan said. "That's true." The wine merchant nodded in agreement. "Sir, how much bark flour do you want to buy?" the grocery store owner asked. After Logan asked about the price, he muttered, "Let's start with 250 kilograms of bacon and the lowest level of gal meat." The store owner reminded him, "Bark flour can't be eaten alone. If you eat too much, you won't be able to poop. It's best to eat it together with wheat flour." Logan smiled. "I bought the meat. If I drink more broth, I'll be able to poop out." Stingy. The grocery store owner cursed in his heart and began to instruct his workers to load up the goods for Logan. "The Crown Princess is here. The Crown Princess is giving out relief food." Suddenly, a strong horse galloped down from the river that connected to Agon Hill. The blazing red-heart knight on the horse shouted loudly. He was like a drop of water that had fallen into the pot of oil that was the fishmonger's square. The surrounding residents and merchants all rushed out of their homes as if they had gone mad. They shouted, "Long live the Crown Princess! Long live Princess Mia! Long live His Majesty Stannis!" and ran towards the hills in the east. Logan was surprised to see his old friend, Perlo, in the running crowd. The fat chef led 4 or 5 workers and 7 or 8 aunties. He was so excited that his face was flushed. He even waved the flag of the blazing stag, Urlu's emblem, in his hand. "Long live the Crown Princess! Long live Princess Mia! Long live His Majesty Stannis! Long live the Red God!" The fat man's voice came from afar, making Logan a little absent-minded. Wasn't he the church's agent? Wasn't he a devout believer of the 7 gods? Didn't he memorize Dany's sayings skillfully? He just said, Stannis took over the King's Landing, but he wasn't his king. Wasn't that right? Logan was lost. While he was lost, the grocery store owner and his workers, who were helping him load the flour and bacon onto the cart, found a flag of the blazing stag from somewhere and ran out while shouting slogans. Red armor, red cloak, and the emblem of the blazing stag on the chest. The Crown Princess held her head high and her chest out, riding a tall brownish-red horse, like a ball of fire. Around her were 40 to 50 blazing red-heart knights, like stars surrounding the moon, protecting her in the center. Behind the cavalry, there was a long row of carriages piled with sacks, dried fish, bacon, turnips, corncobs, and apples. The golden-robed men stood guard on both sides of the carriages, trotting forward. The procession stopped at the south end of the Fisherman's Square, set up a platform, and lined up. The Crown Princess stood on the platform, raised her hammer, and said a few encouraging words. Then, the residents lining up below the platform raised the Crown Princess's flag and shouted in unison, "Long live Saint Mia! Long live His Majesty Stannis! Long live Lalo!" Then, the resident took out the certificate of hardship issued by the church, and Mia personally scooped a spoonful of wheat for him. Other than about 3 pounds of wheat, there was also about 1 pound of dried fish and bacon, 4 fist-sized turnips, a cornstalk, and a somewhat shriveled apple. Well, he could only choose between the corn and the apple. The faces of the residents were filled with happy smiles. Although the Crown Princess, who was distributing relief food to the poor residents, was sweating profusely, she also had an honest and happy smile. She sincerely blessed everyone. "The king is with you, we will definitely defeat the long night, the glory of Lalo shines on all of us," and other encouraging words came out of her mouth. Then, she received the praises of the residents, who nodded and bowed respectfully, with tears of gratitude, and Saint Mia is merciful. Sigh, if Robert had brought her to the king's landing and raised her properly, she might have been a qualified eldest daughter of the king. Logan sighed. Not bad, much better than Cersei and Margaery. At least she is strong, sincere, virtuous, and doesn't fool around. Sigh, poor thing, the requirements of the Seven Kings are so low. Logan suddenly turned around and said in shock, "You are Tyrion? We are preachers, and now you are the only one left," the Hound said calmly. Chapter 940. Unbeknownst to Logan, 2 men and 1 woman dressed in linen clothes followed behind him. Even though his hair was disheveled and he was wearing a simple grey hemp shirt, looking exactly like a poor man's gathering, Logan instantly recognized the identity of the 1.4-meter-tall handsome man in the middle. On the left was a thin, capable, and indifferent young girl, and on the right was a 1.95-meter-tall, robust man covered in muscles. "You are." Logan's eyes widened as he looked at the man's smooth and angular face in disbelief. "You are Hound. Were you also cursed by the witch of the forest?" His voice went from rough and deep to sweet and shrill, like a eunuch's voice. He was Varys, and Logan was just one of the many disguises of the 8-clawed spider. The highest level of an alias was not to disguise oneself, nor was it to change one's appearance. Even changing one's voice was nothing. The key was that everyone recognized this identity of his. Logan was an old friend and neighbor of many people in King's Landing. In fact, Logan wasn't even the highest level of disguise for Varys. He also had the disguise of a fat auntie who lived in King's Landing as a woman for more than 10 years, and no one knew that he was a man. "I've always looked like this." The Hound stroked his flat left cheek and sighed. "After becoming a priest and receiving the medical skills taught by the Holy Mother, it took me half a year to heal most of the burn scars on my face." "A dog with no sense of honor like you can become a priest," Varys said absurdly. "The Holy Mother doesn't need false honor," Hound said calmly. "You are." Varys looked at the girl. The girl's grey eyes were emotionless. She glanced at him but didn't say anything. She swore the vow of silence to not speak. Nonsense. Tyrion laughed. "The vow of silence, you." Varys's puzzled expression suddenly turned to shock, but he immediately stopped and didn't say her name. He only asked, "You guys are a strange combination. Why are you looking for me, to arrest me? This isn't the place to talk." Hound glanced at the lady boss who was looking around in the grocery store, then turned and walked towards the rotten mud door. Varys hesitated for a moment before walking to the lady boss's side. After saying a few words, he quickly followed the 3 of them, leaving the lady boss cursing behind. There was a large area of densely packed sampans in the Black River. Like middle-aged women who had just been released from prison, they crazily squeezed every drop of their husband's stock. Every fish in the river, regardless of size, snail, or baker, regardless of whether they were dead or alive, was the target of the hungry fishermen. In the Blackwater Bay, which was further away, there was a small sun in the sky. Fishing boats flying the church's flag were shuttling back and forth. After walking along the riverside for some distance, Varys asked solemnly, "How did you find me? The 3-eyed crow can't find King's strange ghost, but can't it find a mortal like you? Hide. Where are you going to hide? Disguise. Do you think you can fool the gods?" Tyrion mocked. "Sigh, how can there be such a terrifying existence? It affects the balance too much," the fat eunuch lamented. "What balance? If you have the guts, go talk to deviant ghosts about balance." The dwarf laughed mockingly. "Only such a powerful 3-eyed crow and dragon queen can reach a balance with King Strange Ghost and God of Cold. If the human race only had a mortal like you left, it would have gone extinct long ago. Why are you looking for me? How does Dragon Queen plan to deal with me?" Varys asked helplessly. "You have 2 choices. Lie down by the riverside and let me chop off your head with my axe. Then, I will feed your corpse to my Tessa, and your crime will be forgiven. Or, you can join the scripture teaching team and follow St. Matthew to the east to spread the 7 saints' scripture." What choice do I have? Even if I have 8 claws, I can only crawl in one direction. Tell me, what is the scripture teaching team? The eunuch laughed bitterly. The dwarf told him all the reasons he could tell people, and then he pointed out something else. Your mission is very simple. Use your 8-clawed spider's talent to find out the identities, abilities, locations, plans, and weaknesses of all the evil gods who are hostile to the 7 gods sect. When it comes to killing evil, you don't have to do it yourself. Do you think I can live until the time when it comes to killing evil? The 8-clawed spider said blankly. I am just an ordinary person, and you want me to be a spy in the evil god sect. I don't even know the ins and outs of the sect, and I am just an ignorant layman. If this isn't suicide, then what is? Yes, it is a suicide mission. Tyrion nodded and said with a matter-of-fact expression, you can't escape the death penalty, but now I am giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Even if you have a slim chance of survival, at least you have a chance to live. Can I wear black clothes? Varys asked. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. If it is a great trial, there will be an audience at the scene, and basic fairness must be maintained. Then, according to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, even if you have committed a great crime of treason, you should still be given a chance to join the Night Watch. But many times, without a trial and without an audience, there is no fairness and justice. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the other party's thoughts. Hearing you say that, I am starting to regret it. I regret not turning myself in at the fairy city, Varys said helplessly. The dwarf sighed. Don't be silly. If she really wants you dead, you won't be able to reach the fairy city. Your life and death, honor and disgrace, will always be in her hands. Just like back then, her life and death will be in your hands. The heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation. Who will destiny let go of? Sigh, you are right. She has a reason to do anything to me. Varys smiled bitterly. I don't want to die in a foreign land. Westeros are my home. Being eaten by a dragon is also one of the Targaryen's fates, although your Tessa is only a pterodactyl. Zing. Arya pulled out the sewing needle from her waist and spoke for the first time. Just as I wanted, I will kill you and avenge my father. Wait. The dwarf hurriedly stopped her. Let me talk to this damned eunuch alone. He pulled Varys forward. Varys stood there and refused to move. He said to Arya, I am sorry to Dany, Rhys, Rhaegar, and even the Mad King. But I am not sorry to Stark. Your father is so stubborn. I advised him to make the first move. I also told him everything about Cersei's actions. But that fool ran to Cersei and said, I told you everything. I know your secret. Varys told me. I will make my move on you the day after tomorrow. I will give you 1 day to take your bastard child and escape from King's Landing. I do not want my sword to be stained with the blood of women and children. In the end, his sword was stained with his own blood. He is so stupid that it makes my heart ache. If I was not so good at dealing with people, and if several factions had placed their bets, I would have been killed by him. Even so, I respect his integrity. When Cersei sentenced him to death, I was the only one in King's Landing. I used my sweet tongue to persuade the Queen Dowager to give your father a chance to wear the black robe. In the end, Joffrey went mad. That was unexpected. If you did not try to stir up internal strife in the 7 kingdoms, my father would not have gone to King's Landing at all. The battle between the wolf and the lion was planned by you and Illyrio, Arya said coldly. According to what you're saying, all the deaths of the 7 nations can be blamed on me? Varys said unhappily. Enough. You are the mastermind. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that. There is no denying it. Tyrion tugged again and dragged Varys away. To tell you the truth, there are dangers and opportunities in this trip to the Barren Lands. Whether you succeed or not, at least you will escape hell, Tyrion said. I have the Atonement Scroll, Varys said. Where did you get the Atonement Scroll? 1 word from Saint Dany can send you to the deepest part of hell to accompany Lun. Do you believe me? The dwarf sneered. 1 word can decide whether a person goes to heaven or hell. Is heaven or hell her backyard? Varys said with a don't try to fool me look. The dwarf's gaze became strange. There was pity, disdain, and a hint of pride. Varys felt uncomfortable under his gaze. You have decided to refuse to join the teaching team? Tyrion did not have the enthusiasm from before. He was unusually cold. My image in his eyes has changed from a familiar person to a pig waiting to be slaughtered, as lowly as dust. Varys was shocked. He suddenly had a great fear of death. How is that possible? The fat eunuch forced a smile. There will always be a chance if I fight. If I don't fight, I will die now. Even an idiot knows what to choose. I just want to bargain and get more benefits. Then, he realized that the dwarf's gaze became gentle again. It was as if he had suddenly changed from a rascal in the same village who was at the bottom of society to an old classmate who could communicate with him on equal terms. After 5 years, the Dragon Queen will give up on pursuing your responsibility. Then, you will be free to choose your future path. Wear a black robe and serve at the Great Wall. Shave your head and enter the church's priory to repent for the people who died because of you in the 7 kingdoms. Or, give yourself a sword and go to the stranger's kingdom of the dead to seek a possible reincarnation. The dwarf patted his shoulder and promised. I thought she would at least give me freedom. Varys sighed. If she said she would give you freedom, then she must be lying to you. Once you complete the mission, she will kill you. Tyrion sneered. Your crime has already spread to the 7 kingdoms. Will the Dragon Queen slap her own face and convict you while absolving you of your crime? Varys was startled and asked, what about Arya? Can she be absolved of her crime? Only a lifetime of redemption. She will not be absolved of her crime overnight. The Great Judgment is not very fair, but it is definitely sacred and cannot be changed. Varys was silent for a moment and asked, how much support will I get? The barbarian royal family is on our side. As for the gold royals, there is an unlimited supply. Varys frowned. This is good news. But I do not know much about supernatural powers. I don't know where to start. You don't have to worry about that. The number 1 mage of the younger generation in the East is our advisor. Also, the number 1 supernatural organization in the barbarian lands, the Necromancer Association, also maintains a good relationship with the church. 2 days later, Dragonstone Island. Saint Matthew, Tyrion, Arya, Varys, and the Hound stood in line and bid farewell to Saint Danny. Matthew, you can't use your name anymore. Why? Saint Matthew was surprised. You are an angel, the holy son of the Church of the 7 Gods. You should have a name that represents your mission. Today, I bestow upon you the name Chizong. 7 gods, 7 scriptures, each scripture has a scripture book. Your mission is to spread the scriptures of the 7 scriptures to the barbarian lands and even the entire Jade Sea. Dragon Queen said emotionally. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing a name. From now on, I am Chizong. Chizong swears to complete my mission. I will definitely spread the teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods in the Jade Sea. Chizong said solemnly. Saint Danny nodded and asked, do you understand what you are carrying when you travel the barbarian lands? I understand. The mercy of the Holy Mother, the justice of the Heavenly Father, the freedom and glory of a young girl, the wisdom of an old woman, the hard work and creation of a blacksmith, the bravery of a warrior, the reverence of a stranger towards the unknown and mysterious. These are all things that I carry. Chizong said very wisely. Saint Danny sighed. This is what your heart carries. You still need to carry it with your hands. Chapter 941. Dragonstone Island, Glass Garden. Under the weirwood that was newly transplanted from the continent. Chizong's hands are empty, how can I hold them? Chizong asked. Back then, the Holy Mother only taught you the first appearance of Holy Light, Song of Light, to subdue enemies. Today, on behalf of the Holy Mother, I will teach you 3 divine palms, Whirlwind Scattered Clouds, Song of Wind, Burning the Heavens, Song of Fire, and Surging Turbid Waves, borrowing the power of Prime Minister Turtle's water god. Saint Danny pointed at Chizong's forehead. 3 7-point stars were branded between his brows, and then they combined into an even more complicated rune. Thank you, Holy Mother. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chizong knelt down in respect. As for you, don't just chant sutras all day long. You have to practice the divine palms that the Holy Mother taught you. On the surface, you only obtained 4 Holy Mother divine palms, but through combining them, you can derive at least 11 other smaller forms. Your Majesty, the divine palms consume divine power. How can I practice them? Qizong was troubled. Indeed, divine power is precious. It's too much of a pity to use it empty-handed. You can find those evil gods to fight, mainly to train your own palm strength, and wipe out the demons along the way, killing many birds with one stone. Saint Danny instructed earnestly. Qizong came to a realization. I've learned. The dwarf's mouth twitched. Saint Danny beckoned to the side, and several Unsullied walked over. The person at the front received a wooden tray, and on it was a gorgeous robe. It was embedded with night pearls, emeralds, ruby pearls, mani pearls, red agates, purple corals, gold essence stones, and other treasures. It really was brilliant, dazzling to the eye. Saint Danny unfolded the robe, and the crisp sound of iron chains colliding could be heard from within. It turned out to be a brocaded chainmail. This is a brocaded cultivator robe. When you go out to preach, you have to wear it. It not only shows off the might of the 7 deities, it can also protect you from falling into hell and being poisoned. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qizong understood the dangers of preaching in the Eastern Earth, so he received the brocade tile armor with great care. Saint Danny then took a Mo sword that was as tall as Qizong from the second Unsullied. This is a 9 rings tin blade. Normally, when it's sheathed in a gorgeous scabbard, it's like a walking stick. When you hold it, you look like a refined person. But once the scabbard was removed, it would become a warrior's blade. The handle is hollow and the surface is frosted. There's also a layer of calf leather that absorbs sweat and blood to prevent slippage. The total weight is only 25 pounds. Clang, 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 clang. When the 9 rings tin blade was handed over, the golden rings on the back of the blade swayed gently like the crisp sound of wind chimes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qizong now has both hands. Qizong smiled in satisfaction. No, it's not enough. Danny waved behind her and picked up a golden object that looked like a Hercules trophy from the Unsullied's tray. She held the end and swung it a few times like a club. This is a purple gold arms bowl. When the front is unscrewed, there's a hollow bowl-like structure inside. Usually, it's hung on your belt and can be used as a goblet or a bowl to eat. In special situations, you can stuff sand and pebbles into the bowl and tighten the lid. Then, you can use it as a hammer. The 9 rings tin blade won't break armor, but when this purple gold arms bowl hammers down, I guarantee that the enemy's internal organs will shatter. Your Majesty's considerations are very thorough. Qizong happily accepted the purple gold arms bowl. Then, Saint Danny looked at the dwarf. The dwarf also looked at her expectantly. You already have armor and an axe. It's enough to protect yourself, she said. Holy Mother Palm, show me. He couldn't hide the desire in his heart. You don't even have any self-awareness. If it's given to you, can you use it? Danny sneered. She looked at Arya and waved her hand. Another Unsullied came forward. Dragon Queen raised her chin. The Unsullied directly handed the tray to Arya. This is a set of Moke divine armor. It's a steel armor soaked in Moke's divine power. You can wear it and enter the world of death. There's also a rapier. In the mortal world, it's a sister sword to your sewing needle. But once you enter the world of death, it's the sickle of death that you've been very familiar with recently. It's a physical entity formed completely from the divinity of death and divine power. The stronger your will is, the more tenacious it will be. The colder your heart is, the sharper it will be. When facing a baby, you feel pity and it's as soft as a feather. When facing an enemy, your killing intent is overwhelming and it can split heaven and earth. It's that magical. You can forge such a weapon. The dwarf looked at the white sword at her waist suspiciously. It's a white steel sword. His meaning was obvious. You use an iron sword yourself, but you say you're giving someone a divine sword. Is this reasonable? Of course, mortals can't forge such a divine weapon. This is a weapon forged by the blacksmith and Moke. It's a protective weapon for the successor. Saint Danny looked solemn. As for me, Danny looked down at her sword. "One loaf of bread is enough to fill my stomach. Why would I waste it by buying 2 loaves of bread?" The dwarf's expression twisted. In fact, Danny was telling the truth. It was a divine weapon that fused a large amount of divinity of death and divine power. Saint Matthew could extract the power of belief of all living beings and forge an indestructible Madonna golden body. As long as one's belief was indestructible, the golden body was immortal. In other words, the concept of the merciful Madonna existed in the thoughts of all living beings. The golden body that Saint Matthew created with the power of belief also existed and perished with the thoughts of all living beings. When everyone forgot about the Madonna, or changed their concept of the Madonna, the concept of the merciful Madonna would disappear, and the golden body would perish. The merciful Madonna was a unified concept. The sharpness of the sword was also a unified concept of all living beings. In the past few days, Danny used Saint Matthew to extract the power of belief and forge a thinking weapon. Not all living beings could come into contact with the concept of all living beings' thoughts. If they couldn't come into contact with it, they wouldn't be able to extract its power. Until now, Danny had only met Saint Matthew who could do this. Even she couldn't come into contact with the concept. When she became one of the Westeros, the situation would change. After the three-eyed crow became her follower, Danny asked Bran about this. Bran told her that Matthew wasn't a special case. Only a person with great faith could come into contact with the combination of all living beings' thoughts. In other words, only a person who gave everything to his faith could come into contact with the world of concepts, which was above the material world. The world that could be touched, smelled, seen, heard, and tasted was the material world. Then, were the form, sound, smell, taste, and touch the only senses of humans? Of course not. There was the 6th sense of the heart, the 7th sense of the end of time, the psychological sense of time, and maybe the 8th, 9th, and many other senses. Since one could define the material world through the 5 senses, then shouldn't the sensory world defined by the 6th sense and the 7th sense be equal to the material world and be defined as a world? For example, the material world's shadow was the world of death. It could be defined because one's soul and heart could feel it. The conceptualized world was also defined by this. It was a strange world where one could only feel the concept of all living beings by letting go of oneself completely. Just like how mortals couldn't come into contact with the world of death, it was also difficult for the gods to come into contact with the world of concept. This was because the gods couldn't give up on themselves, and it was difficult for them to enter a state of emptiness. However, the gods didn't have much interest in that world. The benefits were too small, and the sacrifices were too great. It was just like Danny's little gold body. She had always given it to Saint Matthew, and it wasn't of much use to her. Unless the gods had a world-class source of faith and nurtured it carefully for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, only the 7 gods and the Red God had the potential to become world-class sources of faith. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. This is indeed a divine sword." Arya hung the sword on her waist excitedly. Danny looked at Varys and handed him a palm-sized iron plate. "You're going to be a spy in the evil god's camp. You'll be suspicious if you wear too good of a weapon. This iron plate belongs to the Balerion family of the 14th Fire Peak. It's the Patriarch's keepsake. It's very effective against the traps built by the Valeglia people. I heard that there are many ruins of the Valeglia people in the Far East. It might be useful. You can put it on your chest as a heart-protecting mirror." Varys knew that the Dragon Queen didn't like him, so he accepted the iron plate obediently. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. I'll do my best to assist Master Chisang and complete the glorious mission of spreading the scriptures in the East." The Queen said, "Varys, this name is inauspicious. Don't use it anymore. I'll give you the name Woonung." "Why is it inauspicious?" The fat eunuch was confused. "I don't like it. It'll make me angry, and it'll lead to bad things happening to you. So it's inauspicious," Danny said lightly. The fat eunuch rubbed his nose and shrank back. "Hound, this is tile steel armor and tile steel greatsword. You're Master Chisang's personal attendant, so you'll have to protect him at all times. Also, as a scalpel priest, You'll also have to take on the role of a white-robed healer. Use your extraordinary medical skills to build good karma in the barbarian capital and save the people. I'll use my life to protect Master Chizang. Hound's eyes were resolute as he swore. Very good. Saint Danny nodded with a smile. Now, you should know your roles in the team, right? Chizang will do his best to develop faith, Tyrion will deal with political and social problems, Wuneng will be the spy, Arya will deal with the enemies in the shadows, and Hound will protect Chizang. Seeing that everyone nodded, Danny clapped her hands again. 2 Unsullied carried a load over, and the fragrance of white paper and ink filled the air. It was a load of neatly stacked books. These are the scriptures you'll be spreading to the east. There's a total of 49 books, and a total of 777 volumes. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. There are so many 7 Stars Bible. Including the annotations, the 7 Stars Bible only has 7 major books and 49 volumes. The rest are Thus Spoke the 7 Gods, which is the book that records the words of the 7 gods and the 7 gods' holy son. Danny explained. The dwarf stepped forward and casually pulled out a book from the middle. He looked at the cover in surprise. This is clearly a mathematics book. Mathematics is a tool that the 7 gods gave to humans to study the laws of the world. Danny said calmly. The dwarf put down 2nd grade mathematics volume 2 for primary school students and pulled out another book. This is elementary school nature. This is the elementary summary of the laws of creation of the 7 gods. After that, there's secondary school physics and chemistry. Is there a problem? Danny said matter-of-factly. Then what about this? The dwarf helplessly put down elementary school nature and pulled out How to Train a Holy Knight. He looked at the Dragon Queen blankly. A holy knight is a high-level knight of the church. This book is very important. It's ideology and morals. It talks about how to establish a correct outlook on life, values, and worldview. All right, a holy knight is indeed related to faith. But what about these 2 books? The dwarf held up the root of vegetables and even the centaurs know. This is the code of the Slave Bay and the Dothraki centaurs. It's a common version of the Queen's Code and the Centaur's Code. The commoners don't understand the law, but everyone knows. I hope that the people of the barbarians, and even the people of the world know. But what does this have to do with the 7 gods? The dwarf's mouth twitched. I wrote this. Do you think it has anything to do with it? Danny said lightly. The dwarf was shocked. He couldn't refute her at all. Chapter 942. The Sea King could be muddle-headed, but every Sea King was chosen by the city's professors and the Iron Treasury. At the beginning of the election, the Sea King could not be muddle-headed. If he wanted to be muddle-headed, he would have to wait for more than 10 years. When he got older and started to slack off, he would be muddle-headed. Well, the Sea King was a lifelong ruler. Tormo Freygar was 35 years old this year. He was 1.9 meters tall, burly and strong, with a firm square face and a body full of explosive power. He was in the prime of his life. He was skilled in martial arts, quick-witted and energetic. There were no major flaws in his character. Like the previous Sea Kings, he was an excellent leader. Therefore, when the Iron Treasury represented Tai Chu and brought Erlu's plan to the King's Landing to the Sea King's palace, Tormo did not refuse. Not only did he not refuse, but he immediately called for a meeting with the professors in charge of the Kingdom of Bravos and the Iron Treasury's key keeper to the palace to discuss this matter. It was no secret that there were icebergs on the sea. In the northernmost part of the Trembling Sea, ships often encountered icebergs. Seeing that the weather was getting colder day by day, they also understood that it was not impossible for Bravos and the Westeros to be connected by icebergs one day. Therefore, they made 2 decisions at that time. First, they formed the Narrow Sea Icebreaker Fleet, which was to arrange a fishing fleet around Bravos to fish and monitor the icebergs. Second, they recruited 20,000 mercenaries and 500 wildfire mags to the King's Landing. They would bring their own rations and ships to help the Westeros defend the capital. The people of Bravos had never heard of the story of how the teeth would be cold without the lips, but the principle was the same. The Westeros had become a world of ghosts. Sooner or later, tens of millions of Gauls would enter the continent of Ursos. Any leader with a little foresight did not want to see the day when they would mend the leak in the heart of the river. Sending 20,000 troops at this time was just a drop in the ocean for them. When the King's Landing fell, they would suffer great losses if they wanted to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. The Sea King Tormo even decided that he would personally lead the people of Bravos to the King's Landing. He wrote letters to Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne of King's Landing, expressing his attitude. The Dragon Queen was very happy. Not only did she agree to provide all the weapons and supporting priests for the volunteer army, but she also sent 500,000 atonement scrolls to the Ocean Palace so that the people of Bravos could also feel the love of the Holy Mother. When he saw the 2 huge boxes full of atonement scrolls, Sea King Tormo refused in his heart, because the people of Bravos had the House of Black and White. They did not need to go to the heaven of the 7 gods. If not for the fact that his fear of Dragon Queen and Deathwing had not dissipated, the Sea King would have thrown them all into the fireplace for warmth. Even if they were not burned, the people of Bravos did not distribute the atonement scrolls. Instead, they shelved them and treated them lightly. But just as the people of Bravos were preparing to go to war, the Westeros detonated 2 big bombs in succession, the fall of the Western region and the fall of the King's Landing. The fall of the Western region, millions of ghouls, like moldy spots, quickly tainted half of the southern Westeros. Unless a real god descended to Earth, the Westeros were doomed. Especially the fire of the King's Landing and the invasion of the city by the deviant ghosts, even the Sea King Tormo despaired. The people of Bravos retreated. They did not think that there would really be a god descending to Earth. In this way, it was delayed until the Great Judgment. Before the Great Judgment, the Dragon Queen led the volunteer army like a god descending from heaven. After the Great Judgment, the people of Bravos feared the Bran like a demon. Maybe, without our support, the Westeros can also defend the King's Landing? Tormo shook his head. Defending the King's Landing is meaningless. Maybe, the child of prophecy is Dany Rise, she can end the long night. Stannis is not without hope. His 2-headed dragon, I heard that a few days ago, he burned the castles of 3 nobles who surrendered to the deviant ghosts. That is terrifying. Moreover, almost all the red-robed monks in the city of Ursus went to the King's Landing to support him. It is obvious that he is the savior mentioned in Lalo Asher's prophecy, said the head doctor in a deep voice. But he is much weaker than Dany Rise, especially with the addition of the 3-eyed crow. The Westeros are completely under her control. I am afraid that after the long night ends, the world will return to the situation where one family dominated the world during the time of Valeglia, lamented Tormo. I heard that her situation is not good, said the head doctor in a hesitant tone. Looking at the key man, Bissaro hesitantly said, Your Majesty the Sea King, Sir Steward, I wonder if you've asked the master of the Moonchanter Temple to calculate the twilight of the gods, the long night of the gods. He lowered his voice to the lowest level. Silence filled the hall. The eyes of the elders became vigilant and sharp. The news has spread. You all know. After a while, the Sea King asked. The head doctor and the head doctor looked at each other and nodded slightly. The high priests in the various temples have received similar prophecies, said a head doctor. The Sea King lamented, The war between the gods has nothing to do with us mortals, but she is Dany Rise, the future first empress of the world. I have been to the Moonchanter Temple. The river of fate is chaotic, and no one knows the future. However, we can gather information from all sides. Now, we can confirm that the twilight of the gods is very likely to happen. If in the war between the gods, Dany Rise is as invincible and unstoppable as she was in the mortal world, the twilight of the gods will turn into the long night of the gods. Hiss. She left no leeway. Everyone gasped. Did she leave any leeway for the World Alliance? The flood outside Meereen City was obviously prepared for many days. She wanted to wipe out the World Alliance from the beginning, said Tormo with a bitter smile. What is the worst outcome? The head doctor sighed and said helplessly, We have decided to pay the Dragon Queen's debt. The worst outcome is to return to 400 years ago. The true dragon ruled the world, and Bravos became a regional power. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the gods. Let's talk about whether we should send reinforcements to the King's Landing. It has been more than a month, and the favor has become a debt. There must be reinforcements, said the Sea King. It is snowing in Bravos, and the north wind is blowing. There is no production in the dark, and people freeze and starve to death every day. It is also beneficial for us to end the long night a day earlier. Now, I am afraid that our people will go to the King's Landing and be caught between the red-robed monk and the 7 gods. According to my original intention, it is better to contact the Dragon Queen alone and incorporate the Bravos volunteers into the volunteer corps. But if we do that, it will be equivalent to us supporting Dany Rise as queen, and we will not be able to recover the millions of gold royals we owe to Stannis. Alas, why is the Dragon Queen unwilling to accept the debt? It is only 4 or 5 million gold royals, said the doctor. Your Majesty, my lords, there is news from the Moonchanter Temple. At this moment, the Sea King's court officer walked quickly into the council hall, and said with a serious expression, "The gods have left Bravos." "What do you mean? Speak clearly." The Sea King was confused. "Your Majesty, all the gods on the islands of the gods have left Bravos," said the court officer. "All the gods?" The Sea King was shocked. "Yes. Why? Is there a catastrophe in Bravos, and they are hiding from it?" The doctor suddenly stood up, his face pale. "I am not sure. Your Majesty, you should go to the Moonchanter Temple in person. There are some things that the High Priest can only tell you," said the court officer. "Today's Imperial Conference ends here. I will go to the Islands of the Gods." Because the people of Bravos were a combination of many ethnic groups, they had truly achieved freedom of worship, and all the gods in the world were respected by them. Just like the school of Black and White worshipped all the gods of death, the Islands of the Gods worshipped all the gods in the world. Even the 7 gods had a temple on the Islands of the Gods called the Outer Sanctum, which was mainly for Westeros sailors to worship. The most magnificent temple on the Islands of the Gods belonged to neither the Red God nor the school of Black and White, but the Moonchanter Temple. It was the Moonchanter who led the first slaves to Bravos. It was a building that was completely white in the moonlight. It was a huge snow-white marble palace with a large silver dome, and milky white glass windows that showed the different states of the moon. Beside each door was a pair of tall marble maidens, supporting the crescent-shaped beams. The maidens and the moon were the representatives of the Moonchanter. The short and fat high priest led a group of men and women in white priest robes to receive the Sea King. Because of Dany Rise's team of preachers, recently, there is a saying in the supernatural world that if you eat a holy monk from the Western Sanctum, you can live forever. "Everyone is tempted," she said directly. "You can live forever by eating people? Are you kidding me?" The Sea King shouted in disbelief. "Won't you live forever if you become a god?" "Ah!" The Sea King was stunned. "You can live forever if you become a god, but is it so easy to become a god?" "It's not easy, so this is a rare opportunity." They all left. "What's going on? Tell me the whole story." "I'm not a supernatural, so I don't understand," the Sea King frowned. The old woman with sallow skin and a pointy head sighed helplessly and asked, "Do you know about the team of preachers? More than a month ago, there was news from the barbarian capital that the Blue House of Bo would establish the Church of the 7 Gods as the national religion, and appoint Matthew, an eminent monk from the Western Sanctum, as the national guardian. I really didn't know about that." The long night fell, and most of the news between Bravos and the outside world was cut off. The Sea King shook his head. "No wonder. I only found out about it after contacting the main temple on the Jugasnai Plains through the glass candle." "What does that mean?" the Sea King asked curiously. "This is the most influential event in the transcendent world of the barbarian land in the past few thousand years. Before this, the barbarian land never had a national religion, nor a national guardian. It's too hateful. Think about it, even the Jugasnai Plains, which is thousands of miles away from the barbarian capital, has spread the news." Seeing that the Sea King was still confused, the old zebra man said, "This is equivalent to announcing a temple in Bravos as the ruler of the Islands of the Gods." "Gods, this," the Sea King exclaimed, completely understanding the impact of this. "I'm afraid the other churches are going to explode." The fat zebra man nodded. "The barbarian land is already exploding. The 3 great emperors have issued a declaration of rebellion. A total of 18 temples, 36 rebellious kings, 72 smokes, and 108 mountains, PS, have pledged to take down the barbarian capital, kill the fatuous king, annihilate the Bo family, slaughter the cultivators, and destroy all the temples of the 7 gods. The Blue House of Bo is going to be destroyed. I remember 5 years ago, you told me that the Bo family had at least 100 years of national fate. The Sea King was shocked. 5 years ago, I didn't know that the long night was coming. The fat woman said awkwardly. Who are the rebels? The Sea King asked again. Chapter 943. I remember that the barbarian land was divided into 3 parts, with 3 emperors standing side by side. They were the orthodox Blue Dynasty's Bu Qi, who occupied Eju in the south, Chai Rong, a descendant of the Huang dynasty who perished 1,000 years ago, who occupied Kakesa in the far east, and Bo Xiong, the founder of the Orange dynasty, who occupied the trade town in the north. The Sea King was puzzled. There are only 3 emperors in the barbarian land. Why would the 3 emperors issue a joint declaration of war? It can't be that they shouldn't be attacking themselves. Have you forgotten that there are still the zebra people in the Jugasnai plains in the north of the barbarian land? What does the zebra people have to do with the establishment of the state preceptor and the state religion? The Sea King was even more puzzled. The long night has been here for more than half a year, and the zebra people are running out of food, so they took the opportunity to go south. The zebra man said matter-of-factly. From the Jugasnai plains to the barbarian land, they have to cross at least 2,000 kilometers of land. Is there a need to go so far to plunder the barbarian land? The Sea King was puzzled. Do you think the zebra people plan to return to the north? The long night may last for a generation. Even the Dragon Queen said that it would be difficult to end the long night in 10 years. The fat woman shook her head. That's inviting the wolf into the house. The Sea King sighed. The fat priest said disapprovingly, anyway, the zebra people are destined to go south. With 100,000 cavalry, they will either trample the other warlords or bring trouble to the south. The barbarian land is in the southernmost part of the barbarian land, close to the sea and rich in resources. Bu Chi's palace is even bigger than the king's landing city. Think about it, who else would he plunder? So, the 18 major sects, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke and dust, and 108 mountains are mainly going to the barbarian land to plunder food and money, and eliminating the Church of the 7 Gods is just an excuse? The Sea King asked. That's not it. If the state religion and the state preceptor were not established, the warlords would not be united. Those rebel kings and warlords are supported by extraordinary sects, and many cities are directly ruled by the priests and wizards of the gods. They don't care how many people die in the long night, but they can't tolerate the state religion and state preceptor in the barbarian land. The zebra man explained. Westeros is rife with deviants. Why is Daenerys going to the barren lands? Also, the barbarian emperor, it's already nighttime. Why don't you behave? The Sea King was confused. I heard that before the long night, Dany Alice had signed a sacred marriage contract with the Bo family. In the future, one of her sons or grandsons would marry the Bo family's daughter and inherit the throne of the barbarian Bo family. In other words, Dany Rise had used her own strength to extend the Blue Court's lifespan for 1,000 years, and Targaryen had joined the barbarians and become the king of the barbarians. This was beneficial to both sides. Since she is the master of the land, it is only natural that the Church of the 7 Gods should be established as the national religion. So that's how it is, but she's too impatient. Her son hasn't even been born yet. The Sea King laughed. The long night is the best time to develop faith, especially for foreign churches, breaking down the old and establishing the new. Dany Rise's idea was not wrong. First, let the Church of the 7 Gods become the national religion of the land. In the future, it would be more logical for her son to become the emperor. It's just that she's not from the barbarians. I didn't expect the situation in the barbarians to be so complicated. The old woman sighed. The Sea King nodded. You're right. She grasped the right opportunity, but she used the wrong method. But why did her scripture teaching team attract the attention of the gods? Do the gods of the western continent of Ursus need to fight for the faith of the barbarians? Or is it because of the twilight of the gods against her? The Sea King lowered his voice. The twilight of the gods is not a very important factor. The key is that eating the holy monk's flesh can make one immortal. The old woman's voice was faint, and a trace of undetectable greed flashed in her old black eyes. Where did this come from? The Sea King asked curiously. Do you know who is in the scripture teaching team? The Sea King shook his head. I just heard about it today. Do you know Saint Matthew? The old woman asked. Hiss, that's the angel of the seven gods, a powerful demigod. Who would dare to eat him? The Sea King was shocked. Eating Saint Matthew would only give you a 5% chance of becoming a demigod. But his value is too low. He is not the legendary holy monk. The old woman asked mysteriously, do you know the children of God? The direct relatives of the true gods. The white dragon horse's neck was ringing. It was carrying Chizang and his 4 disciples. It was not easy to preach in the eastern lands, and it was easy to not achieve great results. Tessa carried the 5 dwarfs, a load of scriptures, and several boxes of atonement scrolls away from Dragonstone Island and crossed the narrow sea. When they landed at Pentus Pier, the huge pterosaur caused a commotion among the fishermen and merchants. Chizang was wearing a brocade robe. Under the crowd's gaze, he said to the city guard who came after hearing the news, Sir Knight, I am a missionary from the great holy church of the 7 gods of the West. I hope to meet your prince and discuss with him about preaching in Pentus. The soldier's attention was attracted by Chizang's luxurious robe, and he was also called a Sir Knight. He kindly reminded him, Missionary, our prince is dying. Don't make a fool of yourself. Leave Pentus quickly. The prince here will not be in the mood to see you. When Chizang heard that, he was delighted. He said, to tell you the truth, I know the holy healing art. I can treat the prince's illness. My 4th disciple is also a scalpel priest. Scraping bones and scraping rot is not a problem. So it is Sir Priest. Nowadays, the status of the true priests of the 7 gods in the world of transcendence and in the mortal world was completely different. The guard with the blue forked beard immediately became respectful. He first bowed before shaking his head and saying, His Highness the Prince does not have any illness. He is to be sacrificed to the god of earth and sea to appease his wrath. Sacrificing the prince? Chizang was shocked. Eldest senior brother took a step forward and said, Master Chizang, this is a tradition in Pentus. After the great calamity in Valeglia, the prince lost his backer and gradually became a puppet. The actual ruling power is in the hands of trading princes like Illyrio. Every time the city loses a battle or the harvest is bad, the prince's neck will be slit and sacrificed to the unknown god of earth and sea. I have also heard of this, but this is the first time I have left the country and come to Pentus. It is truly hard to imagine, Chizang muttered. The dwarf asked the blue-bearded guard, I wonder what happened in the city this time? The guard pointed at the sky. The sun has already been out for half a year. Everyone is cold and hungry, unable to live any longer. Heh. Now you Pentus people can watch the princes being beheaded every day. Eldest senior brother Tyrion said in Schadenfreude. There are that many princes. Chizang was shocked. Second senior brother rolled up his sleeves and stomped his feet. Pentus has more than 40 established noble families. If we take turns killing them, once every 2 months, we should be able to last until the long night ends. We need the princes to stamp their names on the customs clearance documents. What do we do? Chizang said anxiously. Nonsense. Eldest senior brother said impatiently. There is no need for a customs clearance document. We can just fly to barren land. Who can stop us? You don't understand. The customs clearance document is only one of the reasons. Chizang took a few steps back and said by his eldest disciple's ear, Our goal is to lay down a path of faith. When we pass by a city, we will obtain the recognition of a city's leader. It is best if we can even build a temple and by a group of believers through atonement scrolls. The Westeros are too far from barren land. The transmission of the 7 deities' divine force is extremely sluggish, the consumption too great. This is the reason why the Holy Mother still hasn't displayed any miracles in barren land. When he said this, Chizang's voice became even softer, almost inaudible. The reason why we came to Pentus first is because Bravos already has a holy cathedral. The archbishop was even arranged by Baylor Holy Cathedral. Eldest senior brother came to a realization. If it was any other time, it really wouldn't be easy. However, it is the long night right now, and we have the atonement scrolls. Sigh, Illyrio has been executed. If we came 2 days earlier, we could have asked him for help. The dwarf said regretfully. Second senior brother's expression became gloomy. He said calmly, "It's useless even if we asked him. Because of my younger sister, his relationship with the royal family is extremely bad. Moreover, after selling his family's property, he can no longer be considered a trading prince." Eldest senior brother patted second senior brother's shoulder and said with a sigh, "He only gave himself up after seeing his granddaughter. He died a worthy death." Second senior brother shook his head. He didn't want to talk about the tragic death of an old friend of several decades. He said to the anxious Chizang's master, "Seeing the prince is difficult, but also easy. Wuneng, do you have any good ideas?" Chizang said happily. When he heard his new name, second senior brother's chubby face twitched a few times. He walked up to Bluebeard's imperial bodyguard and handed over 2 gold royals. He directly said, "Tell your family's master that we have to see the prince before tonight." 3,000 gold radiance coins. Gulp. The imperial bodyguard gripped the gold royals and swallowed with difficulty. His eyes seemed to have turned into golden dragons. "Sir Preacher, are you sure? 3,000. Second senior brother didn't say anything else. He pulled out a stack of golden bills from his belt. It was a sheepskin scroll that was dyed golden. "Look carefully. This is an unregistered deposit receipt from the Iron Treasury. I guarantee that you will be able to see the prince this afternoon," the imperial bodyguard immediately said. He kept his word. 2 hours later, Chizang and his disciples arrived at Pentus Palace. "How do you know that Bluebeard's family is so capable?" Walking on the stone path from the palace to the altar, the dwarf still felt that it was a bit inconceivable. In the early years, Pentus suffered a defeat at the hands of Bravos and signed an agreement to limit military power. Pentus has no more than 20 warships and no more than 500 city guards. Meanwhile, there are more than 40 imperial families in the city. Including the trading princes and nobles, there are more than 100 families. Tell me, how precious is a single guard position? Pentus was a coastal city to begin with. The temple in the palace was also built by the sea. The altar to worship the gods was built on a cliff, half of it floating above the sea. It was 20 meters in diameter and had a marble base. It was paved with half a meter of blue gravel. The altar was divided into 3 levels. The center was 5 meters in diameter. The main altar was 2 meters above the ground. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes knelt at the center. His eyes were dim and his face was filled with despair. He should be Prince Pentus. On the side were 4 tall and sturdy men. They didn't wear any clothes, their skin painted with the patterns of the sea and earth. Under the strange sacrificial song of a hunchbacked old priest in blue and black robes, the 4 sturdy men spread their legs and surrounded the prince, performing a barbaric dance. There were 2 rings outside the main altar, divided into 2 levels. The inner level had 200 to 300 people. They were all dressed in solemn attire, most of them black or purple. There was a clan emblem printed on their chests. Quite a few of them had clear Valeglia characteristics. There were less than 100 people in the outer circle. They were all dressed in colorful, exceptionally gaudy and luxurious attire. They were all of different races. "There's no chance today. Let's wait for the next prince to come up. I need to go to the washroom. Varys, come with me." When he saw this scene, Tyrion shook his head and walked away. But in less than 10 minutes, the fat eunuch ran back in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, "Master, it's bad. Eldest senior brother has been captured by demons." Chapter 944. Whether it was Tyrion and Varys, or Saint Matthew and Arya who had never been to this city, they were all legendary figures known by every household. Just like in Journey to the West, when Tang Sanzang and the others traveled west, when Sun Wukong announced his name, a group of monsters immediately cried out in surprise, "The Horse Protector when who wreaked havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Little Devil Monkey Tyrion, 8-clawed Spider Varys, Holy Son Matthew, and Bloodfiend Arya were all famous. Even the Hound with the least reputation was not completely unknown. Therefore, when they arrived at the altar, there were immediately trade princes and Pentus royalty who came to welcome them. The dwarf felt that since the princes were already on the altar, they were like fish on the chopping board. He could not let them sign for him today. Moreover, his stomach was indeed a little bloated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he pulled Varys to the toilet in the palace at the side. When the servants brought them away, Master Chisang explained his purpose for coming to everyone. The purpose of this trip is purely to spread the teachings of the 7 gods. Therefore, when we pass by various cities, we also have plans to spread the name of the 7 gods. He was very frank, directly stating his request. Sirs, if you can make things easy for us, the church and I will be eternally grateful. Just wait, we definitely can't do it today. Among the trade princes, a dark-skinned fatty named Jacob shook his head and said. The Pentus people all spoke Valeglia with an accent. It was not that they did not understand the common language, Westeros, but they were not as proficient as Jacob, who specialized in the brocade business of Westeros. Master Chisang had never left the country before, and could only speak advanced Valeglia. Therefore, the Pentus nobles chose to let Jacob receive the distinguished guests. When will the next princes be elected? Master Chisang asked. About 2 months later. There is a set of strict rules and ceremonies for the election of princes. Master Chisang was shocked. He also understood why his second disciple had said that at the docks. I can't wait 2 months. Can you make an exception? The matter of stamping the customs documents and building the temple of the 7 gods does not necessarily require the prince's consent, he said. This sort of thing has to be done by a prince, Black Jacob said softly. Could it be that Grandmaster Chisang doesn't understand the significance of what he is doing? I am purely preaching, I have no other intentions. Chisang said sincerely. The 7 gods coming to Pentus to plant their flag is equivalent to seizing the benefits of the other gods. Only the prince can take the blame for this. If something really happened, they could just chop off his head and replace him with someone else. But if we help you or reject you, the wrath of the gods or the Dragon Queen will descend upon us. Do you understand what I say? The dark-skinned prince of trade was quite frank. Chisang also felt the other party's sincerity, so he changed his suggestion. Can you delay it for a day and let the prince deal with my matter first before offering sacrifices to the gods? Master, you said it yourself. This is a sacrifice to the gods. The dark-skinned fatty said helplessly, not to mention a day, I can even delay it for a year. But won't the gods be angry? If this happened to the Holy Mother, she would also be angry, right? No, the Holy Mother doesn't need a blood sacrifice. Grandmaster Chisang shook his head and said solemnly, Our Church of the 7 Gods also doesn't interfere with the kingdom's internal affairs. The country belongs to the nobles and the king, and the faith and teachings belong to the 7 gods. The fatty rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, This doctrine is not bad, but our God of earth and sea doesn't interfere with politics. He's going to kill the king, and he doesn't interfere with politics. Chisang had a look of disbelief. The prince doesn't have much power and doesn't participate in Pentos politics. How can sacrificing him be considered interfering in politics? The fatty pointed at his chest. Killing me will cause unrest in the country. Chisang's expression was blank, and he couldn't refute that for a moment. Bah, this is a country of ghost. Hound spat, his eyes full of disdain as if he had seen a pile of feces. We don't have deviant ghosts here. Only you Westeros have them. The dark-skinned fatty laughed. Coming. Aaliyah's eyes focused. Her figure flashed, and she appeared before Chisang with her right hand on her sword. What's coming? The surrounding people were puzzled at first, but when they saw Arya's actions and cold eyes, they realized her identity as a bloodseeker. They thought she was going to start a massacre again and retreated in fear. Chisang didn't know what was going on at first, but he was a level 2 archangel after all. He soon sensed a sinister and greedy divine sense approaching from afar. In Aaliyah's vision, a bloody mist with golden threads surged from the depths of the sea. It was like a long tongue, coiling around the prince at the center of the altar. He looked dejected, his face pale, and the light in his eyes dimmed bit by bit. Evil god! Grandmaster Chizang couldn't help but tighten his grip on the 9-ringed tin blade, his eyes dark and gloomy. Only Aaliyah and Chizong had the perspective of the shadow world. In the eyes of the others, everything on the altar was normal. No, there were transcendents here. Many of the inner circle's royals and outer circle's priests all had solemn expressions at this moment. They even bowed their heads in an unusually respectful manner. They all knew what was happening. At this moment, the hunchbacked priest finished chanting the sacrificial song. He stepped forward and let out a beast-like roar. He pulled out a dagger shaped like a dragon's tooth from his waist and slit the prince's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Arya could hear the sound of someone sucking in blood. It wasn't an illusion. The god was enjoying his sacrifice. "Should we slay the demon?" she asked softly. Chizong hesitated. It was unknown whether he was talking to Aaliyah or to himself. This should be the guardian of the Pentosian city. The customs are different from place to place, and our main purpose is to preach. Before he could finish, his second disciple's wailing came from afar. "Master, not good. Elder brother has been captured by the demon." "What?" Chizong was shocked. The fat eunuch ran out of the white birch forest that separated the altar from the palace. His body was covered in dirt, and the smell of fermented manure could be smelled from afar. Tyrion was taking a dump in the latrine when a black hairy hand reached out from below, grabbed his penis, and pulled it down. The force was so strong that even the wooden floor around the latrine collapsed. It was horrible. The fat eunuch's fat face twisted. He clamped his legs together, as if he felt a soul-tearing pain from somewhere. "It stinks. Did you fall into the latrine?" The people around covered their noses and backed away. "Ah, I didn't fall into the latrine." Varys shook his head as he tried to pull Master Chizong away with his shit-stained hand. He quickly explained, "Tyrion was screaming like his heart was about to break. I saw him quickly sinking into the manure pit, so I tried to pull him away, but I was splashed with feces." "Master, go save him. How do you know it's a demon?" Chizong avoided his second disciple's claw and wondered, could it be that the latrine has been in disrepair for a long time and the floor is rotten? "You should have called the guards immediately." "No, it's a demon." The demon grabbed his penis and pulled him down. "I was also squatting beside the latrine, so it tried to grab me, but I missed. I'm a water dancer, after all. With a quick snake form steps, I didn't even wipe my butt before scurrying out. I managed to escape." The fat eunuch was very excited and said while waving his hands, "Maybe it's an assassin hiding in the latrine," Hound guessed. Before Tyrion was completely dragged into the latrine, he screamed "Evil God" in fear, and then he sank down. The fat eunuch cried out. The people around him had twisted faces and gulped. "Evil God!" Arya and Chizong's expressions changed. They suddenly turned around, and their eyes were cold. They no longer hesitated. "Hey, demon, hand over my disciple," Chizong shouted. He pulled out the gorgeous scabbard, and the 9-ringed monk staff instantly turned into a 9-ringed straight sword. In front of the stunned eyes of the Pentos trade princes and the royal family, the sorcerer shouted, "Brocade holy garment! Mighty dragon of heaven!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 2 lapis lazuli stones on the brocade robe shone with a dazzling green light, turning into 2 green 5-clawed dragons that circled around Chizong. They were 2 wind elves. Newton's laws completely lost effect on Chizong. It was as if there was a spring under his feet. He jumped lightly, and jumped 4 to 5 meters high, crossing 7 to 8 meters. While he was in the air, a circle of holy flames rose from his large blade. "How dare you, demon! I want you to reveal your true form." Boom. The blade seemed to have cut through the air, but the surrounding dark space began to tremble. A woo tilde in the sky and at the bottom of the sea, painful howls sounded at the same time. The howls in the air came from the souls. The monsters in the sea struggled fiercely, and their cries were like thunder. Water splashed more than 10 meters, and there were traces of blood. The huge water column landed on the altar and almost swept a few of the dumbstruck merchants into the sea. "Save us, tsunami!" they shouted. "Demon, you don't know your place, daring to harm people in front of me." Grandmaster Qi Zong cut through the evil god's soul with one strike, and his movements didn't stop. His feet stepped on the air, and as if he was using Qigong, he jumped into the sea. While he was in the air, his right palm slapped down. Holy Mother Divine Palm, raise fire and burn the sky. The little gold avatar that the Holy Mother gave him immediately appeared on his body, revealing a 10-meter-tall Holy Mother that looked like a Susanoo. The Holy Mother's palm, which was even larger than a door, produced a sharp whistle in the air. Endless blacksmith's divine flames were contained within, and it slapped down on the head of the black figure rolling in the sea. Boom! The high temperature brought about a tsunami-like water vapor shockwave. A huge splash of water with a radius of 10 meters surged on the surface of the sea, and the floating altar was on the verge of collapse. A horrifying soul howl spread in all directions, and then it suddenly stopped. So it's a crocodile. Grandmaster Qi Zong's dignified voice came from below the altar. A group of Pentus dignitaries who hadn't recovered from the shock walked to the edge of the altar in a daze, stuck their heads out, and looked down at the sea below. They saw that under the cliff more than 20 meters high, flames were blazing, and thick smoke was billowing. Grandmaster Qi Zong stood proudly on the belly of a giant crocodile. The 20-meter-long crocodile's belly was swollen, as if endless divine flames were burning in its internal organs, so much so that its belly was faintly transparent. A large amount of golden-red flames mixed with black smoke spewed out from its mouth, eyes, nostrils, anus, and other parts. Grandmaster Qi Zong's staff was stuck in the crocodile's throat. Oh, no, it was the 9-ringed broadsword. However, no blood flowed out. What spurted out from the wound were clusters of flames, and the smell of burning drifted all the way to the altar above. Oh no, Psy God Kai. In the silence, the hunchbacked old priest who presided over the blood sacrifice ceremony was the first to react. Then he opened his mouth and wailed. The believers of Psy God around him also cried, but their cries soon turned into the sound of blood spurting out from their throats. Gods, what are you doing? The Bloodseeker has gone mad and is killing people. Seeing Arya shuttling through the crowd like a phantom, cutting throats one after another, the dignitaries were scared out of their wits. Chapter 945. The unforeseen event had come too suddenly. Sacrificing their king to an evil god was unthinkable in the eyes of Westeros, but it was a tradition in Pentus. Why was the Prince of Ragged Clothes, the leader of the windblown mercenary group, called Prince of Ragged Clothes? Was he bragging? No. He really was a prince of Pentus. But he didn't want to be sacrificed like an animal, so he ran to another city the day he was elected as prince. Today's ritual was a rare event for the preaching team, but for the nobles present, it was an old show that they had watched countless times. So, they were very calm, thinking that today's ritual would end like the previous ones. But when Master Chizang shouted Mighty Dragon of Heaven and killed their city's guardian in less than 30 seconds, the nobles and trade princes didn't even react. It wasn't until Arya was slaughtering the crowd and they felt the danger that they began to scream in panic. Guards, where are the guards? Blood fiend Arya has gone mad. Saint Matthew, save us. Your disciples' demonic nature is on a killing spree. They screamed in fear. Don't be afraid, don't panic. Master Chizang was surrounded by an azure dragon. He jumped up and crossed 20 meters to return to the altar. Looking at the corpses lying in pools of blood, the master shouted, "What have you done?" Master Chizang, they are all priests of evil gods, and they were about to attack you. Arya said blankly, "How can I not know who they are? With my ability, how can they hurt me? If you kill like this, how will the lords around look at us, at the church?" Westerners were just that straightforward. The kind-looking Master Chizang spoke frankly, but the lords on the altar all had twisted expressions, not knowing how to answer. "Did you save Tyrion?" Varys was more concerned about his friend. Master Chizang was stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed that he had forgotten about his eldest disciple. "Lords, it's not that my disciple and I went crazy, nor is it that the Church of Seven wants to interfere with the internal affairs and beliefs of Pentus. It's just that you're sacrificing to an evil god, and it's burning in the sea below. Everyone can see what it looks like. How can a crocodile be a good person? Of course, this is not the reason why we attacked." Not only did this Evildor fool all of you, he even dragged my eldest disciple into the cesspool when he went to the toilet. I don't know where he is, and I don't even know if he's dead or alive." After explaining the reason, Grandmaster Chizang reminded them meaningfully, "Princes and lords, surely you are aware of Tyrion's identity. If he somehow died in the latrine of the Pentus Palace. Dragonstone Island is less than 500 kilometers away from Pentus," he said softly. The faces of the Pentus dignitaries turned extremely ugly, and the anger in their eyes gradually turned into worry. Indeed, Grandmaster Chizang had gone too far by killing their god, and Bloodfiend Arya's slaughter of the priests was even more outrageous. However, they had done so on the premise that the dwarf had died in the scheme of PSY, and had died so miserably. Out of the hundreds of people present, more than 90% of them didn't know that the PSY they were worshipping was real. They just wanted to find someone to take the blame and anger the civilians. Of the remaining 10%, 90% had never seen the god they believed in. Only a few nobles knew the true meaning of blood sacrifice, to use the king's blood to raise the crocodile god, the god of earth and sea. Therefore, among the Pentus dignitaries, most of them only felt anger and fear towards Grandmaster Chizang and Arya's actions, but not much hatred. They didn't know about the existence of gods, so naturally they had no feelings. How could they hate a stranger who had died? They only felt that their authority had been offended and endangered. However, compared to the anger of the Dragon Queen, being offended was not even worth mentioning. "Grandmaster, this has nothing to do with us," Black Jacob, representing the Prince of Trade, said pitifully. "Hand over Tyrion first. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Chizang frowned. "This is the first time I've seen this crocodile god. We only knew this afternoon that the missionaries had come to Pentus. We had no chance to participate in this, and we don't even know where Prince Zeon is." Jacob said awkwardly. "Grandmaster Chizang, you can use divine arts to find him," Hound reminded. Chizang came to a realization. He slapped his forehead and blamed himself. "I forgot about the divine art Her Majesty taught me." The so-called divine art was the giant lucid locator technique version 2.0. Chizang didn't leave soul fragments in the four-land dignitaries, but divine power of faith. Compared to soul fragments, it was easier to dispel and harder to locate. The further the distance, the less clear one's senses would be. However, it also greatly reduced the side effects. He's not dead yet." A moment later, Chizang opened his eyes in surprise and looked towards the dark sea to the southwest. "He's in the water, surrounded by a foul stench. It's like he's in the sea, but also like he's in a cesspool. The cesspool is connected to the sea." Varys immediately said. "Wunang, stay here and comfort the princes for me. I'll go save Tyrion," Chizang said in a low voice. Then, his expression turned serious as he shouted, "Brocade Saint Robe, mighty heavenly dragon, pommy mummy coax. Roar." 2 pieces of lapis lazuli on the brocade saint robe that was decorated with jewels shattered, turning into 2 smaller azure dragons that circled around Chizang's legs. Whoosh. Then, Master Chizang was like a rocket launcher, flying into the sky with the sound of howling winds. He drew an arc in the air, flying towards the southwest. The surrounding Pentus nobles were all stunned. When Chizang disappeared from their sight, they immediately began to discuss excitedly. "Sire's God above, Saint Matthew can actually fly? What sorcery is this? He's an angel. He has wings, so it's not strange that he can fly. Did you see the wings? Maybe it's a pair of invisible wings. Anyway, he can fly, and the hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing have seen his angel wings. Sire's God, is a mere 7 gods cultivator actually this powerful?" Someone said in shock. "Stop talking about Sire's God. He's in the sea, and he's still smoking. Smell it, he's all burnt," a royal said bitterly. "This crocodile god is more than 20 meters long. He's not inferior to the Megalosaurus, right? Sire's god is called the god of earth and sea, and he really lives up to his name. It's a pity that the god we've worshipped for thousands of years was easily killed by a cultivator from the Church of 7 Gods. He only used one move, Holy Mother Palm. Sigh, The difference is too great. After waiting for only 15 minutes, Master Chizang returned to the altar with the dwarf. The dwarf was wearing tile steel armor. He only took off the leather pants under the skirt armor when he was defecating. At this time, the smoky black armor had been washed clean by the seawater. Between the leather pants and the armor, there was a lot of yellowish-brown flocculence. There were also water droplets of the same color seeping out from the inner lining of the armor. The smell was nauseating. The dwarf's condition was not good either. The first thing that attracted people's attention was his bulging belly. He was full. His expression was blurry. His cheeks were pale, and even a little swollen. Yellowish-brown liquid and lumps kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The smell, looking at the fecal water flowing out of the dwarf's mouth, mixed with white and fat maggots and fresh, old feces, the surrounding nobles seemed to empathize with him. They began to retch with ashen faces. His cashmere leather pants were pushed back to his knees, because the shin armor on his calf had not completely slipped off. This was nothing, only revealing two hairy, white thighs that were frozen. What was terrifying was the dwarf's penis. It was like a rubber band that had lost its elasticity after being pulled with all its might. Yet, it still had its head half-raised. Its body was covered in bite marks, dripping with blood. It was like a sugarcane that had been chewed by an old man with bad teeth. The two balls below were swollen like longevity peaches. They were still dripping with blood. "He's still alive?" Varys asked softly. "You and Hound, help him squeeze the feces out of his stomach." Chizang placed the dwarf on the ground. Guji the fat eunuch stepped on the dwarf's bulging belly. With a bit of force, a fountain of feces gushed out, reaching 2 to 3 meters into the air, splashing everywhere. The smell grew thicker and thicker, forcing the nobles who were watching the show to take 3 steps back. "What's going on?" Varys asked as he massaged the dwarf's belly. "When I got there were 3 evil gods having sex at the bottom of the sea. They should have been shooting arrows at him." Chizang's expression was awkward. His tone was rather unnatural. "Sword dance." Everyone was in an uproar. Could it be 3 female evil gods? Varys was puzzled. "I remember the claws that grabbed my butt. They were hairy and covered in black hair. Their palms were huge. They didn't look human at all. Indeed, they didn't look human. I can't be sure if they were male or female. I've never seen monsters like that. They just surrounded Tyrion in a frenzy." Chizang's eyes flickered. His voice was fleeting. "It's just like how we squeeze orange juice and squeeze the orange petal with all our might, trying to squeeze all the juice out. Tyrion lost quite a bit of blood essence. I don't know what those evil gods are trying to do. Is it because Tyrion's good looks that aroused their lustful desires? Or are they purely trying to torture him to death in the most humiliating way? Or is there some other reason? Where are they now? Is the palace still safe?" Jacob asked worriedly. "They're all dead," Grandmaster Chizang said calmly. "Ah, 3 gods, all dead. How long has it been since you left?" everyone exclaimed. Grandmaster Chizang's expression was calm. He wasn't arrogant or humble. "Grandmaster, why didn't you leave one alive and ask for the reason?" Varys called out. "I didn't expect them to be so ferocious, yet so weak. I only used one move, Holy Mother Divine Palm. The 3 evil gods combined couldn't even compare to the crocodile demon. Their corpses were burned to ashes in a minute," Grandmaster Chizang said in frustration. Everyone, Grandmaster Chizang didn't know that Holy Mother Dany had made special adjustments to his Holy Mother Divine Palm. He would use his full strength the moment he attacked. His god power would surge like a tidal wave. If he could kill, he would never injure. If he couldn't kill with one move, he would unconsciously use a second palm. If he couldn't kill with 2 palms, his brain would heat up and he would naturally use a third palm. Every palm also had the dual effects of spirit bestowment and god power dragon flame. As long as he didn't die, his opponent would die sooner or later. Holy Mother Divine Palm seems to be too destructive. Grandmaster only used 2 palms to kill 4 gods, a member of the Pentus royal family said weakly. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even Varys was shocked and expressed his agreement. "No, you're wrong. Grandmaster Chizang shook his head and said seriously, "The Holy Mother is merciful. The Holy Mother Divine Palm has mercy as its core. Only those who understand the path of mercy can use the Holy Mother Divine Palm. The martial artists in the world mostly use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and crossbows. When have you heard of anyone fighting with their bare hands? No, right? Because the killing power of the bare hands is the least, the Holy Mother doesn't want to kill too much. That's why the merciful Holy Mother Divine Palm was born." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. After all, since ancient times, everyone was used to using weapons. The sharper the weapon, the more destructive the weapon, the better. The Holy Mother's priest was the first and only martial artist in the world to fight empty-handed. This was true mercy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Holy Mother was already so merciful that she gave up on using weapons. She was just too powerful. Once she attacked, no one could stop her. Chapter 946. The dwarf opened his eyes in a daze and found himself in a warm and comfortable beige bedroom. There were no candles on the windowsill, only a flickering charcoal fire in the fireplace. He wanted to move, but found that his entire body was in pain, especially his crotch. It was as if someone had peeled off his cucumber skin with a plane. It was extremely painful. Moreover, he was like an old ox that had plowed the fields for 3 days and 3 nights, without a trace of strength. "Water, give me water." He opened his cracked lips and called out in a low voice. "You're awake." The fat eunuch Varys was like a cat, silently and gracefully walking from the outside to the bed. "Water, I'm thirsty," the dwarf said. Varys went out to get a pot of warm fresh milk. "You drank so much the day before yesterday, why are you still thirsty?" "Fatua." The fat eunuch's words opened the floodgates of the dwarf's memories. Countless terrifying scenes and feelings poured into his mind. He remembered what he had drunk, and he couldn't help but spit out the milk he had just drunk. "Tell me, I just had a nightmare," the dwarf begged with a sobbing tone. "Sigh, it's all in the past, just treat it as a dream." Varys poured another cup of milk for the dwarf. "Help me get a cup of water." The dwarf wiped his tears and said, "You were unconscious for 2 or 3 days and didn't eat. Drinking milk will give you more strength," Varys advised. The dwarf raised his cup and gulped down 3 large cups of wine in a row. Burp tilde when he burped, Varys smelled a bit of feces. The eunuch's face was a bit distorted. After taking a few breaths, the dwarf felt alive again, his strength returning to his body. He propped himself up and leaned against the head of the bed, asking, "How did I survive? We also found it strange that you didn't drown after being tossed around in the sea for more than 10 minutes. The dwarf shook his head and said, "I'm asking, who saved me? My body was modified by the dragon worm, and my organs were the first target. So that's how it was." The fat eunuch sighed, and then told him what happened the day before yesterday. At first, Master Chizang and Stark thought it was the crocodile demons causing trouble, so they first killed the crocodile that was enjoying the king's blood under the altar. The blood child Stark had also killed more than a dozen court priests. But when we came back, we carefully thought about it and felt that we might have misunderstood the crocodile demon. If he instructed the black-haired evil god to sneak attack the preacher, he would not hide in the sea so obediently. At least, he would let the priest arrange guards to ambush us. The result was not like this. Those priests were caught off guard. What's done cannot be undone. Regardless of whether it was his scheme or not, he has to take the blame now. Otherwise, how are we going to answer to the Pentas people? The fat eunuch sighed. "Are you saying that the evil god in the cesspool isn't targeting me?" the dwarf asked doubtfully. "I was attacked too." The fat eunuch looked at his crotch and said self-deprecatingly, "Being a eunuch also has its benefits. The evil god didn't manage to grab my little brother, and only left a few scratches on my buttocks. But I reacted quickly and escaped. I think, at that time, no matter who went to the toilet, they would have made a move. It's just that you were unlucky, your dick was too strong. That force even caused the oak floor to collapse." Hearing this, the dwarf recalled what had happened the day before. Pain. At that time, he was in so much pain that his soul almost left his body. Now, It was still so painful that he almost lost his sense of existence. The three evil gods died too easily. Matthew should have spared their lives. Pull out their tendons and skin them, break their bones and flesh, and torture them to death. Then throw their souls into hell and suffer for 10 billion years. The dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use of saying this now? They are dead." Varys disagreed. Tyrion was silent for a moment, then frowned and asked, "How did they know that we were going to the toilet? There is more than one toilet in the palace. Is there a spy who deliberately led us there? The Pentus people tortured the eunuch who took us to the toilet. He didn't know anything and only chose the nearest public toilet to the altar," Varys said. "Did you send a message to the queen?" "What did she say?" the dwarf asked again. "She asked us to be more careful. Demons, ghosts, beauties, traps and tricks are common. After all, it's not easy to preach in the East, and it's easy to not achieve great results. Only these words to fool the deviant ghosts." The dwarf raised his voice and shouted, "I almost lost my life. She said some reasons. The situation in the barbarians is not good." Varys sighed and told him about the 3 emperors' proclamation, the 18 major sects, the 36 rebellious kings, the 72 smokes, and the 108 mountains. No one would have thought that the barbarians' extraordinary sects would react so strongly to the orthodoxy and the state preceptor. But if you think about it, it's reasonable. In Westeros, the Church of the Seven Gods is the orthodoxy. The archbishop is equivalent to a state preceptor without a title. So, other than the Church of the Seven Gods, other religions have no place to survive. After a pause, Varys said strangely, "I heard that the 200 rebellious vassals claimed to have an army of 1,000,000. They swore to raze the barbarians to the ground and kill all those who believe in the demonic sect in the Jade Sea." "Yes, the demonic sect they are talking about is our Church of the Seven Gods. So, the rebel army wants to kill us on the way. But even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Where did the barbarians get the ability to be so rampant in Pentus, which is tens of thousands of miles away?" The dwarf frowned. "The queen is also confused. She is asking Wizard Kuei-shi to help investigate this matter." Varys said, "They have an army of 1,000,000, and we still want to go to the barbarians? An army of 1,000,000, do you think it's possible?" Varys laughed. "Even with a 10% discount, it's still 100,000, right? Maybe, but we don't have to worry." Varys was full of confidence. If it's just one army, with a vassal leading 100,000 troops, the barbarians will not be able to defend themselves. But the rebels have more than 200 armies. Even someone like me who doesn't know anything about military affairs can understand that it's a disorderly army. What you said is not without reason." The dwarf nodded in agreement and sighed, "But there's one thing. Our King Bo seems to be even worse. That's why it's our turn to show off. The Dragon Queen is wise beyond compare, but if you follow her, you'll only be a wildfire general or Prince Jean." Varys said faintly, "That's true." The dwarf pulled himself together and forced a smile. After a moment of silence, Tyrion remembered the rest of the preaching team. "Where's Matthew and the rest?" Varys stood up and asked, "Can you get off the bed?" The dwarf stood up slowly in his slippers. After a few steps with a twisted face, he spread his legs to give his crotch some space to shake. Varys helped him to the balcony. At this time, Tyrion found his residence. It was on top of a magnificent tower, 30 to 40 meters above the ground. It was close to the center of the city, and below it was the main road. Facing the whistling cold wind, looking at the dark land in all directions, he had a panoramic view of half of Pentus. Most of the buildings were square red brick buildings with green tiles covering the roofs. Thousands of lights flowed out from the windows and doors, like stars in the night sky. "We're at Jacob's house. Look there." Varys pointed to a direction for the dwarf. It was a 3-story brick building with an area of 400 to 500 square meters. On the stairs in front of the arched door, an old man in a brocade robe held a ball of holy light and said something loudly to the thousands of spectators in the square below. "That house facing the street is the great sanctuary of Pentus. I bought it from Jacob for 30,000 gold royals. 7 Treasures is preaching. There's a lot of audience, at least 1,000 people," the dwarf said in surprise. "Free atonement scrolls, and you can see the holy light. 1,000 is already very little." Varys sighed. "How many days have we been here? It's so easy to change faith. Faith is worthless." Tyrion did not think much of it. "But we have to continue on our journey after a few days," Varys said. "You've got the clearance documents. Didn't you say the prince is dead? After such a thing happened, the people of Pentus can't wait for us to leave immediately." Varys laughed. "Killing the gods and priests of Pentus." Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I thought there would be a big scene." Varys laughed. "The ones with real power are the princes of trade. They come from different races and countries, and have their own beliefs. They don't have much of a sense of belonging to the local god of earth and sea. The princes of trade don't even care about the king of Pentus, let alone the gods who have little to do with them. Many people did die that day, but all of them were priests. The nobles didn't even lose a single hair. But once they provoke us, the dragon queen next door will go crazy. They won't even be able to keep a single hair." After resting in Pentus for another 3 days, Tyrion had almost recovered, but he found that his magic power had been permanently reduced by 40%. 3 evil gods used blood witchcraft to take turns draining your essence blood. It's already very rare to be able to stay alive. This was Master Seven Treasure's explanation to his eldest disciple. In the end, he also comforted him. "Magic is just a small path. As long as your faith is pious enough, a little gift from the Holy Mother is more than a few hundred years of hard work." Then he used Arya as an example. "On the day the Pentus sanctuary was built, when I blessed the statue of the Holy Mother's grace came to us. Why didn't you ask me for such a good thing?" Tyrion exclaimed. "You can't even get out of the ground, and it's useless even if you went, so I got nothing." Varys sighed. After that, Tyrion used a glass candle to contact the Holy Mother herself and was told the reason: no reward for no work. St. Matthew's divinity of Our Lady of Mercy was doubled, and he received the divine spell Father's Fiery Eyes of Truth. Arya's divinity of death was increased by 20%, and she received the elementary divine spell Warrior's Sword. The Hound received 1,000 divine spell slots, and the same elementary divine spell Warrior's Sword. Varys participated in the construction of the sanctuary, and he also went to the streets and preached a few times. If he was a priest, he would also receive 1,000 divine spell slots as a reward, but his piety was not enough. The dwarf did nothing, so his contribution was 0, so his reward was also 0. The dwarf only lamented that he had suffered so much for nothing, but he did not notice the hidden message: the Holy Father had arrived. Yes, a few hours after the Dragon Queen sent the preaching team away, a large amount of divinity and spirituality inexplicably entered the space of faith. At that time, she was leading a group of volunteers to hunt down deviant ghosts in the river. A large amount of divinity and spirituality flooded in, and she was more surprised than happy. She had just left, and even the real Tang Sanzang was not as hateful as the preaching team, but before she could recover from her shock, the second wave of divinity came, and the interval was less than 10 minutes. And this was not the end, but the beginning. In the following days, more and more divinity was delivered, and Dany was stunned. "I've been in Ursos for many years. Why didn't I see so many demons and ghosts there?" Chapter 947. On the first day after the teaching team left, the divine titles of the father and the old woman were lit up. While she was pleasantly surprised, the Dragon Queen was also a little shocked. What happened? But after a few days, she became numb. Almost every day, there would be new divine titles. All the divine titles were killed by Saint Matthew, who had comprehended the merciful heart. Arya also killed many saints. The world seemed to have become very strange. Dany had an illusion: saints and divine titles were everywhere. Less than a week after the teaching team left, the 7 gods were officially complete. The blacksmith, the Holy Mother, the warrior, the stranger, the father, the old woman, and the young girl were all complete. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the father represented justice and was in charge of judgment. After receiving the divine title of the father, Dany and the great black dragon spirit obtained 2 abilities: Eye of Justice, which allowed me to see whether you are a human or a ghost, and judgment scale, which allowed me to have the final say here. The eye of justice was very easy to understand. It could analyze whether the other party was lying or whether they were good or evil through the mental waves and aura of the soul. It was probably a combination of the fiery golden eyes and the lie detector. Of course, the fiery golden eyes could see the original form of a demon at a glance, but the eye of justice could not. It could only analyze the other party's attributes. For example, the shadow demon Lalo once disguised himself as a human in the East Sea and tried to sneak attack Danny. If Danny had the eye of justice, she would have been able to see that the aura around him was not right. The judgment scale was even more mysterious than the eye of justice. However, it was very incomplete and did not even have a prototype. It had only formed a concept. If not for the fact that Danny was gradually replacing the three-eyed crow as the god of the Westeros, she might have overlooked the strange divine title of Judgment Scale. It represented the Father to set the rules of justice and imprint these rules in the river of fate. If a believer sought the Father's justice, the Father's imprint would influence them through the river of fate. For example, before the Father appeared, the Westeros had a tradition of trial by martial arts and seven sons competition for 6,000 years. The sanctity of the trial by martial arts was almost equal to the rights of the guests. Then, could the trial by martial arts represent the justice of the seven gods? It could not before, and it still could not now. But now, if you are pious enough and attract the attention of the Heavenly Father, she can use the method of interfering with fate to make the judgment follow her rules and achieve the fairness and justice that people expect. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Father's judgment involved fate. Unfortunately, the seven gods' abilities were limited and they were not proficient in the Tao of Fate. Perhaps the future Heavenly Father Danny could use fate to realize fairness and justice in the human world. Fiery Golden Eyes, the new divine power that Chizang acquired, was an incomplete version of Eyes of Justice. It could only distinguish between good and evil. It was impossible to tell if someone was lying through their mental waves or the air of their soul. In addition to the Heavenly Father, Blackie also lit up the Old Woman Godhood. The Old Woman represented wisdom and experience. With this divine title, she gave the Dragon Queen two abilities, Brain CPU and Brain Mechanical Hard Disk. The CPU of the brain referred to the speed of thinking. Under the condition of consuming the Old Woman's divine power, the speed of thinking could be increased by 10 to 1,000 times. Actually, there shouldn't be an upper limit to the speed of one's thoughts, but there was a limit to what one could bear. Danny tried it herself. When it reached 1,000-fold, her head was almost cooked. Her face was as red as a steamed crab, and white smoke rose from the top of her head, the steam of evaporation. She was like a computer operating at its limit and on the verge of collapse. The side effects were so great, but at the same time, the effects were also astonishingly powerful. If the Dragon Queen went to the market to sell vegetables, she would not even need to bring a calculator with her. Alright, the human calculator's effects were not that great. It was only 1,000-fold faster. It was mainly used in the process of cultivation and battle. Cultivation definitely could not be increased by 1,000-fold. Cultivation relied more on comprehension, but the speed of solving problems would definitely be increased by 1,000-fold. In battle, the advantage of having one's thinking speed doubled was even more obvious. This was because many divine powers were cast through the power of the soul. After 1,000-fold increase in thinking speed, this casting speed was probably the so-called instant casting of a forbidden spell. The benefits that the Heavenly Father and the Old Woman brought to Danny were direct. It even caused a qualitative change in her strength and way of existence. As for the last divine title of the seven gods, the young girl, it was a little awkward. The young girl godhood did not light up together with the old woman godhood and her talents. A few days later, another large wave of divinity and spirituality arrived, and the seven gods were complete. In the past few thousand years, the young girl had always represented innocence and chastity. To put it bluntly, it meant that a girl should be an obedient virgin. After she got married, she would become a woman. She would no longer need to worship the young girl, nor would she have the right to worship the young girl. Instead, she would worship the Holy Mother. This kind of doctrine was not what the Dragon Queen wanted. That was why when she recultivated the Seven Stars Holy Bible, she changed the young girl chapter the most, directly changing it to freedom and holy light. The new doctrine had only been passed down for a few years, and the new divine title had not been fully formed yet. Dani received a strange talent that was neither new nor old, the Mary Sue halo. When she was blessed with the young girl godhood, her usual waist-length silver hair would glow slightly. Every strand of hair would be filled with holy light, just like light sticks. As long as she wanted to, her hair could change into any color. For example, when her hair turned red, she would emit an aura that would let everyone around her know that she was angry, and that they would be anxious because of her anger. When her hair turned gray, the people around her would feel a faint wind blowing on eggshells. Oh, no, it was the sadness of the autumn wind blowing on the withered yellow ginkgo leaves. Then, they would be gripped by her sadness. Her hair could also turn into a colorful cherry blossom color. It was very beautiful and alluring, making others feel that they would be happy because of her excitement. Not only was her hair filled with holy light, even her skin was sparkling like snow under the holy light, white and translucent. Not only was her hair and skin glowing, but her eyes, if combined with her identity as the wind god, she could even make her hair and skirt flutter in the most beautiful arcs forever. She could even summon colorful petals to surround her body, and little fairies would sing for her in the wind. Compared to her, the likes of Ice Crystal Tear Butterfly times Snow times Arshong, Purple's Waylisa times Vieira, and Gwalja times Azinjoro times Elizabeth were all weak. The young girl Dani was the Mary Sue god of the Song of Ice and Fire world. However, other than giving Dani goosebumps from embarrassment, this skill was almost useless. Oh, it was not useless at all. She felt that she could design different styles for the different priesthoods of the seven gods in the future. For example, in the Stranger's Cloak, there should be a cold-faced girl with long straight black hair. It would be best if her skin was pale and her eyes were red like blood. After the seven priesthoods were combined into one, Dani found another benefit. She had a deeper control of the faith space. Just like before, she only got 1/7 or 2/7 of the shares because she was the only shareholder. Even if she only had one priesthood and 1/7 of the shares, she still had the final say in the faith space. After grasping 100% of the shares, she could completely control the seven gods' unlimited liability company. She could even try to divide the faith space. That's right, divide the space into two, or one into three. Dani was considering whether to separate heaven and hell. A long time ago, Dani had thought that the stranger should build a 7-level hell for Westeros. The main body of hell was located in the world of death. First, she would find a blessed land in the real world that connected yin and yang. Then, she would fix the thought hell on that land and make it the Hell's Gate of ice and fire. The model would be similar to the ghost city of Fengju and hell of Mount Tai in the Celestial Dynasty's legends. These two Hades were actually the so-called blessed lands. It was also because the benefits brought by the scripture teaching team were too great that the Dragon Queen decided to increase the investment and double Chizong's Mother of Mercy divinity. The main reason was to strengthen his connection with the Mother of Mercy, ensuring that he could still be as powerful as before even if he went to the east, which was far away from Westeros. Well, looking for a city's prince to stamp a customs document was naturally Dani the Buddha's bad taste. However, building a temple for the seven gods in a free trade city and distributing atonement scrolls to establish the local faith was really beneficial to the transmission of divine power. Before Dani received the three-eyed crow's allegiance, the efficiency of the transmission of divine power between the seven gods and the Westeros devout believers, with a level of 10 and above, was around 50%. After she completely absorbed the Green Prophet seal, the efficiency of the transmission of divine power would probably reach 80%. This meant that the qualifications of a priest would be lowered to the level of an ordinary person. Almost every household would have a priest. Of course, she would never let the priest profession depreciate. The scene of every household having a priest would never appear. On the other side of the narrow sea, in Pentus without a temple for the seven gods, the efficiency would drop from 50% to 45%. All the way to the east, Korra 40%, Morang City 35%, Bone Mountain 30%, Barren Land 25%, Shadowy Asia 20%, and the easternmost Darkland 15% to 0%. If there was a temple, such as in Slave Bay, the faith would reach 40%, which was 5% higher than the normal value. If the temple was built all the way from Pentus to Slave Bay, it would increase by another 5%. If a few thousand years were used to stabilize the faith, the transmission of divine power from all over the world would basically reach the same level. The Westeros would still be the highest, while the other regions would be slightly lower. Other than divinity, Mother of Mercy Dany also bestowed upon Chizong the divine art of Golden Gaze fiery eyes, ensuring that not a single fairy would be able to escape his eyes. A master with Golden Gaze fiery eyes, and a senior apprentice brother who needs to be saved by master, this combination is really strange. Chapter 948. In front of the Holy Church, Master Chizong stood on the podium and told the people below about the Heaven and Hell chapter of the Seven Stars Bible. Arya was hidden in the darkness. The dwarf, hound, Varys, and a few Andals stood on either side of Master Chizong. This was the fifth and last day of the preaching team in Pentus. Tomorrow at noon, they would ride the pterosaur to Myr. After a few days of preaching, Master Chizong also discovered a pattern. Today, when the night fell, it was useless to preach about the mercy of the Virgin, the justice of the Heavenly Father, the diligence of blacksmiths, the bravery of warriors, and so on. Even the most popular Westeros sunshine of young girls did not respond to it. Perhaps they were tired of Lalo's fire and light scripture. The main reason was that Master Chizong could not provide the spirits of light for the people of Pentus. Otherwise, the effect would be much better. Only heaven, hell, and the kingdom of the dead were the most attractive. In the beginning, when Master Chizong preached, there were only a few hundred listeners, and only 300 Westeros merchants and sailors were willing to receive the atonement scroll. Today, there were more than 2,000 people gathered below the podium. After people die, they have a place to return to. They enter the kingdom of the dead from the mortal world. Believers and even non-believers will enter that world after death. It is a cold, desolate shadow world without color and vitality. The souls of non-believers wail in pain in the kingdom of the dead, like sugar cubes falling into warm water, slowly melting and disappearing. Souls with faith will enter the kingdom of the gods under the guidance of faith. For example, the kingdom of the seven gods, the seven hells of the stranger, and the heaven of the virgin. Master Chizong stopped here. According to the script, his second disciple Varys stepped forward and asked loudly, "Master Chizong, how many kingdoms of the seven gods are there?" Master Chizong's voice was gentle and loud. The stranger and the virgin are the seven gods. Heaven and hell are also the kingdoms of the seven gods. Ordinary people think that the seven gods have seven gods, but this is wrong. Just like humans have seven forms, a girl, a woman, an old man, a young man, a middle-aged man, and a mysterious person, there is only one God, but he has seven faces. Seven forms, seven stages of life, seven human virtues, seven lofty ideals. The seven gods are the sublimation of matter, the combination of spirit and will. The seven gods are omnipotent, and their way of existence is beyond the limits of ordinary people's thinking. Of course, Varys, of course, knew of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of the seven gods the disciples asked questions, the master's master answered, so that of the disciples of the seven gods had a basic understanding of the seven gods. Of the Confucians' analects, was that. At this time, it was the eldest disciple Tyrion's turn to ask, "Master Chizong, what is hell and what is heaven? Who will fall to hell and who can ascend to heaven? Heaven is the source of all beauty, where all the reasonable expectations of man can be satisfied. Of thee of the God of hell of hell of hell. Worshippers might not necessarily be able to enter heaven, only those who practice the teachings of the seven gods are true believers of the seven gods. God, God of God, gods of God, because of God, of God of God. The seven gods don't need blind believers. They want humans to sublimate in spirit, will, and soul. The only purpose of the seven gods and the church is to make humans more perfect, kind, and beautiful. Therefore, to judge whether a believer can go to heaven or hell, it depends on whether they have lived out the teachings of the seven gods. Master Chizong took out a stack of notes with black characters on it and raised it high into the air, waving it at the believers below. These are atonement scrolls. They can offset a certain amount of sins, allowing believers who should have gone to hell to ascend to heaven. This opportunity only comes once in a million years. Because of the long night, the Holy Mother took pity on the hardships of all life, so she opened the door and gave everyone a chance. Now is not the time to lose. Everyone, you are fated. Remember, seize the opportunity. Don't be a fated person. Master, I am willing to convert to the 7 gods. Master Chizang, give me 1, no, give me 5. I have a wife, children, and parents. The Holy Mother is merciful. In the crowd, a dozen Andals raised their hands and shouted. Then, their enthusiasm infected the people around them. More and more people rushed to the podium. There were 300 to 400 people. Chizang saw this scene and frowned. Today was the last day, but the expected explosion had yet to come. He couldn't be blamed for not being satisfied. In fact, as the Archbishop of Baylor Cathedral, whether it was in King's Landing or in Storm's End Castle, when he preached in public, there would always be tens of thousands of believers who would directly fill his vision. They would shout excitedly and tears would fill their eyes. Everyone, don't be anxious. Don't panic. Wait until the preaching is over, then I will start to show the Holy Mother's mercy. He pressed down with his hands, trying to persuade the excited believers back down. Then, he gave Hound a look. Hound stepped forward reluctantly and asked in a muffled voice, Master, is there only heaven and hell in this world? The Church of the 7 Gods doesn't preach the doctrine of the one God. The 7 gods are only one of the many true gods. He was born before the world appeared. He was so powerful that he could create a world with a thought, but he is still one of the gods, ha ha ha. A sudden burst of loud laughter came from the distance. It was loud and sonorous, interrupting Chizang's preaching. The crowd parted to the sides. A group of people entered the square from the street and walked straight to the lectern. They were all dressed in rippling blue priest robes with white patterns. The leader was a bald, short man. His head was round like a watermelon, and his body was round like a pumpkin. His clothes were open, revealing his chest that was covered in black hair. Creating a world with a thought is bullshit. The bald, short man spat at the lectern. Your Holy Mother is a bitch who deceives the world. Who doesn't know her background in the transcendent world? If you know what's good for you, immediately seal your temple and scram as far away as you can. Otherwise, I'll reveal your Holy Mother's underwear today. Master, this is a priest from the Church of the Sea God outside the eastern gate of the city. Varys approached Chizang and explained in a low voice. Then, he said in puzzlement, the Church of the Sea God isn't large, and even their temple is outside the city. They shouldn't be here to provoke us. Is there even a need to think about it? He's just someone else's dog. Tyrion sneered and gripped the axe behind his waist tightly. He volunteered, Master, leave this black-haired pumpkin to me. I have to show my ruthless methods today. If I don't hurt the dog, its master won't know pain. A golden light flashed in Chizang's eyes. He said in a low voice, He's a god. Can you do it? What? The dwarf's body stiffened, and he quickly shrank back. He hid behind Chizang and said in shock, Are you sure? Chizang did not answer him. He only reached out to push the hunting dog in front of him away and raised his right palm with a solemn expression. Holy Mother's palm? The black-haired bald man retreated in horror. Chizang was stunned for a moment. Why did I subconsciously use an ultimate move like Holy Mother's palm? If I killed him with a single palm in public, it would go against the Holy Mother's path of mercy. After reflecting on himself, Chizang retracted his right hand and looked at Varys. Varys was very quick-witted. He immediately handed over his master's 9-ringed tin blade. However, when he saw the straight blade that flickered with cold light, Chizang frowned. There was a thin line of blood on the smoky black blade. Ever since he killed the crocodile god, the straight blade was filled with a thick, annoying aura. According to Saint Danny, it was the baleful aura and killing intent naturally condensed by the divine weapon. He did not need to care about it and just needed to cultivate his mind. However, he still felt that the blade was no longer suitable for him. I was personally taught the path of mercy by the Holy Mother, so how can I commit the sin of killing for no reason? He remembered the story of the Holy Mother cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. He would review it every day before he went to bed and after he woke up. Chizang shook his head and said, "The Holy Mother is merciful." Shanzai, Shanzai. Wu Neng, quickly put away the blade. Unless there is no other choice, do not commit the sin of killing for no reason. We are here to spread the path of mercy to the many believers. If we kill in public, wouldn't we be going back on our words? You want to kill me? The black-haired baldy wasn't deaf. When he saw the master and disciples' movements and heard Chizang's words, he couldn't help but be shocked and scared. He took a few steps back and cried out, "Is there still justice? Is there still law? I only spoke a few words of truth, and you want to kill me?" He faced the audience behind him and cried out in grievance, "Everyone, come and be the judge. I came to discuss the Tao with Chizang, yet he wanted to hit me with the Holy Mother's palm. After I saw through him, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation, intending to hack me with the demonic blade. Because the sea god cult's priest came to challenge the seven gods, the passers-by on the street who were originally uninterested in the seven gods cult's teachings also came over, and more people came. Chizang was a bit at a loss for what to do. He cried out in shock and anger, "Evildor, don't pester endlessly. Where is this place? In front of the holy hall, on the street. Why would I kill for no reason? It's just that you spoke vulgarities and insulted the Holy Mother, so I want to teach you a lesson. If you don't kill, why are you raising the iron hammer in your hand?" The bald man pointed at the golden arms hammer in Chizang's right hand. Chizang turned his head to look, and could not help but be stunned. At some point in time, he had removed the purple gold arms bowl from his waist. The Holy Mother is merciful. She once personally taught me the path of mercy to sacrifice myself to save the devil. Chizang looked around at the onlookers, and told them the story of the Holy Mother cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. Only then did he say, "Evildor, I should have sacrificed myself to save you today, but you blasphemed the Holy Mother, so I'll let you suffer some physical pain, and teach you the immensity of heaven and earth. The reason why I used the golden arms bowl is only because I don't want to kill anyone today. The Holy Mother's palm, you can't take it. The 9 rings tin blade, you can't take it. Dog's hit, your Holy Mother is Danny Leasy. That little bitch is just pretending to be a ghost. There's no such thing as cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. Everyone, don't be fooled, the 7 gods are the 7 wood hay. Evildor, you dare insult the Holy Mother and Holy Danny?" Chizang's eyes widened in anger, and his voice boomed like thunder, directly cutting off the black-skinned pumpkin's words. "Who are you calling Evildor?" The bald man was furious as well. "I can tell with a single glance that you're not human." Chizang's eyes shone with a solid golden light. "Insolent Evildor, I want you to reveal your true form, mighty heavenly dragon." The runes of the Vajra Song of Power branded on his soul lit up one by one. Coupled with the activation of the little gold body, Chizang's body swelled from 1.7 meters to 2.1 meters like a balloon. The golden light in his body even shone through his brocade robes. He was holy and dignified, as if he was a god of war. "Evildor, reveal yourself." Chizang's entire body was filled with power. He took a step forward without realizing it, and arrived before the stunned bald man as if he had teleported. He could not help but smash the golden arms bowl down. Chapter 949. Asterisk boom. Asterisk there was a clap of thunder, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In Chizang's original plan, his purple gold arms bowl was empty. If he controlled his strength, he would at most smash the black-haired baldy's head until it bled. The baldy would then be unable to resist using witchcraft and expose his true identity. This way, he would be able to prove to the public that his words were blasphemous and slanderous through his identity as a monster. However, when he activated the Holy Mother's golden body, the massive power was completely out of control. Divine power surged wildly into his arm. There was also his brain. Unconsciously, the high-level warrior's sword divine art was activated. Countless experiences of using hammers entered his mind. It was as if he was possessed by a warrior, and he used an extremely ingenious hammer strike. It was like a giant hitting a watermelon. The golden arms bowl was clearly hollow, but it had the force of a landslide. It instantly broke through the Baldy's skull, and in the next instant, it hit the Baldy's belly that was covered in black hair like a pregnant woman. Asterisk pop. Asterisk as if a grenade had exploded in his stomach, the shell with black hair, the flesh that had been crushed into minced meat, the white bones, the green organs, and the steaming brown feces splashed 7 to 8 meters away. With Chizong's hammer as the center, a bloody mist even spread out around it. It was as terrifying as a demon. In the huge square, everyone seemed to have suddenly died. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. Silence. Only the intestines and organs that splattered on the faces of the people around them fell to the ground. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the dwarf was the first to come back to his senses. He gulped and muttered, "Is there a need to be so ruthless? It would have been better to use a knife or use a divine palm to turn him into a matchstick man. What's going on?" The dazed Master Chizong seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. He looked at the purple gold arms bowl with a long handle and shouted, "Holy Mother is merciful. I really only used a little force, oh gods." His belly was cut open. "It's too cruel. I heard that he's the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. West Eros call him Merciful Matthew. Is there a mistake? He's never given the wrong nickname. He himself has always preached the Holy Mother's merciful path. Perhaps his mercifulness was compared to the more barbaric barbarians of the Land of Sunset. At least, he gave a warning before he killed. At least, he knew how to be hypocritical. It's true that he's hypocritical, but forget about being merciful. Killing people on the street can't be considered merciful. Ah, Her Majesty the Sea God is dead." While everyone was talking about it, the blue-robed oracles who followed the bald fat man to challenge them suddenly hugged their heads and wailed, "Sea God." The surrounding people were shocked again. They stared and retreated in horror. That bald man's belly was covered in black hair. How was it made of flesh? It was obviously a layer of hard and thick shell. Was it armor? Or, take revenge for His Majesty? A blue-robed old priest roared angrily at Chizong. After the roar, his facial features quickly shriveled into a hideous, decayed skeleton like a ball with holes. His belly began to swell as if it had absorbed the essence of his head. Chizong knew that the other party was using blood shaman arts. He wanted to counterattack, but he hesitated. He didn't hesitate anymore. The next moment, a black light flashed, and the old priest's head flew into the sky. A mud-like liquid gushed out of his neck, splashing 7 to 8 meters high and landing in all directions. Wherever the mud landed, regardless of whether it was the square's stone slabs or the person's head, cheeks, or clothes, they all sizzled as if they were corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Ouch! Ouch! What is this? Help! My eyes! My face! The surrounding people were in chaos. Master Chizong shouted, "Arya, stop, evil disciple, have mercy," and other words, but they were drowned out by the chaos. After a while, a team of 30 city guards rushed over and restored order. The priests with blue bottoms and white wavy waves were all dead. A sword slit their throats or pierced their hearts. The bright red blood dyed the grey square red, making it look like a slaughterhouse. "General, the sea god religion's main god brought his believers to challenge us. It's a conflict of faith, and it has nothing to do with the city's security." Varys walked over, grabbed his hand, and secretly stuffed a 2,000 gold coin note into his hand. 24 people died. "It's hard for me." The commander held the note tightly and said in a conflicted tone. The dwarf shouted, "What's hard for you to do? Dragon Queen's scripture teaching team was assassinated on the street, and you can't fight back. Do you still have laws in Pentus? Or do you want the Dragon Queen to come to Pentus and ask for an explanation personally? They didn't bring any weapons. It's not right to assassinate them on the street, right?" The commander was troubled. "This is an evil god." Varys pointed at the sea god's corpse. "General, everyone, please take a look. That baldy with a big belly isn't human at all." This looks like a big black conch," someone exclaimed. "It does look like one. Why does he have a black conch belly? Conch essence." The dwarf stepped forward and used his foot to poke at the corpse pile. He frowned and said, "It looks like a person with a conch shell. It's very strange. It's really a god. The commander and the guards' faces turned pale, and their voices trembled. Master Chizang already said that this is a demon. Killing people is against the law, but slaying demons is for the country and the people, Varys said with a smile. Then, he looked at the red and white pieces of meat, licked his lips, and muttered, I wonder if this kind of conch can be made into conch powder. I've eaten it a few times at Fishmarket Street, and the taste seems pretty good. King's Landing also has conch powder. I thought only Dragonstone Island and Slaver's Bay had it, the dwarf said curiously. King's Landing is short of food, but Blackwater River has conch, the dwarf said with a smile. If we cut a piece of conch meat and send it back to Dragonstone Island with the crocodile skin, the conch powder will be made into conch powder. Snail meat to make snail powder, and crocodile skin to make bags and boots. Perhaps this will please the Dragon Queen. Bad idea. Varys shook his head, and said to the guards, as you can see, we're slaying demons. This. The commander was hesitant. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, Prince Jacob of Black Skin from next door walked over, surrounded by eunuchs and servants. The conflict between the gods has nothing to do with Pentus. We won't interfere. Many people died. The commander was not one of the trade prince's men. They're using blood witchcraft. Look around, how many innocent believers have died? Look at that, his face melted. Look at this, his head melted into a pool of water. Varys wrinkled his nose, and pointed at the moaning fish around him. Help, help me, I don't want to die. Holy Mother of Mercy, Master Chizang, save me. Seeing that someone was finally paying attention to them, those unlucky bastards immediately increased the volume of their cries for help. The commander sighed, and left with Varys's gold notes. Master Chizang first used holy flames to burn the corpses of the sea god and the sea god priests to ashes, and then used holy healing art to dispel the evil witchcraft and heal the injured. I hope everyone doesn't misunderstand. I didn't have the intention to kill, but because he was an evil god, I personally acted. Even if I did, I used the least powerful weapon, he explained to the people around him. You could tell at a glance that he was a snail demon, and had a thick shell, so you used the golden melon hammer, which is best at breaking armor. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Everyone agreed, but that was what they thought in their hearts. He's clearly an evil god, so why couldn't he even withstand a single hammer strike? My purple gold arms bowl is still hollow, so it doesn't have much strength. Sigh, everyone, you're not believers of the 7 gods, so the effect of your healing art is too weak. Chizang healed a person in 3 seconds, and sighed as he walked to the next person. You even used the great mighty dragon of heaven. Although we don't know what the great mighty dragon of heaven is, looking at its posture, its body expanded into a small giant, golden like a god, and you say that it doesn't have much strength. You healed a person whose cheeks melted so quickly, and you still say that the effect of your healing art is weak. The smiles on everyone's faces couldn't be maintained anymore. This master was too hypocritical. However, even though the master was hypocritical, his methods were truly powerful. He could use the great mighty dragon of heaven and holy light illumination. Perhaps the 7 gods really were a good choice. Master, I'm willing to convert to the Holy Mother, please bless me. Master Chizang, I'm also willing. With a start, a large group of people immediately swarmed over. Chizang looked around, and couldn't help but be stunned. There was a sea of excited believers, probably more than 2,000 of them. He was both happy and puzzled. I went against the Holy Mother's path of mercy, and killed a god in front of everyone. Arya even went on a killing spree, and threw mercy into the narrow sea, so why did the number of believers increase? Master, how could you tell at a glance that he wasn't human? After finishing the lecture and returning to the holy hall where the statues of the 7 gods had just been erected, the dwarf couldn't help but ask. It's the fiery eyes of truth that the Holy Mother imparted to you the last time I told you. No demons or ghosts can hide their identity before the fiery eyes of truth. The dwarf couldn't help but feel envious and vexed when he heard that. He cried out, that shitty sea god this afternoon wasn't much stronger than a normal person. I should have been the one to go up, I could also use deity descent, but Chizang, you just had to steal my kill. Killing people in public will tarnish the church's image. When Chizang said this, His expression was a little hesitant. As expected, the dwarf immediately retorted, "You killed the evil god," and the believers became even more enthusiastic. It's easy to use authority, but difficult to establish virtue. Chizang looked at the statue of the Holy Mother that was smiling kindly in the candlelight, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he firmly shook his head, and said, "The purpose of developing believers isn't to pull heads, but to let more people understand and practice the teachings of the 7 gods. Developing faith in a way that goes against the Holy Mother's path of mercy is simply abandoning the fundamentals and pursuing the trifles, reversing cause and effect." When he said this, he felt refreshed, and his thoughts became clear. The distracting thoughts that had just appeared in his mind were swept away. No wonder the Holy Mother had to cut off her flesh to feed the eagles. So the path of Holy Mother's mercy is such a difficult one. Without the fearless heart to sacrifice oneself, without the perseverance to endure all pain and failure, one has no right to preach the path of mercy to all living beings. Chizang's understanding of the Holy Mother's path of mercy went up a level. His soul actually began to sublimate, and his true mercy divinity grew madly. The Dragon Queen, who was far away in the Westeros, was shocked again. After receiving a wave of divinity and spirituality, her and Big Black's Holy Mother godhood actually began to evolve. The Holy Mother godhood was bestowed by faith, and not something she cultivated herself. However, Matthew had comprehended the true mercy divinity, and now, he had even evolved the divinity into a Holy Mother godhood, fusing it with the Holy Mother godhood, activating. Dany heard a song, the Song of Mercy. O 7 gods, Matthew has comprehended the law of mercy. This is a brand new law in the universe. The world is singing for me. Dany was dumbfounded. Chapter 950. Why did Master Chizang comprehend the law of mercy, but why didn't the world make Dany sing? It wasn't just because Chizang was the Holy Mother's subordinate god, more importantly, he believed in the Holy Mother wholeheartedly. Chizang even offered his life imprint to his faith. Compared to the life imprint, the Song of Laws was just a mere worldly possession. This was the greatest value of believers to gods. It wasn't necessarily sad for believers. Saint Matthew was very happy right now, in the true joy of being recognized by the Holy Mother. He was even happier than Dany, who accidentally activated the Song of Mercy. This kind of happiness was something normal people might never experience in their entire lives. The Song of Mercy took the lead. With 1% progress, Chizang's soul naturally ascended, rising from a level 2 archangel to a level 3 archangel. The Holy Mother wasn't stingy with her rewards. She said to Chizang, "Well done, I'm very satisfied. Continue to work hard, you are walking on the right path." The Holy Mother was sincere. While slaying demons to provide her with large amounts of spiritual essence and divinity, he cultivated himself and developed a brand new Song of Laws. How could she not be satisfied? How could Chizang's path not be correct? This kind of recognition that didn't cost a single cent was the greatest reward for Chizang. He smiled like a 100-pound idiot. This old man was a bit thin. In the eyes of the disciples, their master was in a daze for a while, and then a golden rune lit up between his brows. His skin shone with holy light, and his dignified and holy aura made them feel reverence, not daring to make a sound. After a while, the phenomenon disappeared, and Chizang grinned foolishly. Only then did they come back to their senses. "Master Chizang." The disciples took turns to call out, "Oh, the Holy Mother's grace. I have comprehended the path of mercy again, and was promoted to a level 3 archangel by the Holy Mother," Chizang explained casually. Tyrion's eyes turned red. An archangel is equivalent to a lord of an ordinary angel, while an archangel is a king. "Congratulations, Master, you've reached a new level," Varys said enviously. "Master Chizang, when you have time, tell us more about the path of mercy, I want to learn it too," Hound said expectantly. Arya couldn't continue to be in a daze. She said, "Master Chizang, if we encounter evil gods in the future, can I kill them? The experience points for those priests are too low." "What experience points?" Chizang and his fellow apprentices were all confused. "Stranger designed the merit calculation method for me. Killing enemies, protecting you, promoting the teachings of the 7 gods, and comprehending the path of the 7 gods will all give me digital experience points. He said that although I am the wife of a stranger, I have no faith in him. That's why I'm motivated to work hard. Through long hours of work, I'll slowly fall in love with this job. Once I fall in love with this job, I'll start to have faith, Arya explained. Your Majesty Moku, you've given a lot of thought. Chizang first nodded with great emotion, then frowned and said, you also said that promoting the teachings of the 7 gods and comprehending the path of the 7 gods can give you experience points. Why must you kill people? Leveling up is fast, but learning the doctrine is slow. I don't see any hope yet, Arya said honestly. Nonsense. Chizang's master put on a stern face and severely criticized, you're putting the cart before the horse. How could it be slow to comprehend the doctrine? Why can't I see any hope? Am I not a good example? Yes, you're a good example. Arya nodded enviously. I watch you slay demons every day and then level up immediately. I'm so envious. Hey, Arya, you're still young. What's the rush? The dwarf said anxiously. Leave the evil god to me. I need to level up too. If I don't level up now, how can I survive in Barbarian City? Why don't you all understand? True power lies in the understanding of the path of the 7 gods. True power comes from the sublimation of the soul. Chizang's master stomped his feet and sighed. Just say it. Are you willing to give up the evil god? Arya asked with a wooden face. The dwarf also looked at him pitifully like a husky begging for food. Chizang shook his head with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, I bear the responsibility of teaching you all. I can't watch you all go astray. From now on, only I can deal with the evil god. Don't interfere. As long as the conditions permit, I will use my heart of love and benevolence to enlighten them instead of killing them mercilessly. After the meeting, Chizang brought the thirsty hound to pray in front of the Virgin Mary's statue. Varys was ordered to pack his luggage and arrange how the Holy Church would operate after the preaching team left. The dwarf dragged Arya to a guest room and said through gritted teeth, we have to fight back. He's trying to kill us all. He said nice things and that we have to be merciful. But which of the evil gods we encountered in the past few days didn't die in one move? They didn't even give us a chance to kill them. Arya was silent. She felt that Chizang was a little hypocritical, but he wasn't as sinister as the dwarf said. Arya, you're a smart person. I'll tell you the truth in a smart person's way. Tyrion cleared his throat and lowered his voice to the lowest. Do you know the real reason for preaching in Barbarian City? It's not to spread the teachings of the 7 gods, nor to save the people of Barbarian City. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal of the 7 gods is to slay demons. Arya gave him a contemptuous look. Playing tricks in front of the true gods. You're really bold. I'm telling the truth. The Holy Mother told me herself. Tyrion swore. Hee. Arya's smile became more sarcastic. You want to meet the Holy Mother? Aye. Tyrion was anxious, but he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. What did Stranger tell you? Helplessly, he changed the topic. Stranger told me to slay demons and ensure that Chizang completes the preaching mission. There was nothing wrong with that. Sighing, Tyrion said directly, let's put it this way. Barbarian City is definitely more dangerous than Free City, right? Arya nodded. That's why we stopped along the way. Laying down the path of faith is only one of the reasons. More importantly, the Holy Mother wants us to kill monsters and level up. Only by leveling up can we face the final obstacle, Barbarian City. So, do you understand what I mean? Matthew, that bald donkey, killed all the evil gods along the way, so we can't level up. If we don't level up, it'll be dangerous to go to Barbarian City. The more he said, the more the dwarf felt that his words made sense. Look, how weak are the snails we met today. It's practically tailor-made for me. It's a big gift that the Holy Mother arranged for me. Today, I must have dropped some snails. The one leveling up is me, not Matthew. Tomorrow, if we meet a stronger god, I'll be able to deal with it. Then, I'll level up again and finally reach Barbarian City. I'll become a demigod and can easily deal with the demons of Barbarian City. That's the Holy Mother's arrangement, But Matthew wants to take it all for himself. He's already an archangel and he's still not satisfied. He wants to become an archangel and an angel king. He's greedier than a sparrow. The dwarf was filled with righteous indignation. Becoming an angel requires enlightenment and soul sublimation, Arya said. I know, but the Holy Mother's reward can also do that. Don't doubt me, I have insider information. The dwarf revealed a mysterious smile full of superiority. Think about your brother. He's not a follower of the 7 gods, so he naturally doesn't have the enlightenment of the 7 gods. Didn't he also become an archangel? Arya was somewhat convinced. She asked hesitantly, how do you plan to resist Chizang? He's our master, and he's stronger than us. He also has fiery eyes of truth. He can find out who's an evil god more accurately than us. Yes, he's our master. If you meet an evil god, just hug his waist before he uses Holy Mother's palm and shout protect master. He definitely won't hit you. Then, I'll start to slay demons. After I kill an evil god, it'll be your turn next. The dwarf chuckled. We can try. Arya nodded slowly. The opportunity came quickly. Something's wrong. It seems like something's following me. Varys's fat face was pale as he stumbled into the Holy Church. They were leaving tomorrow, but the Holy Church had just opened for business. There were many things that had to be arranged before they left. For example, the cooperation between the government and the merchant, convince the Prince of Trade to support this small holy church, and then the church would give the prince some benefits. Varys had grown up to be a Grandmaster of Intelligence in Pentus, so the task of managing people was given to him. After the lecture, he went to the residence of the Prince of Trade, Jacob. The scripture teaching team's partner was none other than Black Jacob. It's not a big deal that someone's following you. We've been showing off enough in the past few days, Tyrion said. No, I didn't see anything when I looked back. Think about it. Do you think there's a stalker that can hide from my eyes? Maybe you're thinking too much, Hound said. If I can't even tell if I'm being followed or not, what kind of 8-clawed spider am I? Varys said angrily. That means, with your years of experience as an intelligence chief, you can sense that someone is following you and sense danger, but you can't find any trace of the stalker. The dwarf's eyes gradually lit up. Varys nodded and said in fear, what did you think? No one can hide from you. If they can, then it means they're not humans, but evil gods. The dwarf pulled out the axe from his waist and said excitedly, maybe they're just supernatural beings, Master Chizang said. Wait in the house. I'll go out and check. Tyrion waved his hand and ran out of the door. Grandsons, all of you come out. I'm your grandpa Tyrion. Come out and eat my axe. You cowards only dare to sneak around and be a stalker. You don't have the guts to come out and fight a mortal like me. The dwarf's arrogant provocation came from outside the door. He was getting further and further away from Chizang and the others behind the door. Tyrion, don't be rash. Come back. Chizang took a step forward and shouted loudly. Master, don't be afraid. We'll protect you, Tyrion hurriedly said. This was a secret signal. Arya understood. She grabbed Chizang's arm and said, it's like you said before. There aren't that many evil gods. Maybe there are just a few supernatural beings who only know how to sneak around. Arya might be small, but she was much stronger than Chizang. After all, Chizang was an old man in his 60s, while Arya was a warrior with muscles all over her body. It was also because of his lack of strength that when Chizang fought against the snail monster, he had to activate the great mighty heavenly dragon even though he had planned to injure it but not kill it. Even if we can't injure the evil gods, it won't be good if we kill or injure the supernatural being spies. Chizang struggled. The spies haven't shown up yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Arya said. Chizang was helpless. He could only say to Varys, Woonung, you've always been smart. Go out and keep an eye on Tyrion for me. A moment later, Woonung cried out in fear, Master, this is bad. Eldest senior brother was captured by a fairy again. Chapter 951. As the #1 intelligence expert in Game of Thrones, the 8-clawed spider's senses were very sharp. He couldn't sense the traces of the gods, but when the gods spied on him at close range, it made his back sweat and his hair stand on end. There really was a mysterious existence tailing him. His goal was only to monitor the preaching team and observe their strength. He didn't plan to attack immediately. After all, in just a few days, Master Chizong had killed 5 gods in a row. Among them, the god of sea and earth was one of the most powerful gods in the narrow sea. He was at least in the top 20. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. But the dwarf was too good at attracting hatred. He was also a god, and the dignity of a god didn't allow him to be insulted by mortals. When the dwarf courted death and shouted, "With me here, you bunch of trash will never hurt Master Chizong," he appeared at the edge of the square below the lectern. It was a black shadow with a single green eye embedded in its head. In the dead of night, in the empty and lonely square, it was particularly conspicuous. When the dwarf saw it, he was surprised and delighted. Of course, he was also a little afraid. But in the blink of an eye, he remembered 2 things. First, the Dragon Queen had told him many times that this world was too harsh on extraordinaires and gods. Although they had many tricks up their sleeves, there were many times when they would be defeated by powerful mortals armed with sharp weapons in a head-on battle. Second, Master Chizong slaughtered gods like he was slaughtering dogs. Especially the screw demon he met this afternoon, who claimed to be the god of the sea. The dwarf dared to swear on his 2 dead fathers that after activating deity's descent, he would be able to kill him. As his thoughts raced, the courage to face the unknown evil filled his chest like the lust he felt when facing the new widow, Sangza. While shouting, "Where are you, Evildor? Come out and accept your death," he pretended that the demoness didn't come out to appease Chizong in the sacred hall. Meanwhile, he walked down the stairs with large steps, jogging towards that figure. As he ran, his spine began to light up with the runes of the Vajra Song of Strength. His body began to expand at a visible rate, and he let out a painful growl. "Fool, do you think we're here for that god's apostle? We are here for the bloodline of God." However, when the dwarf walked within 10 meters of the ghostly shadow, a deep and sinister laugh came from all directions. The dwarf shuddered. Suddenly, his head, which was so hot that it was about to cook his brain, cooled down, and a strong sense of danger attacked his heart. "You owe us. There's more than one evil god in the 7 levels of hell." He stepped on the brakes with a twisted expression. "Master, save me." Whoosh, whoosh, 3 black shadows instantly appeared on the left, right, and back of the little giant. Black wind violently surged, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The dwarf disappeared without a trace. The cyan eye that had been standing at the edge of the square had also disappeared without a trace. Had it blended into the wind? Blending into the darkness? Varys did not know. He stood at the gate and saw everything, but he was a pure muggle and knew nothing about the means of the gods. He couldn't even tell if the other party was a deity or a transcendent. The only thing he could do was to yell at the Templar hall behind him with a twisted face, "Master, bad news. Eldest senior brother has been captured by the demon again." "What?" Chizong was shocked and ran forward with large strides. However, he could not run. His arm was still held by Arya. Arya said, "Master Chizong, you've been tired for a day. Just rest. I'll go save Tyrion." "Let's go out and take a look first," Chizong said. "Hound, you stay here and protect Master. I'll go save him," Arya insisted. "Oh, don't argue, Tyrion is nowhere to be seen. I don't know where the fairies have taken him." Varys shouted anxiously from outside. "My senses were right. It's an evil god. So many of them. There's more than one. Come out quickly and save him. Save me, Master, save me. Master Chizong, come save me." Just as Arya and Chizong were arguing about who should go save Tyrion, the dwarf was wailing because he had not seen any reinforcements for a long time. His current condition was not too bad. The evil gods only used 3 wriggling black ropes to tie him up, making him unable to move. Then, they each held one end of the ropes and floated in a cloud of black mist, quickly moving towards the southern port. The way they moved was very special. They seemed to be borrowing the power of the wind. There was also a thick mist, as if they were wrapped in a cloud. In the black mist, the dwarf's vision was blurry. He could not see anything outside at all. He could not tell if he was on the ground, in the sky, or in the sea. There were only 4 sinister and terrifying figures around him. The powerful soul waves made him dizzy and even a little suffocated. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the leader of the scripture team. After a long while, his master still did not come. The dwarf could not help but think of saving himself. Even if you kill me, Chizang will still go to Barbarian City to be the Grand Tutor and preach scriptures. I think you have to get rid of the leader. Only by killing Chizang can you stop the 7 Gods Church from entering Barbarian City. Why don't you just treat me like a fart and let me go? Then, the 4 of you will go and catch my master. Keek, do you think we're doing this for the religious beliefs of Barbarian City? The red-eyed black figure laughed strangely. This fool is so pitiful. He still doesn't know why he died. The one-eyed green figure who had lured the dwarf into a suicidal charge mocked. With the dim light emitted by the eyeball, he could vaguely see their human faces. The faces of the dead. They looked like corpses that had been drowned in the sea for 10 days and 10 nights. Their cheeks were swollen like steamed buns, their skin wrinkled and pale without any luster. Their grey clothes were stained with a few seaweed leaves, and they were still dripping with salty seawater. Every drop of seawater would make the surrounding black mist thicker. You're not the assassins hired by the barbarian king? The dwarf asked blankly. Keek. The 4 water ghosts laughed together. Their laughter was full of mockery. An old woman's face approached the dwarf. She stuck out her white tongue that had been soaked in water and tried to burrow into his mouth. Woo-woo. The dwarf resisted with all his might. He gritted his teeth resolutely. The old woman water ghost shook her head. The braids at the back of her head shook as if they had a life of their own. Then, the oily black rope around the dwarf's waist came to life. It circled around and burrowed into his crotch from under his armor, cold, slippery, and rough. Oh, no, the dwarf finally couldn't help but cry out. Then, the old woman's 1-foot-long tongue took advantage of this and burrowed into his throat. It went all the way into his stomach and stirred vigorously. Then, it suddenly split into countless needle-like tentacles. Like sea urchins, they pierced into his stomach forcefully. The dwarf's eyeballs protruded. His eyeballs were bloodshot. Pain surged like a tsunami and drowned him. At the same time, he could clearly feel something being drained from his body. The tongue in his stomach was like the greediest leech. It sucked fiercely at some of his unique traits: magic power, bloodline, and soul. The dwarf was shocked and furious. The old woman water ghost was using a blood wizard art that stole his bloodline. No. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was blocked by a thick and long ice-cold tongue. But he still screamed, using his soul. Then, he began to counterattack. His organs turned into worms. Oh, this time, it was the old woman water ghost's turn to cry out. Her cry was like a blade scraping against glass, piercing the eardrums. The stomach turned into dozens of squirming worms. Some of them spat out blazing flames, while others bit the old woman's tongue. The old woman wanted to break free, but the worms refused to let go. They were still sucking in large mouthfuls. The dwarf who had received the inheritance of the High Priestess of Valeglia also knew blood magic. The bloodline power, magic power, and soul factor that he had lost previously all returned to his body. Not only that, he was also wantonly plundering the old woman water ghost's origin, a kind of dirty white liquid that looked like a mixture of vomit and corpse water. The dwarf felt nauseous, but he still endured it. He sucked with all his strength until the slippery and rough black rope came out of his body and stirred vigorously. Oh, Tilda, he was in so much pain that tears flowed everywhere. The old woman water ghost took the opportunity to pull back her tongue that was riddled with holes. Ha ha ha, the old woman water ghost on the side laughed strangely. Teaching you how to steal a mouth, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? The old woman water ghost said angrily, his blood wizard art is stronger than ours. Why are the divinities targeting him? Why is there a saying that if you eat the holy monk's flesh, you'll be immortal? A water ghost on the side disagreed. He's the brother of the Era's child, he has the bloodline of the divinities, it's normal for him to know blood wizard art. The old woman water ghost went silent. Hearing that, the dwarf became agitated. Your goal isn't the sutra teaching squad, but me? Just because I'm Danny Lee's illegitimate brother? What else could it be? What does the faith of the barbarians have to do with the divinities of Ursos? If not for your identity as the child of God, why would the divinities of the major cities leave their temples and travel thousands of miles for you? I'm innocent, the dwarf cried. I'm not the child of God, I'm just an illegitimate son. The definition of child of God is the direct bloodline of the true God. My bloodline is of low grade, my talents are a mess. Otherwise, why would I go to the barbarians to seek a better future? The dwarf cried. If your talents were good, we 4 ghosts of the narrow sea wouldn't dare to target you, the green-eyed ghost said. Hearing that, the dwarf hurriedly said, 4 great kings, please listen to me, regardless of my talents, my sister's care for me will not be lacking. If you target me, she will definitely take revenge. You think I'm afraid of her, the green-eyed ghost sneered. Didn't you just say? The dwarf was confused. The more powerful your talents are, the more secrets your bloodline contains that belong to Danny Leasy. Who doesn't know that she has comprehended Song of Fire, Song of Wind, and Song of Light? Especially Song of Fire and Song of Wind. Song of Wind was personally taught by the previous god of wind, Old Fishliang Mu. Do you know Old Fishliang Mu's position among the divinities? He is a divine king without a title. In other words, your sister might be able to chant a divine king-level Song of Wind. But what's even more terrifying than Song of Wind is her Song of Fire. Many divinities now believe that she might have comprehended the highest grade Song of Fire that contains the power of creation and can summon secondary first flame. Now, do you understand her achievements? Do you understand how noble your status is? You're the brother of the future number 1 divine king. As he spoke, the green-eyed ghost's tone was very complicated. There was reverence, admiration, but more than that, there was jealousy, resentment, and greed. Although I don't really understand, should I be proud? My sister is actually so powerful, the brother of the future number 1 divine king. Fuck, I didn't even know I was so noble. The dwarf was stunned as he muttered. Yes, you should be proud. She's still not the strongest heavenly god, and it's even more likely that she will die prematurely. But in terms of potential and future, no one can compare to her. But at the same time, you should be afraid. Do you know how valuable the bloodline and laws of the most promising heavenly god in history are? Now, it's in your bloodline. Through your bloodline, you can comprehend Danny Lee's laws, the green-eyed ghost said excitedly. Chapter 952. Of course, if the child of God's talent is too strong, for example, the son of the Maiden of Light and Night Lion, the Celestial Emperor, the bloodline contains too many secrets of the true gods, and the value is too great. Small fries like us won't have a chance to take it. You are Danny Rye's only direct bloodline in the world, the child of God, but your cultivation talent is rather poor. Even if we take over your bloodline and soul, we won't be able to steal Danny Rye's Song of Laws. As such, you won't have much value to the great god. But for us, it's just right. The green-eyed water ghost said. The dwarf said in disbelief, aren't you already deities? Who has the right to call you small fries? We are just wild demigods who don't even have a temple. Not to mention true gods. Which of those gods with large numbers of believers and churches isn't something we can look up to? The red-eyed ghost sighed. In front of the Dragon Queen, wild demigods like us are just small fries. The old woman water ghost also said helplessly. I thought that after becoming a god, I could transcend. I didn't expect there to be such a big gap between gods. Recalling his naive thoughts, the dwarf's smile turned bitter. After eating you, we can definitely transcend. The green-eyed water ghost looked at the dwarf with eyes full of greed and expectation. Transcend my ass, I'm not even a heavenly god. The dwarf cursed. You are the child of God, far more valuable than normal deities. The old woman water ghost couldn't help but stick out her long tongue and lick the dwarf's face a few times. A true god prophesied that after eating the flesh of a holy monk, one can live forever. The holy monk was talking about you. Ridiculous, I'm not even a priest, how can I be a holy monk? The holy monk must be talking about Chizang, that bald donkey. Go and eat him. He just became a level 3 angel, which is the king of angels. After eating him, he will definitely become a god. The dwarf shouted. What? Chizang became stronger again? The 4 ghosts were shocked and looked at each other. The old woman water ghost said in a deep voice, "We have to speed up. Once we enter the sea, we will immediately eat this dwarf. Chizang is terrifying, we can't give him a chance to save the child of God. It's best if we can leave the narrow sea before daybreak and hide in a corner of the world, so that Danny Rise can't find us. We can slowly digest it and cultivate." The other 3 water ghosts nodded and sped up at the same time. Their speed instantly increased by 30%. The dwarf swore that if not for the black rope binding his hands, he would have slapped himself hard. "My talent is poor. It's not worth it for me to abandon my home for my low-grade bloodline." He forced a smile. "Your talent is poor, but your bloodline grade is high. You are the future #1 empress of the world, the direct brother of the #1 deity. Can you find a second person with a more noble bloodline than you? Furthermore, we don't have any extravagant hopes for the 4 basic elemental laws. That's the power of the core gods. After seizing your bloodline, as long as I can comprehend the choruses of the basic elemental songs, such as the Song of Waves, Song of Tides, Song of Undercurrents." The red-eyed water ghost interrupted the water ghost's thoughts. "The Song of Waves belongs to that old salted fish, Inami." The green-eyed water ghost nodded. "Yes, Inami has already sung the choruses of the Song of Waves. We can only comprehend the other choruses, but Danny Rise hasn't activated the Song of Waves." The red-eyed water ghost growled, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Her Song of Wind and Song of Fire are enough for us to enjoy for the rest of our lives." The green-eyed water ghost nodded and smiled at the dwarf. "Perhaps after we seize your bloodline and soul and fuse your bones into our bodies, we can comprehend the choruses of the Song of Wind. For example, mountain wind, valley wind, dark wind, monsoon wind, spring wind, and the choruses of the Song of Fire. Perhaps we can analyze the power of creation through your bloodline. What are you thinking? If the dwarf's bloodline had a trace of the power of creation, the deities would have already made their move." The old woman water ghost mocked. "I didn't know my value was so great. I didn't even know it and was still running around." The dwarf said with a sad face, "As long as you comprehend the Song of Laws, even if it's the choruses, you can become a true god." "Wouldn't a true god be immortal?" The green-eyed water ghost said excitedly. "No, the current world can't give birth to a true god. It's useless even if you have a complete Song of Laws, just like Valeglia's Belerion." The white-eyed water ghost, who had been silent, said coldly. The old woman water ghost said, "We don't need to become true gods. We don't even need to complete the Song of Laws at 100%. We just need to start and be able to use the power of the laws. The deities of the Far East Land of Darkness even avoid the 4 elemental laws that are the foundation of the world. In the early years, when the world still allowed the birth of true gods, they also purposely locked the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the status of true gods bestowed by the world. Without the status of true gods, they don't have that much responsibility to the world, so there won't be tragedies of dying in the fall of the world. We should learn from those dark demonic gods and have great power without any responsibility. We can live freely for millions of years, tens of millions of years, billions of years, and achieve true immortality. Great gods, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, I haven't even comprehended the choruses of the Song of Wind or the Song of Fire. It's useless even if you eat me." The dwarf lamented. "You're stupid, but don't think that we're as stupid as you." The green-eyed water ghost mocked. "Do you know the origins of us, the 4 ghosts of the narrow sea? 4 heroes, where did you come from?" The dwarf asked. "We are your ancestors." The old woman laughed. "You're also Lannister?" The dwarf ridiculed. "We are the ancestors recorded in the history of the Westeros, and the greatest kings of the ancestors. Our talent in cultivation might be a bit inferior to Danny and Liz. In the words of the deities, the 4 of us are half holy spirits. So, you don't have to worry about us not being able to analyze your bloodline." The old woman said proudly. "The commoners would allow a supernatural to become a king. Wouldn't they be afraid and jealous of his power?" The dwarf asked in surprise. Back then, humans weren't the main characters of the world. It was difficult for tribes to survive. Only people with powerful supernatural power and extraordinary wisdom could become kings. It was us who protected the ancestors from being enslaved and hunted by the divine nobles. It was also us who led the ancestors who couldn't survive to escape to the Westeros known as the Forbidden Lands of the Gods. The white-eyed water ghost's tone was complicated. There was pride, hatred, sorrow, and also a trace of undetectable disappointment. The kingdom of the divine nobles is a kingdom established by the children of God. The dwarf recalled the records of the era in the New Seven Stars Sacred Sutra. Yes, it was an era where the true gods manifested and the commoners were like ants. It was a glorious and barbaric and bloodthirsty era. The white-eyed water ghost's eyes blurred as he fell into his memories. The bloodline of the gods established the divine kingdom on earth. All the powerful kings and nobles were descendants of the gods. There were even the first generation of the children of God, just like you. When humans first appeared in the world, their status was extremely low in the kingdom of the divine nobles. The gods said that we were outsiders who entered their kingdom from another fallen small plane and deserved to be sacrificed. But humans were also divided into many races. Some did indeed come from the fallen small planes, but most were the descendants of the gods and humanoid races. No one was born to be a sacrifice. We were unwilling to be oppressed, and we couldn't bear to see our people become food for the gods. But the gods were too strong. The laws of the world in the last era were very friendly to supernatural power. Forbidden spells and magic were also commonly seen. Just like today's Dragon Queen, she almost reproduced the majesty of the land's divine king in the last era. The white-eyed ghost king's tone was complicated. We didn't have her talent, nor did we have her opportunities. We didn't have the megalosaurus or high-level meditation techniques. At that time, we were as powerless against the kingdom of the divine nobles as an ordinary human king is against Dany Rise today. We didn't have the power to resist, and we weren't willing to be the sheep of the gods. We could only lead the tribe and flee. You are the greatest hero kings. Your deeds and aspirations should be remembered by the people of the world forever. Especially the phrase "no one was born to be a sacrifice." It should become a label for all of you, the dwarf praised loudly. Then, he carefully said, however, devouring the elder brother of the son of an era doesn't match your great spirit. I think you should recall the past and regain your glory. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and be saved. The hero king died in the Dun Arm long ago. We are all dead souls in the sea now, the white-eyed water ghost said with a sigh. Dun Arm? Could it be the forbidden spell that destroyed the Dun Arm? The dwarf asked in surprise. No, we don't have the right to enjoy the forbidden spell. The white-eyed water ghost shook his head. The land of sunset is a forbidden land for the gods, and it definitely lives up to its name. We were already demigods back then, but before we could step onto the continent of the Westeros, we jumped into the sea and killed ourselves. Ah, three-eyed crow? That fellow is too evil. The dwarf's mouth twitched. The hero king had escaped the pursuit of the divine nobles and experienced countless dangers before finally arriving in the Westeros. Yet, he had collapsed at the entrance of the Westeros. Suddenly Tyrion felt a pang of pity for the four old ghosts. I don't know, the water ghost said bitterly. You don't even know how you died. Could it be that the weirwood god personally took action? Sigh, back then, there were more than 10 green prophet in the Westeros. We couldn't stop even one green prophet, let alone the three-eyed crow and the weirwood god. You are all demigods, the dwarf shouted. Even true gods don't dare to approach the Westeros. Demigods? Demigods are nothing. The green prophet is that powerful. The dwarf still found it inconceivable. Those bastards even destroyed the Dun Arm. Do you think they are powerful or not? But now, even the three-eyed crow has surrendered to my sister, the dwarf muttered. The four ghosts fell silent. After a long while, the old woman water ghost said, "This is the reason why all the gods desire to eat you. Your sister's talent is too powerful. Hero kings, remember your mission and don't forget your original intentions." The dwarf pleaded bitterly. Don't struggle anymore. Let us eat you. It can be considered a repayment to our ancestors. The old woman stroked the dwarf's cheek tenderly. Look at your handsome face. Let's enjoy it for a while before eating you. No. Master, where are you? Save me, the dwarf wailed at the top of his lungs. Scream, scream with all your might. With the ghost shadow perplexing track fog blocking us, it's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse, the old woman water ghost said with a smile. He, we even purposely circled around the city. Even if Chizang has a dog's nose, he won't be able to find us in a short time. But before she finished speaking, a voice that scared the 4 ghosts out of their wits came from behind them. Monsters, where are you running to? Great mighty heavenly dragon Tilda. At first, it was still 100 meters away, but when the great mighty heavenly dragon finished speaking, it had already arrived behind them. That's impossible. Our ghost shadow perplexing track fog can deceive even the Inami, the old woman water ghost screamed. We were careless. The dwarf definitely has a tracking imprint on his body, the white-eyed water ghost said in annoyance. Chapter 953. Almighty heavenly dragon Tilda. Echoes rang out in the quiet alley. Holy Mother Palm, holy light first appearance. Without waiting for the 4 demons to react, endless white light instantly scattered the black fog, and then filled their vision. Their bodies and consciousnesses quickly melted in the white light. It was like a piece of butter that fell into a red-hot iron pot. Although they didn't know what level the Angel of Providence was, it was really powerful. This was their last consciousness. Before they died, they seemed to have heard an old man say in frustration, "Why are you so weak?" I wanted to leave one alive for questioning. Fuck. Oh, this was their last consciousness. Woo-woo, Master, why did you only come now? I almost had my essence and blood sucked dry by them. Do you know that? The dwarf complained, feeling wronged. The 4 demons evaporated in the mighty and holy white light, but it didn't mean that nothing was left. The 3 black ropes that bound the dwarf and the black rope that entered his back door were all left behind. The black fog that shrouded their vision dissipated. The dwarf fell from a height of more than a meter, landing in an alley near the pier. Clearly, they didn't fly before, but used seawater to create a fog to block the vision of mortals, and then ran while carrying the dwarf. Chizang hurried over to help his eldest disciple up, and said apologetically, I wanted to chase after them immediately, but that child Arya was too stubborn, holding my hand and not letting go. That's why I was delayed for so long. The dwarf's expression froze. That damned child, what was she trying to do? Oh my, what an evil rope, it's all weaved from the hair of the dead, filled with a vengeful and evil aura. After untying the black rope that bound the dwarf, Chizang realized that it was a magical weapon weaved from the hair of the dead, soaked in corpse oil, and dripping with a yellow liquid. The smell was nauseating. Hair! The dwarf took a closer look, and was also disgusted. At the same time, he understood that these black ropes were most likely the braids on the head of a water demon, which was why the old woman shook her head and controlled the black rope to drill into his hair. Ouch! Tilda, the dwarf howled. Master Chizang, be gentler, the other end of the braids is connected to me. Chizang saw it too. Even blood came out. He couldn't help but feel awkward and guilty. Sorry, I didn't expect those evil gods to be so cruel. This black rope is vicious, it must be destroyed. With that, he circulated his divine power and ignited a holy flame. Where is the evil god? At this time, a black shadow quickly floated over from the entrance of the alley. When it got close to the 2 of them, the shadow turned from illusory to solid, revealing a horse-faced girl in tight black leather armor. She gripped the hilt of her sword and looked around with a sharp gaze. Don't look, they're all dead. The dwarf said unhappily. Alia's expression darkened. Master Chizang, you said you'd leave at least one for me. You're too greedy. Chizong's old face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, I only gave them a light palm strike, and all 4 of them turned into ashes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tyrion. The 4 evil gods couldn't even block a single palm. I didn't expect this at all. Did you use your full strength? Arya asked. Tyrion cried out miserably. I felt pity for him when I heard it. I was anxious and angry, so I couldn't help but use a bit more force. But I really only gave him a single palm strike. Chizong said helplessly. Were you the one who stopped Master from saving me? The dwarf glared at Arya. He was the one who stopped me from saving you. You didn't control your strength, and you weren't as fast as me. Don't tell me you're delaying the precious rescue time because of this trivial matter." The dwarf cried out in disbelief. "I also want to level up," Arya said. Level up, all you know is to level up. You don't even care about my life to level up." The dwarf was furious, and he shouted loudly. "Have you forgotten why you were captured by the evil gods?" Arya's face was wooden, and she mocked, "You don't even care about your own life to level up. Why do you ask us to care so righteously? At least I came to save you." The dwarf opened his mouth wide, and he was stunned speechless. Reese. Danny Rye's Sutra teaching team is very arrogant. How many god spirits had died in the past 10 days? 15. 17. On average, 1.5 die every day. The man's roar and the sound of skin colliding gradually subsided. Only then did a soft and coquettish female voice come from behind the pink veil. In the hall separated by a curtain, the pale moon virgin stood with her head bowed. She faced the direction of the bedroom and said respectfully, "Your Majesty Murthia, there were 17 yesterday. Today, there are already 22. Just tonight, the Sutra teaching team left Mill and was heading to Terosi. The Bloodshark 5 dragons from Laura's Bloodshark Island ambushed them halfway. In the end, the attack on Chizong failed, and the 5 gods were all killed. The Bloodshark 5 dragons are the Dragon King who inherited the legacy of the great wizard Valeglia. Even they fell." The goddess lost her calm, and her anxious voice could not hide the shock. "The gods in the Justice Alliance also find it inconceivable, but this is the truth. They have no choice, the losses are too great, so they can only come to you to discuss. I hope you can set a trap in Terosi's passion garden and catch the lustful Tyrion, or directly suck his essence blood," the pale moon virgin said bitterly. The pink veil opened, and a pitilessly beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a white veil, and the endless scenery inside was hazy under the candlelight, becoming more and more alluring. The beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbone were exposed, and there were crimson kiss marks that made one feel hot. The creases of her dress were like snow, and the moonlight flowed on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, and with every step she took, her slender white calves and small feet that were as clear as jade were exposed. Gulp. The pale moon virgin swallowed her saliva and lowered her head in fear. She did not even dare to look at the goddess's face. She silently activated the moon singer meditation technique to calm the burning desire in her heart. The goddess saw her predicament and gave a little laugh of pleasure. Her critical gaze swept across the pale moon virgin's mouth and lower body, and the goddess said in disgust, "What's so good about being a virgin goddess? You can sow that thing, but can the fire in your heart be extinguished? If it is really extinguished, what's the difference between you and a dead person? You trained hard for countless years to become a god, is it just to endure the hardships of life? Why don't you remove your shackles and become my disciple? You can be free and unfettered and enjoy the happiness of the world forever. Your Majesty is very kind, but each god has his own path, and I cannot force it," the pale moon virgin declined. The goddess walked to the beautiful couch in the hall that was covered with golden otter skin and lay down comfortably. She slowly said, "Although the Bloodshark 5 dragons are the ancestral gods of the royal family of Lauras, their ancestors came from the main family of the 14 Fire Peaks, and they have a part of the inheritance of the great wizards. 2,000 years ago, the 5 of them were lucky enough to join the Valeglia Megalosaurus army, and they were dragon knights for hundreds of years. Even if the Megalosaurus has long been reduced to dragon bones, those 5 old fellows are still top-notch fire element demigods. Even I am afraid of them, so why did they die in Chizang's hands? They were killed by Chizang, but the other members of the teaching team also contributed a lot, especially that faceless one called Arya. She is very talented and has the potential to become a god of death. Now that she has been fully trained by Danny and Rise, she is almost at the threshold of becoming a demigod. That sword of hers is especially terrifying. We don't even know what material it is made of, but the divinity of death it contains is 3 times stronger than that of an ocean god of death like me. In other words, it was an evenly matched battle, and the teaching team was also at their limit," the goddess said thoughtfully. "Not really." The pale moon virgin had a strange expression. Other than the fat eunuch Wuning and that 8-clawed spider Varys, Chizong's 3 disciples are all very loyal to their master and abhor evil. After confirming that the Bloodshark 5 dragons who came to kill the teaching team were all powerful deities, they became even more ferocious, almost risking their lives to protect Chizong. The Bloodshark 5 dragons fought with the 3 disciples first, and Chizong took the opportunity to attack later. He first picked the weakest enemies to launch a sneak attack, then defeated them one by one. The goddess opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, "Could it be that Chizong's 3 disciples can also fight to a draw with 5 powerful deities?" "Not really. They are just very loyal and brave, not fearing death. Their strength is still inferior to the Bloodshark 5 dragons." Danny, Rai's illegitimate brother, was the bravest. He was the first to pull out his axe and rushed forward while shouting. However, he was weaker and also the first to be unable to hold on, shouting, "Master, save me." It was not his fault. The dwarf was the target of the deities, and with 3 deities attacking him, it was normal for him to be unable to hold on. However, he had the tile steel armor, knew Valeglia's fire wizard spells, and had a divine spell called Deities Descending, so his resistance to spells was especially high. Although he was beaten up like a sandbag, he was still able to hold back 3 powerful enemies. With that, Chizong used the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm to kill the 3rd disciple who was fighting Arya, stunning everyone. With just one move, he turned a fire element demigod into a pile of charcoal with flames coming out of his 8 orifices. 8 orifices? The goddess was puzzled. And his anus? The virgin pale moon was a little embarrassed. Chizong called out the great mighty heavenly dragon, and several strange green 5-clawed snakes that contained the song of wind coiled around him. He was as fast as lightning, and appeared behind the 3rd disciple in an instant. "You said he launched a sneak attack, but that was not right." Chizong's voice was louder than anyone else's. Every time he attacked, he would call out the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm. At first, everyone felt awkward for him, but later on, every time he called out, one or several deities would die. As more and more deities died, everyone no longer felt awkward. Instead, they started to feel fearful. The blood of dozens of deities forged the mighty name of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, everyone still did not understand its meaning, but they started to revere it. Now, many dramatists in the Free City started to draw inspiration from the deeds of the Sutra preaching team. In their new works, such as Chizong's biography, Journey to the East, Missionary, and other works, they used this demonic slogan widely. In Pentus and Myr, where Chizong preached, children could be heard shouting the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm before they struck out with their palms. They looked like fools, but too many deities had died under the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, when the deities heard it, they instinctively wanted to run away. Because of that, many extraordinaires who could ward off evil and exorcise demons started to use the great mighty heavenly dragon. The great mighty heavenly dragon seemed to have become a holy chant for exorcism. Some people even. The goddess raised her hand and frowned. "I'm not interested in the spread of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Tell me about the battle." The virgin pale moon nodded awkwardly and said, "The 3rd Dragon King's back was hit by the first appearance of holy light. In the scorching white light, his internal organs were the first to be burnt. It turned out that the holy light had directly ignited the fire-type divine power in the 3rd Dragon King's body. The divine power burned from the inside out, and all the holes in his body were spewing fire and smoke. It was extremely miserable. Ignited divine power? The goddess's beautiful face was full of seriousness. Domain. Danny Rise has already comprehended the domain of fire. It's terrifying, she said slowly. Yes, the deities in the Alliance of Justice and Order think so too. Her talent is too terrifying. A few months ago, in the Sea of Sorrow, I saw her use the domain of wind. The virgin pale moon nodded lightly. Then, she said seriously, what's even more terrifying is that the moment he was hit by the palm, the 3rd Dragon King's spirit was also ignited by a strange flame that was invisible to the naked eye. It was quickly burned to ashes. Because of that, when he died, he didn't even have time to let out a cry. This isn't an exception. All the deities killed by Chizang, no matter if they were slashed by a blade, smashed by the skull-shattering golden melon hammer, or slapped by a divine palm, their souls would be immediately destroyed. Hiss, the goddess gasped in horror and said in shock, "What a vicious monk. His heart is simply black. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen such a ruthless person. In less than half a month, he killed 22 deities consecutively. His sins have already surpassed the evil King Danny Rise. Now, everyone calls him the masked evil monk." The Virgin Pale Moon sighed. "I can understand why he's called an evil monk, but why is he called a masked?" The goddess was puzzled. A masked face is a fake face. Other than being ruthless, Chizang is also especially hypocritical. Chapter 954. The masked evil monk is saying that not only is Chizang ruthless, he's also a hypocrite. After killing the 3 Dragon King, Chizang unleashed his might. He shouted, "The Holy Mother is merciful, good, good, gods, you're all humans, why don't you stop? I want to save you, I can't bear to hurt you," and other such words to shake the enemy's fighting spirit. At the same time, he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm again and again. You don't know this, but Chizang has the talent to impart knowledge through his heart. His words contain a strange sense of mercy. Even those with hearts of stone will be moved by it. However, when he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm, his face was distorted. His god power surged, and he was like a mad devil. Every palm was more ruthless and stronger than the last. Sand and stones flew, wind and fire combined, and the earth and mountains shook. I didn't expect Chizang to be so sinister. He's clearly so powerful, but he still used spiritual words to trick us. The news I received previously said that he's an honest person. People call him the merciful Matthew, said the goddess in disbelief. He's not destined to be merciful. The Virgin Light Moon had a mocking expression. He's so merciless that even his disciples can't stand it anymore. The dwarf spat out blood from the blood shark 5 dragons' attacks, but he still held his axe and stomped his feet anxiously. He shouted loudly, "Master is merciful, don't kill them all. Arya, who's known as the Blood Devil, is cold-blooded enough, isn't she?" She also had a worried expression and begged loudly, "Master, your mercy is bad. The evil gods are almost all dead, don't go too far." Guess what happened in the end? That hypocrite Chizang pretended to be wronged and said, "I wanted to hold back, and I already did, but this evil god is so weak." This. The goddess was stunned. There's such a shameless person in the world. This is still not the most shameless. The Virgin Light Moon sighed. When the dwarf and Arya's 2 loyal and righteous disciples saw how unreasonable their master was, they went up together and prepared to grab Chizang's arm and persuade him to stop. They even said that they would do it for them. However, Chizang turned around and sent them flying more than 10 meters away with a palm. The dwarf spat out blood again. However, he apologized and said that he didn't want to hit them. It was just that he had lost control of the aftermath of the second move of the Holy Mother's divine palm, Whirlwind. Then, he blamed his 2 good disciples for not learning from their mistakes and going against the Holy Mother of Mercy. He also announced that he was going to convert the last evil god who had gone astray. He was the only remaining Great Dragon King. When the Great Dragon King saw his 4 brothers being killed by Chizang's 4 palms, he immediately went mad from fear. He fled for his life, begging for mercy as he fled. The goddess frowned slightly and sighed, encountering such a vicious monk, it's not a big deal for boss to have a mental breakdown. The Virgin Light Moon did not think much of it, but she nodded in agreement on the surface. She continued, Chizang was unforgiving. He shouted, "Don't run, don't be afraid, I'll help you." However, he dashed out like a gust of wind. He struck the Great Dragon King's shoulder with his palm and turned him into a burning ball of flesh. His spirit was instantly destroyed as well. After killing everyone, Chizang even put on a regretful and dejected look. He said that he didn't know why. He clearly wanted to hold the evil god's shoulder, but his palm unconsciously used the divine palm. You can even tell such a lame lie? The goddess's face was filled with disbelief. At that time, the dwarf also said the same thing as you. Chizang was so angry that his face turned red. He defended himself loudly, saying that he had just learned the Holy Mother's divine palm from the Holy Mother and was not familiar with it yet. It was only natural that he couldn't control it. The dwarf seemed to be very angry at his master's ruthlessness and rebutted, saying that since he wasn't familiar with it, why didn't he practice it usually? Chizang also said that the Holy Mother's divine palm consumed too much divine power and that he had to conserve every bit of the Holy Mother's divine power. Only when he encountered the evil god could he use such an ultimate move. He could kill the enemy and practice his palm strength at the same time, killing many birds with one stone without wasting anything, the Virgin Light Moon said. Chizang is actually so arrogant. He wants to use the gods to practice his divine palm? The goddess felt that she was already very good-tempered, but now, she couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. Sigh, although masked evil monk is very arrogant, he has the ability to be arrogant. In just over 10 days, he killed his way from Pentus to Mi-er, and from Mi-er to Terosi. Everywhere he passed, the blood of the gods flowed like a river. He didn't even blink. How cruel. The Virgin Light Moon lamented. The goddess muttered, I feel that there's a problem with your battle strategy. Don't talk about 22 gods attacking together. Let's talk about the Bloodshark 5 dragons. Don't split up and fight with Chizang's disciples. Just directly surround Chizang and attack together. Even if they trade injuries for injuries, Chizang definitely won't be able to hold on. Your Majesty is truly wise. Chizang is indeed not invincible. He will die even if his head is cut off. If the Bloodshark 5 dragons were determined to sacrifice 2 of their brothers, they would most likely be able to kill Chizang. The Virgin Light Moon first nodded in agreement before shaking her head helplessly. But people's hearts aren't united, and they are greedy. Of the 22 gods that died, other than the unlucky Gulf crocodile, the main target of the other 21 gods wasn't Chizang at all. Instead, it was the son of God, Tyrion. The Righteous Alliance has been collecting information on Chizang and his disciples, including their abilities, personalities, habits, and flaws, especially their divine arts. Every time a god dies, we learn a little more about Chizang and his group. When Chizang killed the Narrow Sea 5 ghosts, the Righteous Alliance had basically figured out the general situation of the Sutra teaching team. And the Righteous Alliance wasn't stingy either, making all the information available to the gods. But those stragglers were blinded by benefits, and they took turns to take the Holy Mother's palm. The goddess' heart skipped a beat, and she asked, that prophecy of immortality after eating Tyrion's flesh, was it purposely released by the Righteous Alliance? The Virgin Light Moon hesitated for a moment before gently nodding and explaining, although the candidates for the Sutra teaching team were only confirmed before departure, the plan of the 7 gods sect to enter the Eastern lands was no secret. More than a month ago, the leaking imperial court in Barbarian City leaked this information, causing the 200 feudal lords of Barbarian City to rebel against the Bow family. The Righteous Alliance received information that the dwarf refused to go to Barbarian City, and the Dragon Queen chose Matthew as her successor. So, our initial rumor was immortality after eating the holy monk's flesh. This wasn't wrong. Saint Matthew was the spirit of the 7 gods. Devouring him or sacrificing him to the Far East Darkness demonic god could really greatly increase one's power, and even have a chance of becoming a god. They wanted those wild gods without churches or temples to scout the way. If they could kill Matthew, it would be a blow to Danny Rye's head. The Righteous Alliance would just sit back and reap the benefits. If the wild gods were killed by Matthew, just like now, we would be able to figure out Matthew's background, and then prepare a trap to kill him in one shot. At this point, a bleak smile appeared on the pale face of the stitched cherry monster. Fate is on our side. I don't know if Danny Rise is confident in Tyrion's ability, or if she doesn't understand the significance of being the son of God. She actually let Tyrion leave her protection range. That dwarf is also a fool. He always thought that the god's target was Chizang, and even took the initiative to provoke the Narrow Sea 5 ghosts, boasting shamelessly that he wanted to protect his master. Not to mention his ability, this person can be considered loyal and brave, the goddess said. When the dwarf appeared, the holy monk naturally became him. The prophecy of immortality after eating Tyrion's flesh was absolutely true, and couldn't be any more true. It was also because the false prophecy became a true prophecy that a large group of gods gathered in just a short 10 days. After a moment of silence, the goddess asked, whether or not they knew before, now Dany Rhys and Tyrion should understand the situation of the Son of God. Why hasn't he returned to the West Eros? Either out of a sense of responsibility, the dwarf is not afraid to sacrifice himself for Targaryen's hegemony, or he is confident that he won't die. The virgin pale moon slowly said, the dwarf definitely knows who the true master of the Church of the Seven Gods is. Spreading the teachings of the Church will ultimately benefit Targaryen. Protecting the Blue Dynasty of the Barbarian House is equivalent to establishing a great empire for Targaryen. For such a great benefit, the dwarf, as a Targaryen, will definitely be willing to make some sacrifices. After being a Lannister for nearly 30 years and just regaining his identity, Tyrion is already so loyal to Targaryen. The goddess asked doubtfully. The virgin pale moon slowly said, Cersei has always wanted to kill him. Tywin had 100 soldiers duel his wife. Look at how the Dragon Queen treated him. Giving him pterodactyls, giving him tile steel, and conferring him the title of Prince Jaehaerys. In order to help him establish the status of Targaryen's super bastard, Dany Rhys even gave her own father, Aerys, to him. There are 2 branches of the Targaryen family. Dany Rhys' family tree continues from her mother, Layla, and she uses the new 5-colored dragon emblem. The dwarf, on the other hand, inherited the most orthodox Targaryen family emblem with a black background and a red 3-headed dragon emblem. His family also inherited from his father, Aerys. If it were me and I had a sister who was so devoted to me, I would also approve of Targaryen. The goddess nodded in agreement and said emotionally, Dany Rhys is too good to her bastard brother. For the sake of her brother, who is also a bastard, she gave up the entire family and became a branch family. This has never happened in human history. Yes. The pale moon virgin nodded and said emotionally, it is said that the royal family has no family ties, but Dany Rhys is the other extreme. She places too much importance on family ties. Despite how Illyrio treated her, she still forgave Aegon and even gave him the noble status of a bastard, restoring the family name and continuing the family tree. Sigh, Dany Rhys gave up her father and family legacy for her brother. Tyrion, for his sister's career, knew that he was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the gods, but he was still unyielding and unafraid of sacrifice. These 2 siblings sacrificed for each other and helped each other. How touching and envious, the goddess said emotionally. This is also why the Alliance of Justice spent so much effort scheming against the dwarf. If we capture him, we will definitely cause her to panic and be at a loss, thus revealing a fatal flaw, the pale moon virgin said. The goddess understood that at this point, it was time for her to express her stance. Dany Rhys stole my spirit in the West Eros. She might even want to harm me. I am not willing to sit and wait for death. I can help you deal with her, but I will not join the Alliance of Justice, she said slowly. Why? The stitched Sakura monster was puzzled. Previously, you refused to join the Alliance because you did not foresee the danger of the Twilight of the Gods. Now that you have discovered that Dany Rhys has ill intentions towards you, and you are willing to help us, why not just join the Alliance of Justice? Chapter 955. Why don't you want to join the Alliance of Justice and Order? Pale Moon asked. The goddess sat up from the soft couch and pointed at the pink curtain separating the bedroom from the hall. Go in and see who he is. He is a human. Pale Moon was puzzled. The goddess temple was the Garden of Desire. It was the largest and oldest Garden of Desire in Rhys. This house was located in the deepest and most mysterious part of the Garden of Desire. It was also the most magnificent pleasure house. When she came here before, she deliberately waited for 45 minutes outside the door because there was something going on inside. A fake true god who understood the Song of Lust was crudely played by a mortal man. This was unbelievable to other gods, but to the god of desire and love, there was nothing in the world that she couldn't play with. This was the divinity of gods. Just like Pale Moon, as a virgin goddess, she couldn't be played with. Just like the Virgin Mary, she could be hypocritical, but she couldn't be cruel and bloodthirsty. He is a mortal, but there are big differences between mortals. You will understand when you go in, the goddess said. Pale Moon didn't refuse. Her body was like smoke, causing ripples on the curtain. A handsome young man was lying on a 4-meter wide and 3-meter long bed, sleeping soundly. I don't know him. Who is he? Pale Moon returned to the hall and asked doubtfully. You don't know him, but can't you smell his identity? The goddess laughed. I don't know. Pale Moon shook her head. You can't even smell the king's blood. The goddess frowned slightly, and there was a trace of disdain on her exquisite face. Pale Moon was slightly ashamed. My believers are all sailors. They don't have the king's blood, and they rarely sacrifice the king's blood to me. Poor child, you finally became a god. What do you want? The goddess looked at her with pity. He is Prince Reese, Quiji. Pale Moon pointed at the curtain and asked. What does he have to do with your refusal to join the Alliance of Justice and Order? I want to tell you one thing. The goddess raised a finger. My church can't do without the support of humans and the ruling class. So I don't want to completely fall out with the world's empress. The League of Justice may be able to end her, but she may also be able to wipe them out, causing the twilight of the gods that you've been worrying about. You've ended her, but I've only managed to vent my anger. I don't think I've gained anything. I have my own Tao, so I don't need her special bloodline or laws. But what if Dani Rise breaks through the encirclement? What if she brings me to the twilight of the gods after I join the Alliance of Justice? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? You want to sit on the fence. Was there such a good thing? The Alliance will not allow it, and Dani Alice will not tolerate those who surrender. Pale Moon Chu Nu was shocked and angry. Aren't you and Quiji in the house living examples? A strange smile bloomed on the goddess' beautiful face. Back then, the Allied army that fought at Slavers Bay had hundreds of thousands of people and thousands of ships. Those who returned home alive were all traitors who secretly surrendered to the Dragon Queen. Was Quiji truly loyal to the Dragon Queen? Of course not. Otherwise, why would he invest half of his assets into the bottomless pit that was the Alliance army? The general trend was like this, and there was nothing he could do. You were also captured by Dani Rise. She let you go and tried to make you surrender. Pale Moon Chu Nu said anxiously. I was just pretending. I never thought of being loyal to her. What a silly child. The goddess' smile became stranger. Since she allowed you to surrender, why do you have to be so ruthless? Nothing is absolute. What if the Alliance of Justice fails? Do you want to die? Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression changed a few times, and her tone became cold. I hope the gods of the Alliance won't have any bad ideas after knowing your attitude. Tell me the plan of the Alliance of Justice, and then get lost. The goddess waved her hand impatiently. You're just an errand boy. Your task is only to deliver the news in time. The matters of the Alliance are ultimately decided by me, the big shots like Night Lion, Lalo, and the Pale Holy Child. If you want to threaten me, you'll have to learn a song of law first. Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression was ugly, but she didn't dare to refute. She could only swallow her anger. When Pale Moon Chu Nu turned into a shadow and disappeared from the Garden of Lust, the goddess stuck out her pink tongue and licked her light purple lips. She said strangely, if this little moonchanter is lucky enough to survive this time, I'll personally use my teeth to bite off her sewing threads one by one in the future. Masturbating for a virgin goddess is definitely the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. Speaking of this, the goddess's eyes were almost overflowing with spring water. Before the plan succeeds, don't attack her. A deep and magnetic male voice sounded from the shadows in the corner. It seemed to be cast by the deepest darkness. When it stepped out, the red candles in the hall were instantly filled with darkness. Pale Moon Chu Nu didn't know that not far away, a dark demon god was watching the whole process of the conversation between him and the goddess. Even long before he arrived, the demon god was already in the goddess house. If I wanted to attack, I would have done it when that bitch threatened me. The goddess waved her hand and a pink fluorescent fog spread out from her body. The darkness was like sticky glue, sticky and retreated, revealing a lion-headed monster. The Grim Reaper of the Barren Land, the incarnation of darkness, the most active dark god in the Jade Sea, one of the leaders of the Justice League, the boss of Pale Moon Chu Nu, he was the Night Lion. A lion's head, a human's body. His golden mane was brighter than gold, more dazzling than the sun. His black eyes were more majestic and domineering than the megalosaurus. His body was more majestic than the demon mountain. The majestic fluctuation of divine power made the goddess and her temple appear a little out of sync. However, this kind of disharmony disappeared in an instant. The darkness was like a slug, sticky and flowed into the lion-headed demon's body. The candlelight filled the hall again, and the room was even brighter than before. It was as if the darkness had materialized and was all absorbed by the night lion. Then, he turned into the son of the sun, shining and dazzling. At this time, he was wearing a purple robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars. His 2.5 meters body was unusually majestic. The golden lion's head was not only not terrifying, but also had a kind of unusual beauty, as if it was the most beautiful and sacred symbol in the world. Yisha lifted the goddess up without hesitation and hugged her in his arms. He sat on her soft couch and touched the petite goddess from top to bottom. The goddess did not resist at all. Instead, her eyes were blurred, and she was panting. She twisted her body and tried to cater to him. Although he was doing the most obscene things, the lion-headed man's face was still majestic and cold. After a while, the lion-headed man threw the goddess on the carpet and lay down comfortably on the soft couch. He rested his head on his hands and a trace of worry flashed in his black eyes. He sighed and said, "I hope you can persuade her." The goddess spread her legs on the ground and glared at the lion-headed man bitterly. She said, "Don't worry. That little moonsinger will definitely go to Danny and Rise. But are you sure there's no problem in the Yangtze? We should be able to trust Lalo on this matter," the lion-headed man said in a low voice. The goddess said worriedly, "I've been feeling uneasy ever since we made this plan. Don't worry. Now that the River of Fate is in chaos, Danny and Rise won't be able to detect anything. Moreover, you, me, Lalo, and many of the dark gods in the Alliance are proficient in prophecy and fate techniques. If we join hands and attack her together, her spiritual senses' warning of danger will be suppressed to the lowest level, just like Balerion did 400 years ago," the lion-headed man said confidently. Danny and Balerion are different. Suppressing spiritual sense was possible 400 years ago, but it doesn't mean that it will be possible 400 years later, the goddess said while shaking her head. "Are you worried about the three-eyed crow?" The lion-headed man muttered to himself, "As long as we don't enter Westeros and don't choose Westeros as our battlefield, the three-eyed crow won't be able to do anything. It's not just the three-eyed crow. I'm afraid that the world's will give Danny and Rise its favor." 400 years ago, Balerion reached a dead end. Not only was he unable to turn the tide and save the world from falling, the dragon and magic civilization that he created were wantonly extracting the Earthfire's magic power, further accelerating the world's decline. It's hard to imagine that this era only lasted for 8,000 years. The goddess's eyes were filled with vicissitudes. "Since I was born, I've never seen such a short era. 8,000 years. Even some gods can't have a good dream. The reason why it's so bad is because Valeglia extracted the Earthfire without restraint. That's why Balerion was truly angered by the heavens and hated by the people. Actually, after Valeglia forced the Lun River Mother Goddess to death, the world's origin abandoned him. Even earlier than that, Balerion lost his identity as the Epoch's child. Us plotting against him could be said to be following the heavens' orders. At that time, the strongest heavenly god Balerion was muddle-headed before the great calamity, and he didn't sense any danger from his spiritual sense. It could be said that the world was on our side, and it would be difficult for us not to succeed. Danny Liz is different. She's now the world will's favorite, the guide of the River of Fate. If we plot against her, we'll be going against the world." The lion-headed man was silent for a long time, and said, "I've considered this problem long ago. But we all know that Danny Liz herself is a classic example of defying the heavens and changing fate. She should have followed the fate that had been planned long ago, and helped Lalo, let Lalo end the long night, and even save the world in the end. Fate is the external manifestation of the world will. She reversed fate and changed everything, which is tantamount to going against the world will. The world will is a heartless bitch, and it will spread its legs to whoever gives it more money." The goddess awkwardly closed her legs and pulled her long skirt to cover her private parts. The lion-headed man continued, "You've received its favor, so have I. Balerion and Lalo have all received it, and we've all lost the favor of the heavens. Danny Liz is that bitch's benefactor today, but it doesn't mean that she can have it forever. As long as we pay more money, that bitch will definitely leave her and come into our arms. The world will is indeed a bitch who only cares about money, but can we afford that much money?" The god of bitches asked. "No, and we don't need it." The lion-headed man sneered. "Don't take the world will too seriously. After hundreds of millions of years of observation, I'm sure that it's just a consciousness that maintains the normal operation of the law. Its judgment, execution, and flexibility are extremely poor, and it's not as good as a knowledgeable ordinary human. As long as a suitable person is arranged to replace Danny Liz as the savior of the world, even if the replacement is much worse than her, it will still accept reality. In the end," he said proudly and confidently, "if Danny Liz can do it, so can we."